Martial Peak, Chapter 58-32, Joining the Fight. The battle was intense, and with each passing moment, more lives were lost on both sides. The other Eighth Order Masters saw the predicament that Xianxia and the others had fallen into, and they were beside themselves with worry, but they were all occupied with their own opponents and could not lend a hand. After just moments of clashing, Xianxia and the others' frenzied strength was beginning to weaken. For the sake of killing Jianghu, the Eighth Order Masters had unleashed their most powerful secret techniques, but these methods were similar to Yang Kai's soul-rending thorn in that they not only harmed their enemy, but also themselves. Alas, they failed to kill Jianghu in time and were now injured themselves, so it was challenging for them to continue putting up a fight. Even so, the Eighth Order Masters were determined to fight to the end. Jianghu and Hu Yu seemed to have noticed this as well and were no longer in a rush. They remained defensive the whole time to prolong the fight as they were waiting for Xianxia and the others to expend all their strength before dealing the final, crushing blow. This was the safest way for them to proceed with this battle. After many years of clashing against the humans, they had garnered numerous experiences and learned the hard way to never underestimate their enemy, especially when they were desperate. Many a time, the humans who were on the verge of defeat were able to unleash startlingly powerful attacks at the very last breath, just before perishing. If the pseudo-royal lords were not careful, there was a high chance that they could end up with an unexpected failure instead of a complete victory. Such incidents had happened numerous times in the past. Thus, even Jianghu, who was heavily injured, was able to remain patient and quell his ferocious murderous intent. He did not allow his rage to overpower his reason. Amidst the devastation across the battlefield, an undetectable silhouette was rushing unnoticed towards Xianxia and the others. Yang Kai, now a Ninth Order Master, was using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to stealthily infiltrate the battlefield. It was highly unlikely that a true royal lord would be able to sense his approach, let alone these pseudo-royal lords. This innate divine ability was incredibly useful. For instance, inside the universe furnace, Yang Kai had used it to snatch the supreme grade open heaven pill away from the Chaos Spirit King. However, despite its usefulness, there was still a disadvantage. When Yang Kai was using it, he could not use space principles, for as soon as he did, he could no longer conceal himself. That being said, it was not a bad trade-off as he was immensely powerful now and could move at great speed even without instantaneous movement. When the purifying black ink battleship exploded, it caused a huge commotion with purifying light lighting up half the battlefield. Yang Kai's attention had naturally been drawn to it right away, so he immediately noticed the situation. Knowing that Xianxia and the others were in a perilous position, he did not waste a single breath as he rushed to their aid. Yang Kai avoided all the fights between the two armies, and in just over a dozen breaths of time, he arrived at the part of the battlefield where Xianxia and the others were clashing with the pseudo-royal lords. At the moment, the Eighth Order Master's strength had greatly diminished. Hu Yu knew that now was his chance to strike, so he charged at the humans and threw a punch with his full force, delivering a shock to the humans as their strength declined at once. To make matters worse, as the humans' injuries were piling up and their auras had grown unstable. Even the battle formation was beginning to show signs of cracking. The Eighth Order Master's heart sank. There were two reasons why they could put up a fight against the two pseudo-royal lords until now. The first was that Jianghu and Hu Yu were being cautious in their attacks, but secondly, and more importantly, they were relying on their battle formation. They had formed a six paths formation which allowed them to combine their strengths as one. However, if the battle formation broke, they would no longer be able to pose a threat to the pseudo-royal lords. Jianghu was already seething with rage because the humans had managed to severely injure him earlier, so when he saw the situation now, he knew he could not let this chance slip away from him. He stopped acting passively and instead followed up Hu Yu's attack with a powerful secret technique of his own that hurled straight towards the humans. Someone of his strength and power would certainly have enough discernment to strike at the most opportune moment. As black ink's strength loomed over them, Xianxia and the others were now in an even more precarious situation. The battle formation that they tried so hard to maintain was on the verge of crumbling apart. They can't hold out any longer. Yu noticed what was happening and growled, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he began charging towards Wuxia Yanghua and the others murderously. However, at that very moment, he had a strange feeling. His senses tingled with the warning of danger and alarm seemed to ring in his head. He then seemed to hear the churning of a river rushing towards him. What's that? Yu was confused, but soon really saw a rampaging river appear out of nowhere and crash down on him. He instinctively tried to move away, but all at once, space solidified around him and he could not escape. Once the river washed over him, Yu disappeared. Xianxia jumped in fright at the abrupt turn of events. He looked over to see what was happening, but all he saw was a massive river cutting through the void. As the current surged along the great river, he could vaguely see Yu's figure struggling within, but once one of the waves came crashing down, the figure disappeared. All at once, Xianxia's scalp grew numb and his hair raised on end as he spotted the figure standing in front of the great river. One look and he knew who this was. Yang Kai. It was the Killing Star, the one whose name was known far and wide among both the human race and the Black Ink clan, the one who made the Black Ink clan suffer countless terrible losses over the last few thousand years. Xianxia had never met Yang Kai in person before. He was one of the many innate territory lords who managed to sneak out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and upon his arrival at the no-return pass, he hibernated in a black ink nest to recuperate from his injuries. That went on until a few centuries ago when the war broke out in full between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Under Mou's command, many of the innate territory lords used the source fusion technique to create a large group of pseudo-royal lords to deal with the Ninth Order masters. Xianxia was fortunate enough to survive the process and become a pseudo-royal lord. Thus, he had only heard of Yang Kai and how terrifying he was. He was only able to recognize Yang Kai because Mo had once shown Yang Kai's face and image to all the Black Ink clansmen before they were sent out. Even now, Xianxia could still recall Mo's instructions. If they were to encounter this person on the battlefield, their first priority should be to flee. However, if they could not flee, they were to do their best to take on Yang Kai in groups, and under no circumstances were they to fight him alone as they would not be able to hold their own against him. At the time, Xianxia did not think much of it. Based on the information the Black Ink clan received, Yang Kai was sealed up inside the universe furnace and would most likely only be able to leave the next time it opened. Thus, what were his chances of running into this human on the battlefield? All along, Xianxia thought that Mo was panicking over nothing. Nevertheless, Mo was a true royal lord, so as a pseudo-royal lord himself, he could not make any objections. Despite thinking that there was very little chance of running into the human Killing Star, Xianxia did not look down on Yang Kai's strength. Multiple pseudo-royal lords died at Yang Kai's hands after he became a Ninth Order master inside the universe furnace. Even a true royal lord had fallen to the Killing Star. None of this information had been kept a secret, so naturally, Xianxia heard about everything. However, he never thought that the impossible would happen right in front of him. The Killing Star, who was supposed to be confined to the universe furnace, had appeared on the E5 territory battlefield, and as soon as he showed up, he used some kind of mysterious ability to incapacitate Yu. He has his eyes on me now. Xianxia felt chills running down his spine. The cold look in the eyes of his opponent made him feel as if death itself was staring at him. Just as the wheels in Xianxia's mind finished spinning, Yang Kai hoisted the spear in his hand and thrust it out. A torrent of spear shadows instantly loomed over Xianxia's head. Xianxia had been extremely wary of the strange river where Yu had vanished, but he did not expect Yang Kai to forego using it against him, thus, he was completely unprepared for the attack. He had no way of retaliating against the sudden attack. If he had been at his peak, he might have been able to hold out against Yang Kai for a little while, but he had been gravely injured by the purifying light that burst forth when the purifying Black Ink battleship exploded, thus, he was no match at the moment. Black blood splattered everywhere as Xianxia gasped in agony. He stumbled backwards from the onslaught of never-ending attacks. No matter how much strength he tried to muster, he could not do anything to block his opponent. A few short breaths later, Xianxia froze in place, his eyes wide with terror and bitterness. Yang Kai casually raised his spear with one hand before jabbing it through Xianxia's chest. The spear jerked and unleashed a ferocious force that turned the pseudo-royal lord into a cloud of blood mist. It had been less than 10 breaths of time since Yang Kai's sudden appearance, but in that time, he managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord while restraining another. Meanwhile, Wuxia, Jianghu and the others had come to terms with their impending deaths and were about to make one last attempt to gravely injure their opponents, but now, they were simply standing to the side in complete shock. They were all struck with disbelief. How did he show up here? However, they quickly snapped out of it as they filled up with renewed energy. Regardless of why he came, the fact that he was here meant that the Black Ink clan in E5 territory were doomed. After dealing with the two pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai glanced at Wuxia, Jianghu and the others. When he confirmed that there was no threat to their lives despite their depleted strength and serious injuries, he was able to relax and nod lightly to them before his figure vanished. After witnessing Yang Kai summoning the spacetime river to confine Huyu and slaughtering Xianxia right after, masters across the battlefield, be they humans or Black Ink clansmen, were shaken to their core. The sudden eruption of a Ninth Order master's strength was akin to a brilliant sun that illuminated the darkness of the chaotic battlefield. Furthermore, it was accompanied by the disturbance of the death of a pseudo-royal lord. The human spirits soared. Even though they had no clue which master had come to their aid, they knew for certain that it was a Ninth Order master. On the other hand, those from the Black Ink clan were petrified and filled with dread. Since that human killed a pseudo-royal lord that quickly, it's probably one of the two old ancestors, right? Though the other Ninth Order masters were powerful as well, they had only recently reached the Ninth Order open heaven realm, so it was impossible for them to unleash a force this imposing. The Black Ink clan masters were busy making their guesses when all of a sudden, a pseudo-royal lord's furious yet terrified roar rang out from a corner of the battlefield, Yang Kai. As soon as the pseudo-royal lord managed to get the name out, his aura vanished. No one knew what happened to him. All at once, all from the Black Ink clan fell into a stunned daze. It would not have been as serious of a situation if either Xiao or Wu Qing had come. Though these two veteran Ninth Order masters were stronger than the other Ninth Order humans, the Black Ink clan was still able to deal with them. After all, the pseudo-royal lords had a lot of experience going up against the Ninth Order masters by now. By forming a Three Fortunes formation with three pseudo-royal lords, they could put up a fight against any Ninth Order master. However, if it was Yang Kai who came, then things were going to be a lot more difficult for them. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-33, A Show of Strength. The roar of shock and bewilderment echoed across the void, startling the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai's fame preceded him, and out of all the Ninth Order masters, the Black Ink clan was most afraid of him, the one who should have been confined inside the universe furnace right now. Though they had no clue as to how he managed to escape, he did indeed show up here. Following the cry of fury and alarm, the aura of yet another pseudo-royal lord disappeared without a trace. It did not seem as if he had died, instead, it was as though he was isolated somewhere and his aura became undetectable. Formations. Get into battle formations. A pseudo-royal lord roared. The pseudo-royal lords then swiftly withdrew from the fights they were in to gather among themselves. The Red Flame Army did not have a Ninth Order master among their ranks, so most of the time, the pseudo-royal lords did not team up into formations. Although they could form a Three Fortunes formation, usually, they would only do so if they were under some kind of pressure from the situation they were in. They were under no such threat in E5 territory, so they mostly chose to fight alone. This allowed them to occupy the attention of even more Eighth Order masters, and it also gave them more freedom to move around. However, a real threat had arrived and they were immediately under great pressure, so naturally, they chose to link up their auras and quickly form 3 fortunes formations. This allowed them to feel a little more secure. Nearly 20 pseudo-royal lords had been sent to E5 territory. Their high number explained why the Red Flame Army failed to claim this territory despite being a mighty army with the finest fighters and arms, assisted by numerous powerful divine spirits. Now that most of the pseudo-royal lords had formed battle formations, there were 2 of them remaining who could not form one and were stuck in an awkward predicament. A battle formation could not be formed with just 2 pseudo-royal lords, but there was no other pseudo-royal lord around to form a trio with them. It was as if they had been abandoned by their allies. They felt annoyed and resentful for having been too slow. Nevertheless, they had their wits about them still. Since they could not form a battle formation, they immediately withdrew from the battlefield and moved to the rear. Once the pseudo-royal lords had their battle formations to rely upon, they felt more confident. However, when they looked around and saw what was happening in front of them, their expressions morphed into shock and terror. Xianxia was cutting across the battlefield without hiding himself at all. He had a long, meandering river around him that was like a massive dragon swimming through the void. Wherever he went, the great river surged and its currents washed over countless Black Ink clansmen, all of whom disappeared as a result. On the other hand, even if some humans were entangled with the captured Black Ink clansmen, they were completely unaffected. No one could stand in Xianxia's way. Even the territory lords could not defend themselves from the rampaging river. Xianxia was single-handedly carving out a path through the intense battlefield. What the hell is that thing? All the pseudo-royal lords were thunderstruck by the river that was circling around Xianxia. They were formidable masters in their own right, but even though they had such power, they did not have the confidence that they could cut through the battlefield this easily. After all, the humans were not pushovers. However, Xianxia was doing what they could not. He did not stop moving and did not have to do anything else either. He simply relied on that strange river to accomplish this feat. The pseudo-royal lords could not help but recall the information Mo Nai had provided in the past. When Xianxia was inside the universe furnace, he used a strange river to kill multiple pseudo-royal lords. It seemed to be a river that was formed by a multitude of Dao strengths. Falling into the river was essentially a death sentence. Xianxia was rushing about, seemingly charging straight at the pseudo-royal lords, causing them to feel trepidatious. They knew that they could not defend themselves from Xianxia's attacks, but as pseudo-royal lords, they could not allow themselves to flee at the mere sight of him either. After all, they should be able to put up a fight against him now. After composing themselves, the pseudo-royal lords began communicating with each other, and they soon came up with a strategy. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who was flying across the battlefield, was feeling a little helpless. Initially, he wanted to use Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to sneak up on the pseudo-royal lords. With the difference in strength between him and a pseudo-royal lord, as well as the help of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, he would certainly be able to kill them off one by one. Anyone he had his eyes on would not be able to escape. He did not need to kill too many, just a third of them would do. However, he was forced to expose himself in order to save Wuxia Yanghua and the others, and now that he had summoned the space-time river, there was no way he could hide his presence any longer. That being said, the space-time river proved to be highly effective on this battlefield with massive numbers on both sides. Even though the size of his space-time river could not compare with the infinite river that flowed through the universe furnace world, it was still quite expansive. Wherever the river flowed, Xianxia could clear the place in a flash as all from the Black Ink clansmen would be sucked into the river. With so many violent Dao strengths filling the space-time river, most of the Black Ink clansmen died the moment they fell into it. Even the few stronger ones could only barely survive for a few breaths. In just a few moments, Xianxia had cut across the entire battlefield. He instantly saw 3 pseudo-royal lords in a battle formation charging over to him while even more of them were trying to come around from the sides. Xianxia did not care about the pseudo-royal lords who were taking the longer route. Instead, he met the 3 in front of him head-on. Chills ran down the spines of the 3. It took a lot of courage for them to face off against the killing star. They were only able to muster up the courage to do so because they were now pseudo-royal lords and had allies of similar strength to back them up. When they saw Yang Kai rushing towards them, they had to force down their urge to run away as they desperately began hurling powerful secret techniques at him. Yang Kai did not attempt to dodge these attacks at all. The dark bolts of light all shot into the space-time river, causing the waves to become even more turbulent as it churned with great ferocity, but Yang Kai remained unscathed. The distance between them continued to shorten, and all of a sudden, Yang Kai lunged forward. He abruptly appeared near the three pseudo-royal lords and eyed them coldly as he sneered, "You're quite bold." He made a grabbing motion and was somehow able to hold the space-time river in his hand. With a quick, forceful flick, the great river seemed to turn into a long whip that closed in around the three pseudo-royal lords. They never thought that the space-time river could take on a new form in such a strange way. As they were caught off guard, they could not avoid the river whip. The Tao strength swirled around them and cut into their flesh and souls. Their battle formation, which had been weak in the first place, instantly crumbled apart. An enormous wave crashed down upon the three pseudo-royal lords, and they were all sucked into the space-time river. Filled with terror, they immediately tried to resist and drag themselves out of the space-time river, but it was as if the waters had turned into quicksand. No matter how hard they struggled, it did them no good. Waves of Tao strengths continued to crash down on them and, one by one, their struggling silhouettes disappeared into the depths of the river. After a brief encounter with Yang Kai, all three pseudo-royal lords vanished and there was no way of ascertaining whether or not they were even alive or dead. When the other pseudo-royal lords saw what happened, their hair stood on end and they were chilled to the bone. After many years of battle experience, the Black Ink clan confirmed that a battle formation of three pseudo-royal lords was powerful enough to take on a Ninth Order master. All of the current Ninth Order masters, be it the new ones or the older, more experienced ones, could not do much against three pseudo-royal lords in a battle formation. Even though a trio of pseudo-royal lords would not be able to defeat a Ninth Order master either, they were still enough to keep the latter occupied. The pseudo-royal lords were fully aware of Yang Kai's terrifying reputation, and they had also done their best to avoid underestimating him. Thus, when they noticed his presence, they all abandoned their original opponents and formed battle formations before attempting to take him on. They wanted to rely on the strength of all the pseudo-royal lords combined to deal with Yang Kai. They knew Yang Kai had his space secret techniques which allowed him to escape from a losing fight, but they were also willing to accept the possibility of simply driving him off. The pseudo-royal lords never imagined that Yang Kai's formidability in battle and the horror of going up against him would far exceed their estimations. As soon as the three pseudo-royal lords crossed paths with him, they were immediately lost to the great river, their fates completely unknown. The pseudo-royal lords began wondering whether they could truly take on such an opponent. Yang Kai did not waste any time. He swiveled around and began charging at another group of three pseudo-royal lords who no longer had the guts to face him head-on. They had just seen what happened to their fellow pseudo-royal lords earlier and were not keen on sharing the same end. Therefore, after a brief moment of hesitation, the three pseudo-royal lords split up and started fleeing in three different directions. Yang Kai was amused as he roared, "Where are you trying to run?" He dragged the space-time river with one hand and rushed after one of the pseudo-royal lords. When the latter turned around and saw this, he immediately panicked. The three pseudo-royal lords had scattered to escape on their own, so he had no idea why he was the unlucky one who was now targeted by the killing star. He could not hesitate for even a single moment as he quickly used a life-saving secret technique, spitting out a huge mouthful of black blood as his speed dramatically increased. All at once, the pseudo-royal lords' attempt to surround and confine Yang Kai had been negated. They lost all their will to fight after seeing the first group of pseudo-royal lords vanishing into the space-time river. The pseudo-royal lord that Yang Kai had his eye on was not the only one who was trying to flee now. All the other pseudo-royal lords were running off as well. They were afraid that Yang Kai would turn around and hunt them down next. As Yang Kai went after the pseudo-royal lord, he had to focus on using his might to quell the commotion inside the space-time river. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, without the pseudo-royal lords to aid in combat and lead the battle, the Black Ink clan army was severely weakened. The Eighth Order Masters and the Divine Spirits naturally seized this chance to cut into the enemy lines. Soon, the battle that had been a virtual stalemate for years dramatically tipped in favor of one side. The humans had the upper hand, whereas the Black Ink clan was losing miserably. The leaders of the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern armies made the most of this opportunity. Orders went out to all four armies that made up the Red Flame Army, and they charged onto the battlefield to secure a landslide victory by wiping out the Black Ink clan. In just half a day, the Black Ink clan army had been routed and the scattered handfuls of survivors quickly retreated towards their stronghold. Alas, the humans were not going to let this chance slip away from them. The commanders made the call and the Red Flame Army hunted down the remaining Black Ink clansmen. They were able to slaughter many along the way, and Black Ink's strength that escaped from the dead corpses seemed to fill nearly half the void. It was an overwhelming victory for the Red Flame Army, and they only stopped the chase once they were half a day's travel away from the Black Ink clan's main base. Marshall Peak, Chapter 58-34, Slaughter. As the battle came to an end, the Red Flame Army at last tasted victory that had long eluded them. Many lives had been sacrificed in the process, but even so, they could not hide their joy. The army commanders gave the order and everyone began cleaning up the battlefield. Universe fragments were dragged over and a temporary base was created in the void. The human race army gathered at the spot which was directly opposite the Black Ink clan's main base in the distance. The two bases were only half a day's travel apart, so the stronger masters with keener eyesight could even see what was happening inside their enemy's stronghold. They could tell that the Black Ink clan was on high alert. Now and then, the aura of a pseudo-royal lord would flicker and flash. It was as if the Black Ink clan was trying to scare the humans, but that only proved that they were putting up a strong front. Throughout the war, the Red Flame Army reclaimed many great territories, but they faced the most resistance in E5 territory by far. In the previous great territories, the Black Ink clan rarely engaged the humans in large-scale battles. It was almost as if they surrendered without much of a fight. The Red Flame Army had suffered many losses throughout the decade of war in E5 territory, but in the battle today, they managed to deal a crushing blow to the Black Ink clan army and slaughter many of their masters. The humans were thrilled, and they were even more excited because it seemed as if a Ninth Order master was joining them. All along, the Red Flame Army and 5 other armies did not have a Ninth Order master assuming command, leaving them deeply envious of the Azure Sun Army, the Profound Nether Army, and others with Ninth Order masters leading them. The presence or absence of a Ninth Order master made things feel entirely different. Having a Ninth Order master made them feel as if they were children who were well loved and cared for, and not having one made them feel like orphans that no one cared about. Nevertheless, they soon regrouped and prepared themselves for the next battle. On a universe fragment that was just 10,000 kilometers away from the temporary base, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with the spacetime river weaving around him. The long river was churning with a violent undercurrent that sent tumultuous waves crashing all over. This could not be helped as the river was currently suppressing 5 pseudo-royal lords. Even with the power that Yang Kai had now, this was his limit. During the battle, he first used the spacetime river to restrain Huyu before killing Xianxia, who was already heavily injured. Then, he used the spacetime river to suck up the 3 pseudo-royal lords who charged at him. He already felt the pressure when there were 4 of them inside there. The pseudo-royal lords would not just stand idly by and allow themselves to die inside the spacetime river. They kept struggling relentlessly, and Yang Kai had to dedicate a large amount of his strength and focus to keep them suppressed. Witnessing Yang Kai suppress and capture 3 pseudo-royal lords who had been in a battle formation in one go, the rest of the pseudo-royal lords became terrified and began fleeing. In reality, if they had chosen to gang up on Yang Kai at that moment, he would have had to flee from them at once too. Approximately two-thirds of Yang Kai's strength was currently being used to quell the commotion inside the space-time river. Even he could not hold his own against that many formidable opponents. Still, the Black Ink clan had never witnessed such a bizarre method before. They were frightened by the way the three pseudo-royal lords disappeared after simply coming face-to-face with Yang Kai. Thus, knowing how fearsome Yang Kai was, they did not have the guts to stick around anymore and they immediately ran off. The last pseudo-royal lord that Yang Kai targeted did not manage to escape either. Yang Kai had purposely delayed for a little while before swallowing that pseudo-royal lord up with the river, allowing the others to think they had gotten away on their own as opposed to him not being able to go after them. Therefore, there were 5 pseudo-royal lords sealed up inside the space-time river right now, and around 4/5 of Yang Kai's strength was tied up suppressing them. If that had not been the case, he would have charged straight into the Black Ink clan's stronghold by now rather than letting them delay the inevitable. Silhouettes began moving swiftly from the humans' temporary base towards Yang Kai's position. The 4 army commanders of the Red Flame Army's eastern, southern, western and northern armies were in the lead, and they were followed by over a dozen powerful divine spirits. When this group came over and saw Yang Kai with the space-time river around him, reverence colored their expressions. "Greetings, sir." Everyone bowed in greeting. Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand, at ease. Zuoqiu Yanghua was pale-faced as he and the other Eighth Order Masters had been injured during their earlier fight when Jianghu and Huyu came to attack them. They would have surely met their doom if Yang Kai had not come to their rescue at the last moment. Now that Yang Kai had summoned the various army and division commanders, Zuoqiu Yanghua did not waste any time recuperating from his injuries and immediately rushed over with everyone else. In terms of age and generational seniority, Zuoqiu Yanghua was far above Yang Kai. However, in this chaotic world where many geniuses were born, a person's strength determined their authority. Zuoqiu Yang thanked Yang Kai for saving his life before asking, "Why did you call us over, sir?" "To kill the enemy." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Zuoqiu Yanghua immediately turned his eyes to the space-time river. He already guessed as much when he came over and spotted the space-time river still flowing about, and Yang Kai's words confirmed it for him. He was not the only one who figured this out as it was far too obvious. All of them could see that a struggling figure would occasionally be visible within the space-time river. It was clear that the pseudo-royal lords who were confined inside were not about to go down without a fight. It dawned on the crowd that though the strange river was useful when it came to restraining enemies, it was not strong enough to take the lives of pseudo-royal lords. There was no reason for them to hesitate, so the Eighth Order Masters and Divine Spirits immediately formed battle formations and prepared themselves. Once they were all in position, Yang Kai raised his hand, and in the very next breath, a figure stormed back out of the space-time river. It was Huyu, the first one who had been suppressed inside the river. As soon as he appeared, brutal attacks were launched at him from all directions before he could even grasp what was happening. Huyu was terrified and quickly tried to defend himself, but how could he react in time? Even though a pseudo-royal lord was immensely powerful, the combined strength of nearly 100 Eighth Order Masters and Divine Spirits was not something he was capable of resisting even at his peak. Thus, in the face of the avalanche of attacks, Huyu exploded into a cloud of blood before he could even cry out in agony. Many of the humans were stunned at this sight. After so many years of battling against the Black Ink clan, it was their first time killing a pseudo-royal lord, and they had done it so easily too. They could not help but feel as if they were dreaming. Then again, even a true Ninth Order Master would not necessarily be able to withstand the attacks of that many masters, let alone a pseudo-royal lord. Huyu was dead, but Yang Kai did not stop there. The space-time river rippled once more and another figure stumbled out. Similarly, he was greeted with a barrage of ferocious attacks from all directions. The Black Ink clan's base camp was situated on a large universe fragment that was covered in black ink nests. Their remaining forces had all gathered together and their hearts were heavy with dread. The killing star was back. In this battle, the Black Ink clan lost 6 pseudo-royal lords and countless other masters. Even though they managed to flee back to their stronghold, the pseudo-royal lords did not feel secure at all. The thought of Yang Kai's earlier display made them extremely fearful. The strange river seemed to contain a mysterious power that they could not deal with. Now that the army had suffered a crushing defeat, the pseudo-royal lords were beside themselves with worry as they did not know what to do next. Previously, the pseudo-royal lords who numbered almost 20 in total had gathered here under Mo Na Ye's orders to decimate the Red Flame army by killing as many human race masters as possible. Everything had been going according to plan. The Black Ink clan had been in control of the battle as they had the strength of a large number of pseudo-royal lords backing them, so they were certain they would achieve their goal in just a few more years. However, everything fell apart thanks to the arrival of a single human. The pseudo-royal lords who fled back to their stronghold held a simple discussion. They quickly decided to send news regarding Yang Kai's arrival back to the no-return pass. In reality, they wanted to immediately retreat, but they dared not leave the area without Mo Na Ye's orders, so they had no choice but to group together and watch out for any possible attacks on them. When Sir Mo Na Ye came back from the Universe Furnace, he brought back some information regarding Yang Kai, including information about that peculiar river. Sir Mo Na Ye said the river seems to be made out of Yang Kai's Dao strengths. It can be used to attack or defend and is incredibly effective when used to restrain opponents. So, even though they were captured, they could still be alive. All was quiet and somber when a pseudo-royal lord suddenly spoke up. He had an ox head with 2 horns sticking out. It was as if he did not completely assume human form yet. They've fallen into the hands of the killing star. Does being dead or not make a difference? One of the pseudo-royal lords retorted darkly. What I meant is, since they're not dead, should we try to rescue them? The ox-head pseudo-royal lord asked. The pseudo-royal lords all turned towards the ox-head pseudo-royal lord at once. It was as if they were staring at a lunatic. We barely managed to escape from that killing star. It's good enough that he didn't chase us down, so how can you even think about trying to pick a fight with him? Do you have a death wish? They were all once innate territory lords who became pseudo-royal lords with the help of the source fusion technique. They had all experienced a narrow brush with death in the process, so they cherished their lives even more than the ordinary Black Ink clansmen. None of them dared to agree with the ox-head pseudo-royal lord's suggestion. The ox-head pseudo-royal lord frowned. Although Yang Kai is strong, if this many of us pseudo-royal lords join hands, I don't think we need to fear him. I studied the situation earlier. Even though that river is strange, it's not impossible to get around it. Yang Kai should be at his limit, keeping 5 pseudo-royal lords confined inside the river. Xianxia was killed, but Hu Yu and the others are still alive. If we don't rescue them, how are we to explain ourselves to Sir Mo Yu and Sir Mo Na Yi if they question us about this? The pseudo-royal lords felt exasperated by what he was saying, but they could not refute him either. Nevertheless, none of them felt willing to go up against the killing star. Furthermore, rescuing them is also a way for us to protect ourselves. By rescuing them, we will strengthen our side and stand a better chance if we must fight Yang Kai in the future, the ox-head pseudo-royal lord added. One of the pseudo-royal lords agreed. He has a point. If we don't rescue them, we'll be in a disastrous situation the moment Yang Kai comes after us. Thus, the dozen or so pseudo-royal lords were caught between 2 hard choices. On one hand, they did not dare to mount a rescue attempt. The bizarre tactics that Yang Kai had previously used were far too frightening. On the other hand, if they did not try to rescue the captured pseudo-royal lords, those 5 were surely doomed, and once Yang Kai was freed up again, he would turn his attention back on the rest of them. However, before the pseudo-royal lords could come to an agreement on what to do, the extinguishing of a top master's vitality reverberated across the void. Even though there was quite a distance between the 2 bases, the pseudo-royal lords picked up on the commotion with crystal clarity. That was Hu Yu. The ox-head pseudo-royal lord turned in the direction the commotion had come from, and he could not help but sigh. there's no point going over now. Since the humans had started their slaughter, it was already too late. True enough, they began sensing the deaths of even more pseudo-royal lords. Each death caused a huge disturbance, and in short order, the fallout occurred 5 times. This meant that the 5 captured pseudo-royal lords had all been executed. All at once, the surviving pseudo-royal lords could not help but feel grief over the lives that had been lost, as it could have very easily been them who suffered this fate. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-35, Hit and Run. After sensing the deaths of 5 pseudo-royal lords, the rest of the pseudo-royal lords who had been lucky enough to survive huddled together on the universe fragment where the Black Ink clan's base was. It was hard to describe what they were feeling as questions ran through their minds. Isn't the killing star supposed to be confined inside the universe furnace? Why did he show up here out of the blue? How did he manage to get out? Regardless of how Xianxia, who was now a 9th Order master, managed to leave the universe furnace, he was bound to be a great threat to the Black Ink clan. Upon showing up at E5 territory, he swung the battle wildly in the humans' favor, and the Black Ink clan army suffered tremendous losses. The deaths of their clansmen filled their hearts with dread. The ox-head pseudo-royal lord squared his chest and said, "Xianxia is back and none of us can challenge him one-on-one. Even if we form battle formations, we might not be able to gain the upper hand when he has that strange river of his. Now that you and the rest are dead, Xianxia will surely seek us out. From now on, we must always travel in groups. No one is to move around alone. We cannot let him get even the slightest chance of attacking us. As for what we're going to do next, well, let's wait for Sir Mo Naye's orders. What do you say?" All the pseudo-royal lords swiftly nodded in agreement. Grouping up was the only way they could feel a little more secure when they were up against an opponent as strong as Xianxia and all his peculiar methods. Now that they were all on the same page, the pseudo-royal lords did not dare to venture away from each other. They gathered together and used their divine senses to scan the surrounding area, constantly keeping their guard up against Xianxia. Back at the humans' temporary base, after killing the 5 pseudo-royal lords who had been captured, Xianxia flicked the space-time river one last time and countless dead bodies were thrown out. These were the other Black Ink clansmen who had been pulled into the space-time river earlier. Pseudo-royal lords who were caught inside the space-time river could still use their immense power to defend themselves from the torrent of Dao strengths, but the others who were not as powerful could not do likewise. Even the territory lords who had fallen into the river could only survive for a few moments, while the weaker ones died as soon as they were sucked in. During Xianxia's dash across the battlefield, over 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers had been swept into the space-time river. The dead bodies that fell out created a mountainous pile that made the 8th Order masters and divine spirits feel their scalps numbing. They sighed in awe. Xianxia had already been known for his fearsomeness when he was just an 8th Order master. Now that he was a 9th Order master, they were certain that he was the most powerful master among the humans, as they doubted that any other 9th Order master had the ability to decimate as many enemies as he did. "Wait here, everyone. I'll be right back," Xianxia instructed, putting away the space-time river before standing up and taking a step and vanishing. Zhuqiu Yanghua and the others had been waiting to ask Xianxia what they should do next, but since he had given the word, they could only wait patiently, though they were puzzled as to what Xianxia was doing. However, they soon found out what Xianxia was up to. A great chaotic explosion burst forth from the direction of the Black Ink clan's base. Everyone's attention was drawn to it as they saw flashes of secret techniques shooting in all directions. They even heard the sounds of Xianxia's laughter and the pseudo-royal lord's roars of fear and anger. The 8th Order masters and divine spirits were dumbstruck. He went to attack the Black Ink clan's base alone. Just how fearless is he? They could not help but feel nervous on Xianxia's behalf. Even though Xianxia had exhibited unparalleled strength in the earlier battle by killing a pseudo-royal lord and capturing 5 others, the Black Ink clan still had over a dozen other pseudo-royal lords. Now that they had all gathered at their stronghold, they would surely be vigilant against any possible attacks. Would Yang Kai really be able to do something by charging over there alone? The pseudo-royal lords were not pushovers, after all. The great success of the earlier battle could be largely attributed to the Black Ink clan's lack of defense against Yang Kai. It was their first time dealing with Yang Kai as a Ninth Order master, and they had no experience handling that strange river. However, now that the Black Ink clan masters were on guard against Yang Kai, he might not be able to attack them successfully. Even though the Eighth Order masters and the divine spirits did not think Yang Kai's attempt would be fruitful, they still felt reverence and were motivated by his drive. It was unlikely that any other Ninth Order master would be as bold and courageous as him. Meanwhile, the space-time river was whipping around the universe fragment where the Black Ink clan's base was, causing a huge ruckus. Despite losing 6 pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan still had over a dozen of them who were now gathered in one place, banking on their strength in numbers. Furthermore, they were taking precautions against the possibility of a sneak attack from Yang Kai, so they were highly vigilant. Never would they have thought that even with such stringent defense measures, Yang Kai would still be able to pop up right next to them without them noticing his approach. The pseudo-royal lord's strict security measures had been entirely useless as no one noticed Yang Kai's before he showed himself. The pseudo-royal lords only noticed the killing star's presence when he suddenly showed up behind a pseudo-royal lord and summoned that strange river. Nevertheless, it was too late. The pseudo-royal lord was engulfed by the river, and as the waves crashed down on him, he could only struggle for a brief moment before disappearing into the water. All at once, amid the cries of fury and terror, attacks were launched at Yang Kai from all directions. It had been less than an hour since the Black Ink clan army fled back to their base, but another fight was now breaking out right on their doorstep. However, the fight ended just as abruptly as it started. It had been less than 10 breaths of time in total since Yang Kai launched his sneak attack, but by now, he had already run off with that strange river of his, taking 2 pseudo-royal lords with him who had disappeared into the river. The remaining pseudo-royal lords were shocked and furious as they stared in the direction where Yang Kai had fled, but none of them dared to go after him as they were terrified they would share the same fate as their less fortunate comrades. The ox-head pseudo-royal lord had a look of lingering fear too. He had also been swept into the space-time river and had nearly failed to struggle back out of it. He had to thank his fellow pseudo-royal lords for attacking Yang Kai so fiercely that the killing star could not focus on keeping him suppressed inside the river, which enabled his escape. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been able to capture 3 pseudo-royal lords instead of just 2. After experiencing this abrupt sneak attack, all of the pseudo-royal lords were grim-faced. They had all heard many stories about Yang Kai. When Yang Kai was an Eighth Order master, his biggest trump card was his space secret technique, allowing him to escape from any opponent he could not defeat. Now that he was a Ninth Order master, it was one thing for him to be able to both fight or flee as he wished, but what was most unnerving was the fact that he could move around so stealthily. Even now, none of the pseudo-royal lords could figure out how Yang Kai evaded their senses. None of them had picked up on the slightest hint of peculiarity before Yang Kai made his move. Not only was he adept at both fighting and fleeing, but he also had an even more mysterious and powerful secret technique that allowed him to conceal his movements. An opponent like him was far too terrifying. Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability was even able to evade the detection of royal lords and chaos spirit kings to a great extent. This divine ability in the hands of Yang Kai only served to make him even more formidable. It would be more surprising if the pseudo-royal lords could detect his presence. All of a sudden, the ox-head pseudo-royal lord said, "Let's withdraw our forces." It was not safe for them to stay any longer. No matter how many precautions they took, all of the pseudo-royal lords could very well die if Yang Kai launched a few more sneak attacks. Under these circumstances, their only choice was to evacuate, and the quicker the better. None of the remaining pseudo-royal lords dared to oppose his suggestion as all of them quickly nodded in agreement. They had been planning on waiting for Mo Na Ye's orders, but there was no point in waiting now. If they stuck around any longer, there was a high chance that the entire army would be massacred. Back on the other universe fragment, Xianxia and the others were staring in shock at Yang Kai. Although he looked disheveled, they still felt nothing but respect for him. Even Yang Kai had a hard time fighting over a dozen pseudo-royal lords head-on. Fortunately, he was a divine dragon and had thick skin and strong flesh which could withstand quite a beating. He managed to endure the brunt of the attacks, though he was somewhat disappointed that one of the 3 pseudo-royal lords who had been drawn into the river managed to escape. "Sir!" Xianxia and the others quickly went over to Yang Kai, keeping an eye on the space-time river as it circled around the latter. Yang Kai nodded, same as before. All were thrilled. He succeeded. Without even a moment of hesitation, they immediately gathered their strength and waited. Just as before, Yang Kai released a pseudo-royal lord from the space-time river, and the latter was greeted by a flurry of fierce attacks. The 2 pseudo-royal lords who had been captured did not even get the chance to fight back as they both died one after the other. The 8th Order Masters and Divine Spirits were ecstatic. Including the 6 from earlier, the Black Ink clan lost a total of 8 pseudo-royal lords in E5 territory. Since the humans and the Black Ink clan entered a state of all-out war, the humans had not been able to kill as many pseudo-royal lords as they did today, even when combining the achievements of all 12 armies. It was not because the other 9th Order Masters were weak, it was just that the pseudo-royal lords were formidable opponents too and could still stay alive even when they were up against the 9th Order Masters. Furthermore, the other 9th Order Masters did not have all the mysterious and profound means that Yang Kai had. If Yang Kai had gone off to hunt down pseudo-royal lords by himself, he would not have been able to kill this many of them in such a short span either. However, by relying on the space-time river, he could capture some pseudo-royal lords and bring them back to let everyone work together to finish them off. This made things much easier. Xianxia and the others still barely believed the situation happening before their eyes. They never thought there would come a time when they could kill off pseudo-royal lords this easily. Yang Kai sensed their eager gazes and knew what they were after. They wanted Yang Kai to make a few more trips to the Black Ink clan's base. Even if he only brought back 2 per trip, they would still be able to slaughter all of the pseudo-royal lords if he made 6 or 7 trips. Yang Kai, however, just chuckled, "It's not possible anymore. The Black Ink clan seems to be withdrawing their army. The remaining pseudo-royal lords would have fled by now." Withdrawing their army? Xianxia and the others were stunned as they stared off into the distance at the Black Ink clan's base. True enough, once they focused, they could see the bustle of activity at the Black Ink clan's base. A large number of Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards the territory gate to retreat to the adjacent Great Territory. It was less of an orderly withdrawal than a rush to escape. How could the humans just let them go though? The 2 armies had been clashing at E5 territory for over a decade and countless humans had died in the process. The bloody feud between them made it impossible for the Red Flame army to simply allow the Black Ink clan to retreat in peace. Moreover, the Black Ink clan army's large-scale retreat was a great chance for the humans to hunt them down and bolster their victory with even more kills. With that thought in mind, the army commanders exchanged glances and instantly picked up on each other's intentions. The army commander of the Southern Army patted Xianxia's shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. "You're injured, senior brother, so you should stay here and tend to your wounds. You can keep Sir Yang company and chat with him for a bit. Leave the enemy to us." Xianxia got the message and nodded, "Good. I'll handle the rear this time." Soon, the orders went down and the human race masters who had only just finished setting up their camps flew off again. This time, the 4 armies rushed straight towards the Black Ink clan's base as yet another battle was about to begin. Marshall Peak, Chapter 58-36, Crushing the Enemy. The Black Ink clan had set up their base in front of a territory gate that led to a nearby Great Territory, which made things convenient in the event that they had to make a hasty retreat. Now that the pseudo-royal lords had been scared off by Yang Kai and had run away, the rest of the Black Ink clan army followed suit. That being said, the Black Ink clan army had massive numbers and it was impossible for all of them to retreat at once, Thus, even though the two camps had been half a day's worth of travel apart, the Red Flame Army would still be able to score significant kills if they rushed over now. The Red Flame Army were not at all afraid of a Black Ink clan army without any pseudo-royal lords among them. They knew for certain that it was going to be a one-sided slaughter. Xianxia and the other injured Eighth Order masters of the Eastern Army looked on with delight as they watched the Red Flame Army fly off into the distance. It had been 10 long years and the Red Flame Army was finally able to claim E5 territory. However, the most important aspect to celebrate now was the fact that Yang Kai's appearance led to the Black Ink clan suffering significant losses among their top masters. The Black Ink clan would deeply feel this loss for quite some time. Many years ago, the humans figured out what the Black Ink clan were up to and changed their strategy as well. Reclaiming great territories was no longer their goal. Instead, they aimed to kill the Black Ink clan's strongest masters as that was the only way for them to weaken the Black Ink clan. Everything that the Red Flame Army accomplished now was thanks to a single man. Xianxia and the others were exhilarated at the thought that the Red Flame Army might finally be able to count a Ninth Order master among them, and one as powerful as Yang Kai to boot. "Sir, did the Supreme Headquarters send you over to aid us?" Xianxia asked as he withdrew his gaze from the impending battle. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded. Senior Brother Mi said that the battle was becoming perilous in E5 territory, so he asked me to make the trip. After seeing the looks of joy on everyone's faces, Yang Kai could more or less figure out what they were thinking, so he chuckled and added, "But, I won't be staying with the Red Flame Army." The Eighth Order Master's delight turned to shock as one of them asked, "What do you mean, sir?" It seemed as if things were not quite what they expected. "We have 12 armies, but there aren't enough Ninth Order Masters to assume command of all of them," Yang Kai explained. "That's why I'll be moving around the 6 without a Ninth Order Master to support them. Anyone who runs into any difficulty can ask me for help and I'll head over at once. As you know, I'm proficient in the use of space principles and can travel at great speeds. This is an advantage of mine that the other Ninth Order Masters can't match." Having heard what Yang Kai said, the Eighth Order Masters fell deep in thought. Although they yearned for Yang Kai to stay and assume command of the Red Flame Army, doing so would be too unfair to the other 5 armies without a Ninth Order Master, as they too were under a lot of pressure. An immeasurable number of humans had sacrificed their lives throughout the many years of war against the Black Ink clan, and every human hated the Black Ink clan to the core. The humans could not waste any amount of strength they had that could be used to overpower the Black Ink clan. Therefore, though they were a little disappointed after hearing what Yang Kai said, they could still accept it as they were leaders of an army and wise enough to know what was best. Xianxia nodded and said, "You're right, sir. Having you take the trouble to move around more is the only way to minimize our losses." Yang Kai smiled and assured, "You don't need to worry. It's been so many years, so I'm sure the next generation of Ninth Order Masters will come along soon enough. In the future, there'll be more than enough Ninth Order Masters to go around." His words lifted everyone's spirits. Just as Yang Kai said, the prolonged war against the Black Ink clan had given the human race masters enough time to grow and rise up. Right now, every army had a group of talented masters who were at the peak of their cultivation and had the chance to become Ninth Order Masters. Perhaps some pleasant surprises would happen with these talented youths. When the time came, the humans would see a sudden jump in the number of Ninth Order Masters. There would surely be enough of them to lead more than 20 armies, let alone the 12 they had now. The humans would no longer be troubled by a lack of Ninth Order Masters. Xianxia then frowned. The Black Ink clan should also be having territory lords becoming royal lords soon. There are now a lot of acquired territory lords too, all of whom have the ability to become royal lords. It's easier for the Black Ink clan to ascend to a new realm as well. Who knows what kind of heritage they have now after so many years. It's a shame that the territory lords who have a chance to become royal lords have all been kept within the no-return pass to grow with the help of the high-rank Black Ink nests there. The humans have no way of gathering any intelligence on them. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow. What a coincidence, I was just planning on making a trip over there to take a look. You're heading to the no-return pass, sir? Zhuo Qiuyanghua asked, startled. That's right, Yang Kai affirmed, I'm heading over to bring something back. He was perfectly calm and relaxed, but the Eighth Order Masters froze in shock as they exchanged glances. Deep down inside, they were all in awe of just how bold Yang Kai was. None of the other Ninth Order Masters would ever think of doing something like that, but on second thought, even when Yang Kai was still an Eighth Order Master, he had already gone to the no-return pass to cause trouble for the Black Ink clan. Now that he was a Ninth Order Master, it would only be easier for him, and it was unlikely for him to get into any real danger. In any case, they were not in a position to worry about a Ninth Order Master's safety. Be careful, sir, Zhuo Qiuyanghua said seriously. Yang Kai nodded and instructed them, after reclaiming E5 territory, stay here for a while and reorganize yourselves. Wait for orders from the Supreme Headquarters to see what the next step is going to be. Yes, sir. The group of Eighth Order Masters promised. Even if Yang Kai had not said anything, they would not have attempted anything on their own accord either. The Supreme Headquarters was in charge of directing all of the armies. Even though each army seemed to be fighting independently, in reality, they were able to provide each other with some level of support thanks to centralized coordination. If any one army moved too far ahead and broke off contact from the rest, they would be in a terrible situation if the Black Ink clan seized that opportunity to target them. Yang Kai did not stick around to say anything else. He got to his feet and dashed off into the void while Zhuo Qiuyanghua and the others saw him off. Over at the territory gate, the Black Ink clan army was hurriedly evacuating. The pseudo-royal lords had been the first to flee, and most of the territory lords sensed that things were not looking good for the Black Ink clan and had fled as well. The Black Ink clan army was akin to a headless chicken, as they were without a clear leader. Even though a fair number of territory lords had stayed back to keep things in order, it was hard for them to maintain any semblance of it, as the army was in a state of disarray. Moreover, when they realized that the Red Flame army was coming over to attack them, the situation became even more chaotic. Though the humans would have to travel for half a day, the territory gate was only so big, so there was a limit to how many could pass through at a time. Half a day was not nearly enough time for the Black Ink clan army to retreat as a whole. At least half of them would have to stay back to keep the humans occupied in order to give the rest a chance to escape. Thus, a few territory lords began organizing the troops, and most of the expendable Black Ink clansmen had been left behind to delay the enemy, while the stronger masters and those with more potential were allowed to leave first. Just as soon as they finished making their arrangements, though, a powerful aura began rapidly approaching them. The aura was accompanied by a brilliant light that seemed to leave a dazzling trail against the darkness of the void. It's Yang Kai! A territory lord screamed in terror. Every single Black Ink clansman feared the Killing Star, and just a while ago, he was able to sneak into their camp and capture 2 pseudo-royal lords alive. It had not been long since then, but he was already coming at them again. He was simply relentless. Upon noticing this, the territory lords who stayed back to keep the army in order could not hold still. They could not bother about anyone else anymore, as they started fleeing towards the territory gate in a bid to escape as soon as possible. All at once, the already disorderly Black Ink clan army descended into utter chaos. The sound of rushing water was heard as Yang Kai summoned the Spacetime River. The many Dao strength surged with the waves and crashed down on the Black Ink clan army. None could stop it, as entire swaths of Black Ink clansmen were instantly swept up and sunk into the Spacetime River, where they were immediately killed. Yang Kai kept pushing forward as his Spacetime River continued to rampage along. The Black Ink clansmen who were sucked into the river were instantly tossed out again, but they had all lost their vitality. There was no pseudo-royal lord around, and the Black Ink clan army did not even have innate territory lords leading them. It was impossible to imagine the damage and deaths that a single Ninth Order master could inflict on them now. Although some of the Black Ink clansmen tried to fight back, their efforts were meaningless. Their attacks did not even manage to reach Yang Kai. Some were absorbed by the spacetime river while others were deflected by the twisted spacetime around it. In just a few moments, Yang Kai arrived at the territory gate and rushed headlong into it. The moment he entered the territory gate, the once stable portal started shaking violently. It was as if the territory gate was about to shatter as void cracks weaved across its surface. Many of the fleeing Black Ink clansmen could not stop in time and crashed into the shattered space only to be instantly slashed to pieces. Many more rushed in, but they fell dead the moment they touched the territory gate. Some of the territory lords finally realized what was happening. Yang Kai had done something to the territory gate so they could no longer use it. It would have been hard for anyone else to do such a thing. Territory gates had existed since ancient times and had always been an extremely stable passageway between great territories. However, for someone like Yang Kai who was a master of the Tao of space, it was easy enough for him to turn the territory gate into a death trap. At this point, his mastery of the Tao of space far exceeded what he had before he entered the universe furnace. This allowed him to kill many enemies without even having to make a move personally. The territory lords who chose to hang back were sorely regretting their decision now. If they had known this would happen, they would have fled with the pseudo-royal lords. However, at the time, they had been feeling lucky about their chances, and it took a lot of effort for them to gather the soldiers they had under their command, so they were reluctant to simply abandon them. None of them expected this cruel twist of fate. They could no longer use the territory gate and the Red Flame army was rapidly closing in. Those who had already gone through the territory gate had managed to escape, but the rest of the Black Ink clan army who remained behind did not have anywhere to run. Though they were still massive in numbers, without any pseudo-royal lords and only a few territory lords, they were not a match for the Red Flame army that was hungry for slaughter. It was only a matter of time before they were all killed. Thus, they began to drown in their own sorrow. The Killing Star had used a simple trick to guarantee the deaths of millions of the Black Ink clansmen. They lamented his cruelty. In the distance, the leaders of the Red Flame army had seen this scene playing out in front of them. Initially, they were rushing over as fast as they could as they were afraid that the Black Ink clan army would have left through the territory gate before they could arrive. However, the territory gate had been turned into a deathly trap now and the Black Ink clan army had no way out. They were stuck here. Since that was the case, the humans no longer had to make a mad dash and instead began to form coherent formations as they proceeded steadily. Marshall Peak, Chapter 58-37, Head about to explode. The Black Ink clan had claimed the no-return pass for many years now. It had been thousands of years since the human race army withdrew, and after being in the Black Ink clan's possession all these years, this place that once belonged to the humans was now the Black Ink clan's stronghold and core base. All of the high-rank Black Ink nests had been gathered here, along with countless mid-rank Black Ink nests. A large number of Black Ink clansmen stood guard, including the only two true royal lords. Of the two royal lords, Mo did not take charge of things. Ever since he got Mo Nai to help him deal with the Black Ink clan's matters, he spent nearly all of his time inside his Black Ink nest, strengthening himself. It had been ages since he last fought against a human and no one knew just how strong he was now. News of the situation on each battlefield was transmitted back to the no-return pass through the Black Ink nests. Mo Nai was inside a grand hall reading the reports sent in from all the different places. His long bout of gloominess finally eased when he saw the humans' casualties across all the fronts. Previously, he had mounted an attack on Xiao and Wuxia to help the Black Ink giant spirit god regain its freedom. He thought it would have been an extremely easy task, but alas, the humans summoned a powerful weapon in the form of a real giant spirit god. Not only did he fail in his mission, but he also freed up the two veteran Ninth Order masters. As for the Black Ink giant spirit god that he had been banking his hopes on, the newly summoned giant spirit god kept it occupied, thus, the plan backfired on him. Whenever Mo Nai recalled this, his heart would throb in pain. It was as if anything he did would end in defeat if Yang Kai was involved. After returning from the failure of that incident, Mo had given Mo Nai a harsh scolding. Thankfully, Mo Na-yi was also a true royal lord now, and Mo could not actually do anything to him, but even so, it was enough to make him depressed. In recent years, Mo Na-yi did not get personally involved in the fighting. He simply stood guard at the no-return pass and watched over the Black Ink clan army that was fighting against the humans from afar, and he did manage to produce fairly good results. This was especially true for E5 territory, which he had been targeting. After all the battles over there thus far, the Red Flame army had lost many of their masters, including a lot in the Eighth Order. If this continued, it would take less than a century for the Red Flame army to be beaten half to death by the Black Ink clan. Mo Na-yi did not dream of wiping out the humans in one fell swoop, as he knew that none of the human race's armies could be underestimated. Even if they did not have a Ninth Order master with them, there were still a lot of powerful masters, including the divine spirits, who were especially tricky in a fight. Thus, if he wanted to decimate the Red Flame army, he had to take things one step at a time. Although the humans continually added new rising stars to their ranks, as long as the Black Ink clan acted decisively enough, they could kill off more masters than what the humans could produce, and the time would eventually come when the Red Flame army could no longer hold out. To carry out this strategy, the Black Ink clan had to make a lot of sacrifices too. Not a single innate territory lord was left behind at the no-return pass or the front lines of other battlefields. Under the command of both Mo Na-yi and Mo, all of the innate territory lords who snuck out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been turned into pseudo-royal lords using the source fusion technique. A huge number of innate territory lords had been sacrificed to create a sizable number of pseudo-royal lords, which was the reason why the Black Ink clan could still hold out against the humans. Otherwise, how would they be able to maintain the fight on the battlefield when the humans had Ninth Order masters while they did not have any royal lords with them? Furthermore, after all the years of accumulation, the Black Ink clan was about to witness the birth of new royal lords. During the early days when Mo Na-yi first assumed command over the Black Ink clan, he had already selected a large group of territory lords who had the potential to become royal lords and kept them hidden inside the no-return pass to cultivate. At long last, he was about to reap the fruits of his labor. So long as more royal lords were born, the Black Ink clan would be able to make up for the disadvantages they faced due to the Ninth Order masters, and when that happened, the human race's situation would become even more disastrous. Do the humans think they're winning just because they reclaimed a few great territories? What a joke! Mo Na-yi set down the reports in his hand and leaned back against his chair. He tapped his fingers on his desk with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was considering whether he should increase the number of pseudo-royal lords in E5 territory to put the Red Flame army under even more pressure. Right now, the Black Ink clan was in a position to do so, as there were many pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass who were restless and could not stay put. They often came to him to ask for the chance to join the fights, though he rejected them all. What he wanted was to kill as many of the humans' most powerful masters as possible to weaken them overall. There were often Eighth Order masters of the Red Flame army who willingly sacrificed their lives to injure pseudo-royal lords and force them to leave the battlefield. Mo Na-yi was more than happy with this situation, as he did not care about the deaths of any of the Black Ink clansmen weaker than territory lords. All that mattered was that the territory lords and pseudo-royal lords remained alive. Even if they were heavily injured, they just had to return to the no-return pass and rest for some time, where they would easily be able to make a full recovery. However, before he could make up his mind, a territory lord under his command came barging in. Mo Na-yi looked at the territory lord and frowned. Judging by the look on the latter's face, he could tell that something bad must have happened. He was unperturbed by this though. Out on the battlefield, things could change at any moment, and while he had been receiving mostly good news from the front lines, there would still be times when things did not go their way. After all his years of commanding the Black Ink clan army, Mo Na-yi had long since developed the ability to maintain his composure even in the face of the most devastating situations. His fingers stopped tapping as he asked coolly, "What is it?" The territory lord eyed Mo Na-yi with a worried look and held out a jade slip with both hands. "It's a message from E5 territory." The situation on the battlefield has changed. E5 territory? Mo Na Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. The reports he was reading just now had been from E5 territory, and according to them, everything was going swimmingly for the Black Ink clan. The pseudo-royal lords had prepared a strategy to target the Red Flame Army's leaders, and there was a high chance they would be able to kill one of the army commanders. Once they succeeded, the Red Flame Army would not only be losing a strong and experienced Eighth Order master, but the Eastern Army would be left leaderless as well. It would be a huge boost to the Black Ink clan's plan to destroy the Red Flame Army, so why would things change all of a sudden? Mo Na Ye raised his hand and took the jade slip before using his divine sense to study it. The very next breath, Mo Na Ye leapt out of his chair with his eyes the widest they could stretch. He was filled with shock and disbelief as he cried out, "That's impossible." Even when Xiao used the world bead and let out the long-slumbering giant spirit god, Mo Na Ye had not been as flustered as he was now, and it was all due to how unbelievable the battle report he received was. He could not believe his eyes and seemed to think he had misread it as he quickly took another look. Alas, his eyes were perfectly fine. The report stated that Yang Kai had suddenly appeared in E5 territory before slaughtering Jianghu and capturing Huyu, along with 4 other pseudo-royal lords. The Black Ink clan army had fled in defeat as they suffered massive casualties. They had gathered back at their main base and were on high alert for possible skirmishes. Yang Kai showed up at the E5 territory. This must be a bad joke. He's supposed to be confined inside the universe furnace. How could he show up at E5 territory? Mo Na Ye did not want to believe this, but he scrutinized the report that clearly described everything Yang Kai had done. He was able to capture 5 pseudo-royal lords because he used a strange Dao Strength River. The so-called Dao Strength River was not at all unfamiliar to Mo Na Ye. Back inside the universe furnace, he had gotten into a fight with Yang Kai and knew just how frightening that Dao Strength River was. During that fight, if Meng Ke had not sacrificed his own life to help Mo Na Ye, the latter could very well have been killed by Yang Kai. However, even with Meng Ke's help, Mo Na Ye was only able to prolong the fight for a little while longer before fleeing in defeat and narrowly managing to stay alive. Mo Na Ye had never seen any other human using a Dao Strength River apart from Yang Kai. Is it really Yang Kai? Even Mo Na Ye's heart was quaking. Why would it be him? How could it be him? Mo Na Ye could not figure it out at all. Isn't that bastard supposed to be confined inside the universe furnace? Didn't he have to wait until the next time the universe furnace opened to have the chance to come back out? It has only been a few centuries and there has been no sign of the universe furnace opening up again, so how did he come out? Mo Na Ye was uneasy and his mind was riddled with chaotic thoughts. It took quite a while before he was able to regain his composure. Based on the report, it had to have been Yang Kai who showed up at E5 territory. He was the only one with a Dao Strength River and only he could capture 5 pseudo-royal lords alive. No other Ninth Order master could do such a thing. After giving it some more thought, Mo Na Ye realized it was true that there had not been any proof to confirm that Yang Kai was confined inside the universe furnace. He had only thought so for 2 reasons. The first was that, when the universe furnace closed up again, he did not see Yang Kai who should have reappeared with him, and that had given him the chance to avoid disaster. Secondly, it was based on the news the Black Ink clan gleaned out of the Black Ink disciples. The humans also thought that Yang Kai was stuck inside the universe furnace, otherwise, there was no reason why he did not show up after so many years since the universe furnace's closure. However, no one could be sure whether or not he was indeed confined inside the universe furnace as no one saw it for themselves. Moreover, even if Yang Kai had been stuck inside the universe furnace, it was not necessarily true that he had to wait for it to open up again before he could escape. That bastard always has some mysterious trick up his sleeve that allows him to do things no one else can. Mo Na Ye rubbed his temples, feeling like his head was about to explode. His cheerful mood from earlier had vanished entirely. All along, he thought he would no longer have to deal with Yang Kai, the thorn in his side. Over the last few centuries, he accepted the possibility of Yang Kai being locked up inside the universe furnace as fact. However, now that the battle report was right before his eyes, the terror that had been buried deep inside his heart was pouring out again. He was not afraid of any of the other Ninth Order masters, be it the newer ones or the two more experienced ones. Yang Kai, the one behind his suffering and numerous defeats, was the only one he was truly wary of. There was no point for him to continue with his earlier considerations now. Since Yang Kai had shown up at E5 territory, things were not going to go according to the Black Ink clan's plans anymore. As someone who fought against Yang Kai inside the universe furnace, Mo Na Yi knew Yang Kai's strength better than anyone else. Martial Peak, Chapter 5838, Report. The report from E5 territory clearly stated that Xianxia had been killed and 5 other pseudo-royal lords, including Hu Yu, had been captured. Mo Na Yi knew without a doubt what their fate would be. Thus, he swiftly gave the order, send a message back to E5 territory. Tell the pseudo-royal lords to group up and keep a close eye on Yang Kai. Don't let him get a chance to strike again. The territory lord left to do as told. However, a few moments later, he came running back again. Seeing the ashen look on his face, Mo Na Yi had a bad feeling. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What happened now?" The territory lord hung his head low and held out another jade slip with trembling hands. His voice quivered as he informed, a second report came from E5 territory. Mo Na Yi glanced at the jade slip but did not check it right away. First, he took a deep breath. If a second report was sent so soon after the first, it could only mean one thing. Mo Na Yi knew that something terrible must have happened in E5 territory. More importantly, the Black Ink clan had to have been the ones who suffered, otherwise, they would not have sent 2 reports in a row within such a short period. The situation was probably even worse than he feared. Mo Na Yi slowly took a seat before taking the jade slip. He composed himself and checked the dispatch. Despite being mentally prepared for it, he nearly fainted from the latest report. The previous one stated that Yang Kai showed up at E5 territory, slaughtered Xianxia, and captured 5 pseudo-royal lords, including Hu Yu. This second report said that Yang Kai had snuck up on the remaining pseudo-royal lords despite their vigilance. He withstood the attacks of all of them and used the Dao Strength River to capture 2 more pseudo-royal lords. None of the pseudo-royal lords had noticed him approaching and there had been no sign of him at all before his appearance. In just half a day, the Black Ink clan lost 8 pseudo-royal lords in E5 territory. Even though there were many of them posted there, it did not mean that the Black Ink clan could afford to let them be killed off in such rapid succession. The surviving pseudo-royal lords knew the situation was dire and had retreated from E5 territory immediately after the second raid. Many of the territory lords followed suit and were fleeing as well. Though the report did not mention the rest of the Black Ink clan army in E5 territory, it made no difference. Since the pseudo-royal lords and a majority of the territory lords had fled, the army could only offer their heads up to the enemy if they stuck around any longer. Mo Na Yi was certain that they were already fleeing in defeat as well, but the humans would not be merciful given this incredibly rare opportunity. He could foresee how bloody the chase would be. Without the more powerful Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink clan army would not be able to put up any resistance against the human race army. Many emotions flashed across Mo Na Yi's face as he sat there after reading the second report, ultimately crushing the jade slip by accident in the end. The territory lord carefully eyed Mo Na Yi's expression as he asked, "Sir, should we order the army in E5 territory to retreat?" He knew that the situation did not look good for the Black Ink clan and was worried about their army. Mo Na Yi just took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. "They can't retreat." Even if others did not know what Yang Kai was capable of, he did. The Black Ink clan had set up their base near the territory gate because it made it easy for them to deploy more manpower or make a quick retreat. If they did fail to hold out against their enemy, they could withdraw through the territory gate and prevent further losses. However, that was no longer possible with Yang Kai around. He, who was unmatched in the Tao of space, would surely lock down the territory gate at once. There was a high chance that a mass slaughter was taking place in E5 territory at this very moment. Mo Na-yi did not know how many members of the Black Ink clan would successfully escape, but the only silver lining was the fact that the pseudo-royal lords had fled in advance with many of the territory lords as well. Although the losses were heavy, it was not a complete massacre of everyone there. Furthermore, the ones who escaped in time were the more powerful ones, so it was a bit of good news amidst all the bad. That being said, Xianxia was bound to hunt the pseudo-royal lords down. While they might have escaped for now, they were not entirely out of danger yet. Mo Na-yi composed himself and gave the order, "Send word out for everyone to be on high alert for any sign of Xianxia. If there is even the slightest hint of him, report back to me right away." "Yes, sir." The territory lord replied before leaving to carry out the order. Soon, a slew of reports were transmitted back to the no-return pass. Xianxia had left E5 territory and entered Silver Frost territory. Xianxia showed up in Thunderbolt territory, found the Black Ink clan's forward outpost there, and was swiftly making his way over. The Black Ink clan lost contact with a mining squad in Sun Dragon territory and suspected that they had been eliminated by Xianxia. As the reports gathered in front of Mo Na-yi, he fixed his eyes on the universe chart and mapped out Xianxia's movements. Soon, he figured out Xianxia's true intentions. The no-return pass. He's heading straight for the no-return pass. Mo Na-yi's expression darkened, though it was not a complete surprise to him. Xianxia had often shown up at the no-return pass to cause trouble even when he was only an 8th Order master. He was the perfect example of someone who had both brains and brawn, as well as the boldness to go with them. Now that he was a 9th Order master, he was even less wary of the Black Ink clan. Sooner or later, he would have shown up at the no-return pass. Nevertheless, Mo Na-yi did not expect Xianxia to be this impatient and head straight for the no-return pass after helping the Red Flame army at E5 territory. Based on the reports he received from the various great territories, Xianxia did not seem to be pausing for anything, save for dealing with the Black Ink clansmen he happened to encounter along the way. "That bastard sure has the guts." Mo Na-yi was shocked and also a little expectant. Xianxia's confidence also provided the Black Ink clan with a chance to deal with him. To arrive at the no-return pass, Xianxia would need to pass through the Barren territory gate, thus, the Black Ink clan could set up an ambush in advance there and catch him off guard the moment he appeared. They had a fighting chance of taking him down if all the powerful masters at the no-return pass joined forces. The Black Ink clan had attempted this strategy before. They had set up a 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array at the territory gate in advance and isolated the surrounding space. However, Xianxia did not appear at the territory gate back then. He used some kind of method that allowed him to travel through a path that the Black Ink clan did not know about, and appeared on the Black Ink battlefield instead, which led to the failure of that plan. However, things were not the same now. At the time, Xianxia was an 8th Order master who was vigilant enough to take precautions. Now that Xianxia was a 9th Order master and his power multiplied many times over, Mo Na-yi was fairly certain that the former had become rather arrogant. Based on Xianxia's movements, he was bound to enter the no-return pass through the territory gate, so the Black Ink clan had an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Mo Na-yi quickly went to meet with Mou, who was currently cultivating in seclusion, and informed him about Xianxia. Mou was stunned, furious, and sorrowful over the news that Xianxia had shown up at E5 territory, killed numerous pseudo-royal lords, and caused the loss of the majority of the Black Ink clan army stationed over there. He did not care about the Black Ink clan army's casualties, only the deaths of the pseudo-royal lords, but even that was hard to accept. Ever since all the innate territory lords that snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been turned into pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan had no way of increasing the number of pseudo-royal lords they had. After several centuries of not hearing any news about Xianxia, Mou thought he would never have to see that human again. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would show up in such a manner and cause such heavy losses for the Black Ink clan? It was just as Mo Na-yi had said once, it was one thing to deal with Yang Kai if he was still an 8th Order Master, but after he became a 9th Order Master, he had become the Black Ink clan's most formidable opponent. However, when Mo Na-yi informed Mou of his plan, Mou could see that it was a good opportunity as well and readily agreed to it. All at once, the pseudo-royal lords at the No-Return Pass, along with Mo Na-yi and Mou, the two true royal lords, began setting up outside the territory gate before waiting with dire expressions. While they were busy setting up their trap, Yang Kai was steadily making his way across many great territories where the universe world seemed to be lifeless as they were all covered in black ink strength. He could not detect any vitality from them. Yang Kai knew that his movements were not hidden from the Black Ink clan right now, but he did not intend to hide from them in the first place. After all, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to discover his tracks if he used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability. He was making this trip to the No-Return Pass to stir things up and take back a few things while he was at it. Yang Kai made his way through one great territory after another, dealing with any of the Black Ink clan's outposts that he stumbled across along the way. At last, after over a month of traveling, Yang Kai passed through the territory gate from the Shattered Heaven to the Barren Territory. Similar to its name, the Barren Territory was empty and devoid of everything. All along, the humans considered it an important battleground and prepared it appropriately. The leaders at the Supreme Headquarters had long since fleshed out the idea of besieging the No-Return Pass, and the moment they did, the Barren Territory would be where the ultimate battle was fought. The final confrontation between the human race and the Black Ink clan would take place here. Millennia ago, the human race army had achieved great results when the Black Ink clan first invaded this place, and if it had not been for the Black Ink giant spirit god's interference, breaking through the boundary wall between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to invade the 3,000 worlds so easily. The bodies of countless masters from both sides littered the battlefield back then. It was also the final resting place of many top masters, including both 9th Order Old Ancestors and Royal Lords. The moment Yang Kai stepped into the Barren Territory, he sensed alarming shockwaves coming from a place deep within the void. Though the waves were somewhat spaced out, each one was powerful enough to make his heart pound and the surrounding area shake. He focused his sight and stared into the distance, only to find 4 towering silhouettes clashing in the depths of the void. The fight was intense and space itself was crumbling around them. A fight between a giant spirit god and a Black Ink giant spirit god did not involve any kind of tactics or even any form of techniques. It was a completely physical fight with simple punches and slaps thrown around. However, as both parties possessed heaven-destroying and earth-shattering strength, even such a simple physical battle was enough to cause terrifying impact and fallout. It was not surprising that Mi Jingluan said the battle in the Barren Territory resulted in needless losses for the Black Ink clan. If the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass wanted to send soldiers out as reinforcements to the various front lines, they would need to pass through the Barren Territory, and considering how strong the aftershocks of the fight were, weaker Black Ink clansmen would not be able to survive unless they had powerful masters protecting them. This was an unexpected but pleasant surprise. When Yang Kai gave that world bead to Old Ancestor Xiao, he had only done so as a means of countering the Black Ink clan's possible strategy. He did not expect it to result in such a boon for the humans. The 4 giant spirit gods were split up onto 2 different battlefields. Yang Kai spotted Ada, who was bald, and Air, who had a lock of hair. As for the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods, Yang Kai had to spend some time figuring out which was which. The one Ada was up against was most likely the one who was revived from the late Ancient Era battlefield, while the one fighting against Air was the one from the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Though the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods looked similar at first glance, upon closer inspection, there were still minor differences that one could pick up on. Initially, the Black Ink clan had a 3rd Black Ink giant spirit god, which was the one that escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Nevertheless, Many human race masters had joined forces and defeated that one in the barren territory, which was something to celebrate. Otherwise, if the Black Ink clan had another Black Ink giant spirit god with them now, the human race would be in an extremely difficult predicament. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-39, How About Now? The clash between the giant spirit god stirred up Yang Kai's urge to join the fight, but he had to force himself to quell that desire of his. He still had some self-awareness. Despite being a ninth-order master now and possessing strength that seemed to touch the limits of martial Dao, it was still not enough for him to go up against a being as strong as a giant spirit god. If he did insert himself into the fight, he would only end up fleeing in defeat. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass would have already set up the stage for him to put on a grand show. Thus, he decided to stay out of the battle between the four giant spirit gods. He cupped his hand around his mouth and hollered, air, fight. His voice rang like a dragon's roar and spread far and wide. Ada, who was in the middle of his battle, could not resist turning his head around to take a look, but he ended up being caught off guard as his opponent landed a punch against his face which caused him to stagger. Infuriated, Ada steadied himself and bent down before charging at his opponent and grabbing him by the waist. He landed a series of blows with his elbows and knees which caused the Black Ink giant spirit god to stumble. Then, Ada climbed on top of his opponent and began pounding the latter with his fists. The pummeling was so intense that every punch rang out like thunder across the entire barren territory. Yang Kai's eyes twitched at the sight. I better not disturb them. He then suppressed his aura and started rushing towards the territory gate to the No-Return Pass. There were many Black Ink clansmen on guard at the territory gate all the time. This was not only to maintain control over the territory gate but also to keep an eye on the fight between the giant spirit gods. Thus, when they heard Yang Kai's voice, their expressions stiffened as they immediately rushed through the territory gate and headed back to the No-Return Pass. Soon, the news of Yang Kai's appearance in the barren territory reached Mo Na Yi and Mou. The two royal lords had grim expressions as they exchanged looks. That bastard came all the way here after all. Even though he's now a ninth-order master, if he does pass through the territory gate, we might have the chance to take him down. The trap for Yang Kai was already in place, and once Mo Na Yi gave the order, the Black Ink clansmen got into their positions. Yang Kai whizzed through the barren territory and arrived at the territory gate that led to the No-Return Pass. He glanced at it and stepped through without even pausing. As soon as he did, space principles enveloped him and he felt everything around him shake ever so slightly. The sight before him blurred for a moment, and at the very next moment, he popped up in front of the No-Return Pass. All at once, dozens of powerful auras shot at him from all directions to lock him in place. Two of them stood out among the rest. Yang Kai smirked as he studied Mou and Mo Na Yi, the two royal lords, with a strange feeling in his heart. In the past, he came to raise chaos at the No-Return Pass a few times, but he always snuck around and took extreme precautions to avoid being discovered whenever possible. However, he could now afford to walk right in without needing to be cautious at all. He could openly step through the territory gate and make his way to the No-Return Pass. The Black Ink clan did not attack Yang Kai right away as there was no point in doing so. The territory gate was right behind him and he could return to the barren territory at any time. Even though the Black Ink clan gathered every available master here, they did not feel confident about their ability to take him down immediately. They knew their best chance to strike was not when Yang Kai first showed up and had planned accordingly, thus, they patiently waited. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Mo Na Yi's expression was the grimmest it could be. Even though he could tell from the various dispatches that it was indeed Yang Kai who showed up in E5 territory and all the other great territories along the way, he still harbored the barest glimmer of hope that the reports had been mistaken as he had not seen Yang Kai himself. However, now that Yang Kai was before his very eyes, even that glimmer of hope was dashed. He's really back. As someone who suffered multiple miserable losses at Yang Kai's hands, Mo Na Yi was more cautious of him than anyone else. That's it? Xianxia abruptly chuckled in the middle of the standoff. He thought the Black Ink clan would attack him the moment he appeared and had not thought they would be able to hold themselves back so well. However, he had an idea as to why they did not attack him. The territory gate was right behind him, so if they did attack him, he could still make an easy retreat. His taunting smile aggravated many from the Black Ink clan, and most of the auras that had honed in on him grew aggressive. Ever since the Black Ink clan's invasion into the 3,000 worlds, the human race had been the ones at a disadvantage. No human had ever been this arrogant when standing right on the doorstep of the Black Ink clan's greatest stronghold. The Black Ink clan naturally felt deeply humiliated. "You've got quite the nerve, Xianxia." Mo Nai coldly snorted. Xianxia studied Mo Nai for a moment as if it were his first time seeing the latter before remarking, "And you're quite lucky." Mo Nai frowned, and soon, he realized what Xianxia meant. When the universe furnace closed up, Mo Nai thought that he was doomed to die. He had been badly injured at the time, so if Xianxia had returned to the same spot as him, he would not have been able to put up a fight. Xianxia would have killed him off at once. He was indeed rather lucky to be able to stand here now. Mo Nai did not know what Xianxia had gone through and why he was only returning after all these years, but either way, he had barely managed to escape from Xianxia with his life the last time they met. "You're quite lucky yourself." Mo Nai snapped back coolly. He looked into Xianxia's cultivation journey and realized that the latter was what the humans considered someone blessed by destiny. Xianxia had stumbled across many opportunities throughout his cultivation journey, otherwise, he would not have been able to rise as quickly as he did. Xianxia grinned, "Luck is also a form of strength." Then, his eyes flitted around him as he taunted, "What's wrong? Weren't all of you waiting for me? I'm here now. Aren't you going to attack? What's the point of attacking you now?" Mo Nai growled to himself, "Take a few steps forward, if you dare." To ensure that their plan could be executed flawlessly, they had to find a way to get Xianxia away from the territory gate first, otherwise, if Xianxia was unwilling to engage in battle with them, the trap that they set up would go to waste. "Oh, I get it now," Xianxia commented, seemingly to himself, "You're afraid I'll run off, right?" As soon as he said that, he waved his hand, and as space principles vibrated, the territory gate behind him suddenly started shaking. At the very next moment, the territory gate began freezing up like a lake in winter. In the blink of an eye, the territory gate that had remained stable for countless years was completely frozen, the swirling ripples on its surface now completely locked in place. Mo Nai and Mo Yu were stupefied, and all the other pseudo-royal lords were agape as well. "What the hell is he doing? How about now?" Xianxia smirked at the Black Ink clan. "Begin." Mo Nai roared at once. Though they were boggled by Xianxia's actions, they believed that he was still too arrogant for cutting off his only path of retreat. Their original plan involved luring Xianxia away from the territory gate to avoid letting him escape at any given moment, but since they no longer had to worry about that, Mo Nai did not hesitate anymore. Since Xianxia had voluntarily made the situation work in the Black Ink clan's favor, Mo Nai was not going to disappoint him. As soon as his roar rang out, a series of powerful attacks shot out from all directions as nearly 20 silhouettes dashed towards Xianxia. These were all pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, they were not the only ones around, as 12 more pseudo-royal lords were tasked with powering the grand array. They quickly moved with the intention of setting up a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Once they got into position, with the help of the array boards and banners they held, they could lock up the local space, making it impossible for Xianxia to escape. Mo Nai and Mo Yu attacked as well. Since they were up against an opponent as formidable as Xianxia, neither of the royal lords held back as they unleashed their full strength. Instantly, Black Ink strength flooded over from all directions as a myriad of secret techniques showered down on Xianxia. A loud dragon roar rang out as golden light shot out. This was followed by some commotion, and the moment the pseudo-royal lords got near Xianxia, they suddenly realized that the originally small human had transformed into something a lot more massive. He was covered in golden dragon scales and his dragon beard fluttered in the aura wind. A pair of intimidating dragon horns grew out of his forehead and intense dragon pressure emanated from him, seemingly solidifying the void around him. A divine dragon? Mou, who was launching off a secret technique at Xianxia, was completely taken aback and his face twitched at the sight. He did know that Xianxia was a ninth-order master and could take a dragon form, but when did he become a divine dragon? Mou had taken part in the first battle at the No-Return Pass and could still remember the power of the divine dragons from back then, both of whom were even stronger than the average ninth-order human master. He had once suffered at the hands of the previous head of the dragon clan. He's both a ninth-order master and a divine dragon. Just how strong is he now? Let me see what you can do. Xianxia roared. After switching into his dragon form, his thirst for battle intensified. After becoming a ninth-order master, he had only had an all-out fight once against Immortal, and even though he won that battle, his enemy was not in peak condition. Xianxia was already heavily injured at the time. Furthermore, he had just used the 3-self source reconstitution art to combine with his 2 other selves, thus, he did not have the time to stabilize his cultivation and could not wield his full power. Centuries had passed since then and his cultivation realm had been solidified. Xianxia was at his peak right now, and the only way he could test his limits, apart from doing it here at the No-Return Pass, was to challenge a black ink giant spirit god. However, a black ink giant spirit god was too powerful and Xianxia figured he would not be able to take one on, so it was best for him to target the No-Return Pass instead. That was the reason why Xianxia chose not to travel stealthily. He wanted to know what his current limits were. Furthermore, for certain reasons, this fight was unavoidable for him as well. Xianxia roared as he stretched out in a grabbing motion. Considering Xianxia's size right now, even just a dragon claw of his was enough to cover half the sky. The pseudo-royal lords who were in that direction immediately saw the world darkening around them as the gigantic shadow loomed over their heads. It was accompanied by an immense sense of pressure that made them quake. It was the dragon pressure of a divine dragon and it weighed down on them so heavily that their knees nearly buckled. Space-time Dao strength began surging as time was thrown into disarray and space warped. The pseudo-royal lord's senses were thrown completely off and they could not dodge in time, thus, Xianxia caught them with his dragon claw. Xianxia tightened his dragon claw with a powerful squeeze that resulted in the sound of bones cracking, followed by a litany of pained cries. Martial Peak, Chapter 5840, Are You Sleep-Talking? Just as Xianxia grabbed onto the pseudo-royal lords, the attacks from the Black Ink clan landed on him as well. Even though Xianxia had thick skin and strong flesh, the attacks still managed to make him shake and tremble. The pseudo-royal lords were not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the attacks from 2 royal lords were also in the mix. All in all, it was an avalanche of formidable attacks that blasted off his dragon scales. There were pros and cons to having a massive body. The good thing about it was that regardless of what Xianxia did, even the simple action of clawing at his enemies was shockingly grand and powerful. On the other hand, the downside was that it was hard for him to dodge attacks. Nevertheless, a divine dragon's physical body was exceedingly strong, and with the protection of his dragon scales, Xianxia was able to withstand their torrent attacks for now, though there was no telling how long he would actually be able to hold out. As the Black Ink clan unleashed their attacks in full force, the pseudo-royal lords that Xianxia had caught were also beginning to fight back. Though they had accidentally allowed themselves to be captured, they were still pseudo-royal lords and would not die so easily. They began channeling their power and using their secret techniques to batter Xianxia. With the help of Mo Na Yi and the others, the pseudo-royal lords who had been caught inside Xianxia's dragon claw were finally able to escape 3 breaths later. Nevertheless, they bore expressions of lingering fear. The moment they had been caught, they thought they were going to die. Even though they managed to escape, they were all heavily injured as Xianxia's clutch had not been for nothing. The gigantic dragon form loomed large just outside the no-return pass, and the silhouettes that flew around him looked like flies. The fight that broke out in a flash intensified even further. This was Yang Kai's first time taking on his dragon form after becoming a divine dragon. From the eyes of a divine dragon, everything in the vicinity looked incredibly small. He could not help but feel an innate sense of pride. It was as if all the tiny beings around him could not even withstand the slightest blow from him. All of a sudden, he realized why the divine spirits tended to be so arrogant. For one thing, they were the first generation of rulers under the heavens, giving them a sense of superiority over all others. Secondly, they possessed enormous bodies and incredible power. It made sense that they did not view other beings as equals. This was entirely due to the strength of divine spirits and had nothing to do with their personal character. Yang Kai realized it now. Though he did want to find out what his limits were, he was not about to underestimate the Black Ink clan. The situation could very well backfire on him if he viewed them as nothing more than pesky flies. Battles between masters were never easy, and although Yang Kai unleashed a series of Dragon Clan's secret techniques, the situation did not look good for him. He was up against too many opponents and they were all powerful in their own right. Soon, he was bleeding all over. During the intense fight, Yang Kai kept scanning the area around him. At some point, he turned his massive dragon form around and his dragon tail swept across a specific spot where a pseudo-royal lord who was carrying an array board had not gotten into his position yet, hurling him away with ferocious force. Mo Na Yi ground his teeth. They needed the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array to deal with Yang Kai. Even though it looked as if Yang Kai was suffering under their relentless attacks, without the grand array to seal the local space, he would be able to leave whenever he wished and no one would be able to stop him. Thus, as soon as the fight broke out, the pseudo-royal lords who were in charge of arranging the grand array had begun moving. They only had 1 array board left to put in place before activating it, but they failed to do so at the last moment. He sensed it a long time ago and had his guard up the whole time. Mo Na Yi deduced. That was indeed the case. Yang Kai had detected the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array the moment he appeared at the territory gate. He did not seal the territory gate out of foolish overconfidence, however. Instead, he wanted to use it to make the fight break out on his terms. If he did not seal the territory gate, the Black Ink clan would not have made their move this quickly, despite how many of them there were. They would wait until he entered the grand array first. By sealing the territory gate, Yang Kai had cut off his path of retreat, but at the same time, he forced the Black Ink clan's hand. Thus, the spirit array that the Black Ink clan had set up beforehand was no longer of any use and they had to reposition themselves before trying again. All Yang Kai needed to do now was to keep his guard up against the grand array and prevent them from activating it. As long as he did that, it was basically impossible for him to be defeated here. Dragon roars echoed across the void as secret techniques flew in all directions. Numerous silhouettes flitted about as the pseudo-royal lords fought with great caution. They dared not give Yang Kai the chance to strike them dead on. While their attacks did land on Yang Kai, they did not seem to do much harm to him. On the other hand, if Yang Kai found the right opportunity to hit them, just a simple attack from him could very well leave them heavily injured. Only Mo Na Yi and Mo Yu, the 2 true royal lords, posed any real threat to Yang Kai on their own. That being said, the longer these 2 fought, the more frightened they became. Yang Kai looked as if he was injured and bedraggled, but he remained as spirited as ever. In fact, it felt as if the longer he fought, the more powerful he became. Mo Na Yi had fought against Yang Kai back inside the universe furnace and had suffered badly at the latter's hands at the time, but even he knew that Yang Kai was not at his best back then and could not wield his full strength. Thus, Mo Na Yi had done his best to avoid underestimating Yang Kai's power. However, at this moment, he realized that Yang Kai was much stronger than even he imagined. No one had ever possessed the combined power of a 9th-order cultivation and a divine dragon physique before. Furthermore, when Yang Kai ascended to the 9th-order open heaven realm, he also absorbed the small universe that belonged to Feng Tianci. On top of all that, what Yang Kai found inside the universe furnace allowed him to enhance his proficiency over many grand Daoists, greatly bolstering his strength. No ordinary Ninth Order master was anywhere near as powerful as him. Mou was not as calm as he seemed to be either. Even just a couple thousand years ago, he had been able to toy with Yang Kai like a predator playing with its prey, as the latter was far too weak to fight him head-on. However, in just a short amount of time, Yang Kai had already grown this strong. Based on what Mou saw of Yang Kai's power now, he knew he would not be able to engage the latter in a one-on-one fight. Don't humans need a lot of time to increase their heritage once they rise up to a higher cultivation realm? This bastard became a Ninth Order master inside the universe furnace just a few centuries ago. He's still a newly promoted Ninth Order master, yet he's already this strong. What will he be like if he is given even more time to grow? The stronger Yang Kai seemed now, the more alarmed the Black Ink clan was. Several more pseudo-royal lords were swept off into the distance. However, Mou and Mo Na-Ye's expressions brightened as they finally found their chance. In the next instant, they joined forces and fired off fearsome secret techniques at the Golden Dragon. Black Ink's strength exploded as hundreds of dragon scales were blown off to reveal the body hidden beneath them, sending the massive dragon reeling backwards. We did it! The two royal lords were smiling happily at first, but their smiles froze immediately after they saw Yang Kai's enormous figure crash into a Black Ink nest. It was a high-rank Black Ink nest. The towering high-rank Black Ink nest could not withstand such force and was instantly flattened. There was a flash of golden light as Yang Kai transformed back into his human form and got to his feet. He then reached out and grabbed a figure that was caught within the destroyed Black Ink nest. It was a territory lord whose aura was fluctuating. It was evident that he was still a little dazed from the destruction of the Black Ink nest. However, his expression changed the moment he saw Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai glanced at the territory lord before wiping off the blood from his lips. His eyes flashed as he looked up at the Black Ink clansmen who rushed over. The two royal lords were in the lead while the rest of the pseudo-royal lords followed close behind, just several thousand kilometers away. With how strong everyone was, the distance of several thousand kilometers was basically the same as being face-to-face. Mo Na-Yi pursed his lips with a gloomy expression on his face. By now, he figured out that Yang Kai had simply gone along with the attacks and had purposely crashed into the high-rank Black Ink nest, which was the foundation upon which the Black Ink clan had built itself. Although the innate territory lords had brought a lot of high-rank Black Ink nests with them when they came out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, quite a large number of those had been used up to create pseudo-royal lords. Every remaining high-rank Black Ink nest right now was incredibly precious, as they had no way of replacing them once they were lost. This time, the Black Ink clan did not attack Yang Kai. Mo Na-Yi and Mou both knew that their plan to kill Yang Kai had failed. Based on the strength that Yang Kai had exhibited earlier, they had no way of restraining him and setting up the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array. Therefore, there was no reason for them to keep the fight going. A moment later, Mo Na-Yi growled, "Let him go." Yang Kai tapped his head and queried mockingly, "Are you sleep-talking?" As he spoke, he squeezed his hand and the territory lord he captured instantly exploded into a cloud of blood. Mo Na-Yi was seething with rage, but in the end, he was able to hold himself back. Yang Kai looked around at all the high-rank Black Ink nests and grinned, "It looks to me that you're about to have the new generation of royal lords. Allow me to offer my congratulations in advance." The aura of the territory lord he caught earlier had been unusually strong, which made it clear that he was no ordinary territory lord. He was one of those who could become a royal lord, and the Black Ink clan clearly had a lot of hope in him. That was why they arranged for him to cultivate inside a high-rank Black Ink nest. However, regardless of what he could have become, he was dead now. There were quite a few high-rank Black Ink nests at the No-Return Pass. At the very least, there were 300 of them. Some of them housed pseudo-royal lords who were recuperating from their injuries, but many of them had territory lords cultivating inside. The Black Ink clan's future would be bleak if all of these high-rank Black Ink nests were somehow destroyed. Upon seeing the calculating look in Xianxia's eyes, the Black Ink clan grew nervous. The earlier fight had allowed them to realize just how strong Xianxia was, and if he was hellbent on targeting these high-rank Black Ink nests, they had no good way of stopping him. It was hard to secure everything in the middle of a fight, and they could very well lose even more high-rank Black Ink nests. Thankfully, Xianxia did not act out. He dusted the dirt off his hands and glanced at Mo Na Yi and Mou. "Let's end the fight here for today. I can't do much to you and you can't keep me here either. I'll be off then." Thus, with a wave of his hand, he turned and left. The pseudo-royal lords turned to the two royal lords as they awaited their orders. It took all of Mo Na Yi's willpower to hold himself back, and in the end, he did not say anything. Nevertheless, his heart was filled with vexation and a sense of helplessness over what Xianxia did to them at the no-return pass. One man alone barged into their home, destroyed a high-rank Black Ink nest and killed a fine candidate who could have become a royal lord, then left without so much as a care. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-41, Waiting. In the past, the Black Ink clan was annoyed by Xianxia's propensity for messing with them at the no-return pass, but they were still able to put a stop to it then. However, now that he was a Ninth-Order master, the Black Ink clan did not seem to have a way to stop him anymore. This was the reason behind the sense of hopelessness they felt. Mo Na Yi could not help but regret the fact that he had not been more cautious of Xianxia in the past. They would not be in this unfortunate predicament now if they had found a way to kill him back then. However, based on the information they gleaned from the Black Ink disciples in the past, the Eighth Order was supposed to be Xianxia's limit. No one would have thought that the legendary universe furnace would suddenly open up just as the human race and the Black Ink clan were carefully building up their armies in preparation for their ultimate showdown, which led to Xianxia becoming a Ninth Order master. At the end of the day, Mo Na Yi did not have the power to see the future. At the time, he was entirely focused on creating more royal lords, which meant that the threat of an Eighth Order master such as Xianxia would naturally diminish and he would not have to specifically target this human menace. When the universe furnace appeared, the Black Ink clan did attempt to target Xianxia and put in a lot of effort to do so, but they ended up failing and being the ones who suffered a great loss instead. Did he come here just to take a beating? Mou stared off in the direction Xianxia had left with his brow tightly knitted as he commented in confusion, "Why is he heading deeper into the Black Ink battlefield?" Mo Na Yi could not figure out what Xianxia was up to either. He considered all of the things Xianxia had done so far and thought to himself, "That bastard's always so hard to decipher, damn it." All of a sudden, Mo Na Yi whipped his head around and growled, "The territory gate." Mo Na Yi had been too caught up in the fight with Xianxia that he did not spare much thought for anything else, but now that things had settled down, it dawned on him that they had a grave problem on their hands. Xianxia had used his space secret technique to seal off the territory gate. He had done this before when he returned from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and gathered the remnants of what was left of the human race army outside the No-Return Pass before leading them to charge through the No-Return Pass and into the barren territory. Back then, Xianxia wheeled around after accomplishing his goal and invaded the No-Return Pass once more to save Ji Lao San, who had been captured. When Xianxia made his way back from the barren territory, he used some secret technique to seal up the territory gate. At the time, he had only just become an Eighth Order master, so both his abilities and his mastery over the Tao of space were nowhere near what they were now, so it had taken him some significant effort. After rescuing Ji Lao San, Xianxia brought the former to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield and used a secret passageway in the Blue Sky Theater to return to Black territory. When that happened, the Black Ink clan had to put in a lot of effort to reopen the territory gate. Xianxia had not done anything like that since, until now. The No-Return Pass was the Black Ink clan's main base and largest spawning ground. Many from the Black Ink clan were being born here at any given moment, and they constantly sent out reinforcements to the front lines. The injured pseudo-royal lords would also return to the no-return pass to slumber and recover when they were injured. Now that the territory gate was sealed, it meant that the no-return pass had been cut off from the rest of the 3,000 worlds. This greatly threatened the Black Ink clan army, which was still out fighting in the 3,000 worlds. Even though the Black Ink clan had an exceedingly high number of masters and could muster up enough force to break open the territory gate once more, it would take time for them to do so. The situation out on the battlefield could change at any moment, so they could not afford to waste any time at all. In the blink of an eye, all manner of thoughts raced through Mo Na Ye's mind. All at once, he realized that this could have been Yang Kai's main reason for coming over to the no-return pass. Nevertheless, even if he figured this out now, nothing changed. The territory gate was still sealed and the Black Ink clan had to find a way to break it open again as soon as possible. And so, under the command of Mo Na Yi and Mou, the Black Ink clan began attacking the territory gate. Immense force surged as the Black Ink clan felt as if they had swallowed a fly. In the void some distance away from the no-return pass, Yang Kai came to a stop atop a universe fragment where he adjusted his breathing and began to tend to his injuries. As a result of going up against that many Black Ink clan masters alone, he had taken a heavy beating. If it had not been for the thick skin and strong flesh he had thanks to his dragon form, he would not have been able to hold out as long as he did. Although he injured some of the pseudo-royal lords, he lamented the fact that he could not kill any of them. Alas, he had not been in a position to do so at the time. In any case, he accomplished what he set out to accomplish. The destruction of a high-rank Black Ink nest and the slaughter of a territory lord who could have become a royal lord was nothing more than his way of giving the Black Ink clan a warning. He still had other things to do now. The Black Ink clan would have come to a realization by now, right? The sealed-up territory gate would surely give them a headache and keep them occupied for some time. Well, the bigger the headache, the better. It would make it even easier for me to carry out the rest of my plan. Several days later, Yang Kai rose to his feet as mighty as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger once more. Even serious physical injuries did not mean much to him now as he could easily recover from them. He glanced in the direction of the no-return pass before turning around and heading deep into the Black Ink battlefield. He had a space beacon in hand and was continually pouring his strength into it in search of a response. One could say that the Black Ink battlefield was made up of many different theaters. Still, the expansiveness of the Black Ink battlefield paled in comparison to the vastness of the universe. It was like comparing a pond to an ocean. For countless years, the human race and the Black Ink clan clashed time and time again across the Black Ink battlefield. However, following the humans' defeat, the once frenetic battlefields became silent with none of the commotion of yore. The Black Ink clan claimed the no-return pass and made it their base as they fixed their eyes upon the 3,000 worlds. Of course, they would send teams out to the Black Ink battlefield to mine for resources, but they would not venture too far as there was plenty to harvest nearby. The theaters were situated in the part of the void much closer to the late ancient era battlefield. At this moment, on a still and lifeless piece of land there, two silhouettes were hidden from sight with their auras suppressed. These two wizened-looking men were both Eighth-Order masters, their aged visages colored with looks of worry. After a long bout of silence, the black-robed old man on the left spoke up. "It's been nearly 700 years and we haven't heard anything from junior brother Yang. Do you think something happened to him?" Back then, they had agreed with Yang Kai that he would come and collect mined resources from them every 100 years, however, it had been nearly 700 years since the last exchange, so it was unsurprising for them to be worried after not having seen Yang Kai for so long. The other old man who was dressed in a hemp robe replied, "Out on the deathly battlefields, anything is possible." Although he did not voice his agreement with his companion's guess, he figured that Yang Kai must have gotten into some sort of unexpected situation, otherwise, he couldn't avoid making the trip throughout all these years. "What should we do then? Where can we go?" They were deep inside the Black Ink battlefield, and without Yang Kai to assist them, they would never be able to return to the 3,000 worlds. They could not even get past the no-return pass. Junior brother Zhao and the others sent messages asking about this too. They think we should use our fallback plan. You mean, head over to the primordial heaven source grand restriction? The black-robed old man frowned. The hemp-robed old man nodded and said, Junior brother Yang also said that it was our only means of escape as a last resort. The primordial heaven source grand restriction is quite some distance away. It would take at least 2 or 3 decades for our group to get there. We are 8th order masters, so it would be fine for us, but considering how dangerous the journey would be, the little ones who are in the 4th order and 5th order might not be able to make it. We would end up losing a lot of them. That's indeed a problem, which is why Junior brother Zhao didn't suggest we leave for the primordial heaven source grand restriction right away. Although 700 years is not a short time, it's not all that long for those in the high-rank open heaven realm. Perhaps Junior brother Yang is being held up by something he encountered. It's been so many years and the Black Ink clan hasn't detected us yet, so it's still safe here for now. So, shall we continue waiting? That's all we can do now. They fell silent for a while before the black-robed old man remarked, I wonder what's happening with the war in the 3,000 worlds. Hopefully, everything is going well. Silence befell them yet again. They were all alone out here and could not get any news about the situation back in the 3,000 worlds. It was incredibly hard to get by without knowing how the war was going. That being said, they knew what their mission was. Someone had to do it, even though not many people were aware of the sacrifices they made. Time continued trickling by. Several days later, the hemp-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes and gasped. He flipped his hand over and a round bead appeared. It was a space beacon. When he focused on the space beacon, he found that there was something unusual happening. A mysterious energy was pulsing from it. The hemp-robed old man looked pleasantly surprised. Something like this had happened many times before. Each time the space beacon reacted this way, it meant that Yang Kai was on his way over. The old man kept this space beacon on him at all times as he waited and waited. Now, what he was waiting for was finally happening. The black-robed old man was startled as well. He gazed at the space beacon with a hopeful, expectant expression. The space beacon began reacting even more noticeably until at one point, the hemp-robed old man could sense that it had connected with something a great distance away. In the very next moment, the void in front of them rippled and a figure solidified in front of them. He's here at last. The 2 8th Order Masters exhaled in relief and immediately transmitted the message out to everyone else. Junior brother Yang. You're finally. Huh? The hemp-robed old man trailed off as he eyed Yang Kai in confusion. He had a look of complete shock as he exclaimed, You're a 9th Order Master now? The black-robed old man beside him also noticed that something was different, but as Yang Kai did not exhibit his power clearly, the former could not be certain about it. Greetings, senior brothers. I've kept you waiting, Yang Kai greeted them with a bow. You broke through to the 9th Order? The hemp-robed old man pressed again. Yang Kai nodded, You have good eyes, senior brother. I am indeed a 9th Order Master now. The 2 8th Order Masters could not help but exchange looks. They felt both stunned and glad as they cheered, Good. Very good. While they were busy with their conversation, the space around them quivered as more figures began popping up. These were the other 8th Order Masters who were gathering here after receiving the message. The moment they laid eyes on Yang Kai, the one they spent several centuries waiting for, they could not resist exhaling in relief. If Yang Kai did not show up soon, they would have to follow his instructions and head towards the primordial heaven source grand restriction to convene with the suppressing Black Ink army over there. However, if they chose to make that journey, it would be a long and perilous one, with many of them falling along the way. Thus, it was an extremely dangerous path of retreat that had to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. But now that Yang Kai was here, they would not need to head over to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. When these older, more experienced 8th Order Masters heard the hemp-robed old man saying that Yang Kai was now a 9th Order Master, they were just as shocked and felt a tinge of suspicion that the old man had made a mistake. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that Yang Kai was indeed a ninth-order master. Though they were no longer suspicious, they could not figure out how Yang Kai managed to do it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5842, Making a Choice. Several millennia had passed since the Black Ink clan's invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Before the universe furnace appeared, the humans had been stuck guarding the dozen or so great territory battlefields. Apart from those great territories as well as High Heaven territory and the new Great Territory, the rest of the other great territories largely fell into the Black Ink clan's hands. Thus, the humans had been facing a very difficult conundrum all this while. It was the issue of resources. The fewer great territories they controlled, the fewer resources they had access to. A single new great territory was not enough to supply the needs of the entire human race. During the Great Evacuation back then, all the sects, including the cave heavens, and paradises, brought along everything they could carry from their storehouses and treasuries. This was especially true of the cave heavens and paradises who had hundreds of thousands of years of accumulated resources in their collections. Nevertheless, in the thousands of years that passed since then, they had used up most of what they brought with them and their resources were nearly drained as well. Furthermore, as the human race's rising stars flourished and many new open heaven realm masters emerged in the star boundary and the myriad monsters world, the need for resources constantly grew. In the past, the human race's many great forces were spread throughout thousands of great territories across the 3,000 worlds and were basically self-sufficient, but that could no longer be the case now. As such, many years ago, the humans started looking for ways to overcome this crisis. It was a matter of resources, and the only options were to use them sparingly and find new sources. It was easy enough to keep usage to a minimum. The humans scrimped and saved wherever they could to avoid any needless usage of materials. They even stopped squads from customizing their warships hundreds of years ago. However, the humans had a hard time finding new sources. Earlier on, quite a lot of hunters attempted to loot the Black Ink clan teams who were moving resources around. They did manage to get what they wanted, but it was incredibly dangerous as well as things would end in disaster for them the moment a master from the Black Ink clan targeted them. Many of the Black Ink disciples among the Black Ink clan now were such hunters in the past. Yang Kai had negotiated with the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass before and was richly rewarded for his efforts, but that was not a long-term solution. Therefore, after much discussion with Mi Jing Luan back then, they created a group that was dedicated to mining resources. Several veteran 8th Order masters were appointed as leaders and the whole group was snuck into the Black Ink battlefield to carry out this mission. The group consisted of tens of thousands of human masters, but their overall cultivation was fairly low, mainly in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Order. They could not contribute much on the battlefield, but they were able to gather resources, which was a job that did not require much strength. There were countless lifeless areas across the Black Ink battlefield where an abundance of resources could be found, so it was a suitable place for them to exploit. The 8th Order masters who had been chosen were either the older ones with failing bodies or those with deep injuries to their foundations, leading to a noticeable decline in their strength. At the time, Yang Lai had been one of them, but Yang Kai later sent him back as a messenger during the escaped territory lord emergency. Yang Kai promised them that he would meet them once every century to retrieve the resources. Over 1,000 years had passed and everything had gone smoothly until 700 years ago, which was the last time he showed up, until today. The many 8th Order masters had been eagerly waiting this whole time. 700 years was not necessarily a long time, but they were all alone out here and had no clue what was happening in the 3,000 worlds. That was the reason why they felt disproportionately on edge and often felt despairing. Thus, when they received the message from the hemp-robed old man, the 8th Order masters who had been scattered nearby immediately rushed over. They were pleasantly surprised to find that Yang Kai was now a 9th Order master. "Did you not show up all these years because you were in seclusion to make your breakthrough, junior brother?" the hemp-robed old man asked. His guess made sense. No, that's not why. Xianxia shook his head. It's a long story. Take your time. There's no rush, another 8th Order Master quickly said. He even took out a futon and passed it to Xianxia. They could not wait to be updated on everything that happened to the human race throughout the last 700 years. Now that Xianxia had finally shown up again, they were going to make sure they gleaned all the information they could get. Soon, everyone had taken a seat, and Xianxia finally filled them in on all the changes that had occurred with the human race. Their faces froze in shock when they heard that the universe furnace had surfaced and the stalemate between the humans and the Black Ink clan had been broken. However, they were thrilled to hear that 4 new 9th Order Masters had emerged from the universe furnace world. Their reactions grew even more animated when they found out that Xianxia was one of those 4. That old dog is now a 9th Order Master? A white-haired 8th Order Master's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets in shock as his face twitched violently. How did he get so damn lucky? Another 8th Order Master commented enviously. Initially, all of the 8th Order Masters who were assigned to this team were part of the older generation who had fought against the Black Ink clan for thousands of years even before the invasion of the 3,000 worlds, and each of them had many fine accomplishments to their names. It was their long and storied histories that led to them having so many injuries that left a significant mark on them as well. They had no hope of becoming 9th Order Masters, and even if they went back to the battlefield, they could not wield their full strength anymore unless they put their lives on the line to do so. They were perfectly willing to accept the arrangement and protect the group of miners, as that was still contributing to the human race's ultimate victory. Yet, due to the incident back then, Xianxia sent Xianxia back to the 3,000 worlds to pass the news along, which ended up turning into an opportunity for the latter. The old veterans here had complicated feelings about this, as they felt as if they had missed out on a lot. Oh well, fortune favors fools. So be it that he's now a 9th Order Master. It's good news that we have one more 9th Order Master among us. The hemp-robed old man cleared his throat and declared. Everyone else nodded in agreement. That's true. Despite their envy, they knew that Xianxia's ascension to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm was a great boost to the human race's strength. They were merely boggled by his incredible stroke of fortune. They had been assigned here together to contribute what little they could, and yet Xianxia was fortunate enough to make a huge leap in his cultivation. Seems to me that the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses inside the universe furnace. Xianxia nodded. They lost a few pseudo-royal lords and a royal lord too, but Mo Nai became a royal lord and narrowly avoided meeting his doom. Apart from the 4 9th Order Masters who ascended inside the universe furnace, senior brother Wei Junyang and senior sister Luo Ting, he also successfully broke through beforehand. Right now, Xiao and Wu Qing have been freed up as well, so they're each leading an army. Someone silently made the calculations. Does that mean we have 8 9th Order Masters now? We have 9. Xianxia turned to the person who spoke. There's one more that all of you aren't familiar with. He's in charge of guarding the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction and is the reincarnation of martial ancestor Shi. Xianxia was referring to Wu Kuang, but Wu Kuang did not interact much with the masters from cave heavens and paradises. His name was not known to the masses and few even knew of his existence. Wu Kuang had only been a 7th Order Master when Xianxia brought him to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, but he was able to cultivate and reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm thanks to the heaven-devouring battle law. Still, everyone was greatly heartened by this news. During the Great War in the Barren Territory all those years ago, nearly all of the 9th Order Masters sacrificed their lives in the fight. Even the heads of the Dragon and Phoenix clans died in battle. Xiao and Wu Qing were the only 9th Order Masters left at the time, but they had to keep the Black Ink giant spirit god occupied and thus could not move from Wind Mist territory. Several millennia passed since then and the humans finally had new 9th Order Masters among their ranks. There were quite a number of them too. It was a ray of light that shone through after all their years of fighting and resistance efforts. Following that, Xianxia informed them about the humans' current situation out on the battlefields. Once they heard what was happening, the Eighth Order Masters were itching to join the fighting and do their part in slaughtering the enemy. Thankfully, they still recalled what their mission was and were able to stamp down their thirst for battle. So much had changed with the situation for both races in just 700 years. Though they did not expect any of it, they were not surprised by it either. During the previous clashes between the humans and the Black Ink clan, both parties had consistently held back. It was partly due to the Black Ink clan being wary of Xianxia, but the primary reason was that the humans and the Black Ink clan were both building up their strength. The appearance of the universe furnace disrupted the stalemate that had persisted for many millennia and kicked off the all-out war. Something happened and I was delayed all these years, forcing you all to wait for far too long. Xianxia only gave a brief explanation as to why he had not shown up for the past 700 years. He did not speak of all that had happened to him inside the universe furnace as there was no need for others to hear of these things. The hemp-robed old man waved his hand and said, "It was only 700 years. There's no harm in waiting. The others are out on the battlefield shedding their blood and making great sacrifices while we remain in safety here." Xianxia's expression grew serious. "I came here today for two reasons. The first is to collect the resources you've gathered all these years, and the second is to ask if any of you wish to return. If you do, I can take you back." Everyone brightened up at those words. They had been gathering resources across the Black Ink battlefield for over 1,000 years now and had nothing much else to do. Considering the cultivation they had right now, they did not need to cultivate any further as it would not be useful anyway. Since they did not get into any fights with the enemy, their lives felt extremely mundane. They missed the old days of fighting on the battlefield. Therefore, they livened up at Xianxia's words and many of them nodded fervently in agreement. Nevertheless, the hemp-robed old man pondered in silence for a moment before asking, "Are we still stretched thin for resources at the moment?" Xianxia nodded. "It's still a problem that's hard to resolve. Although we've reclaimed many great territories, we can't gather much from those places. The Black Ink clan destroyed basically everything before they retreated. Many of the great territories the humans reclaimed were nothing more than empty shells. It was clear that the Black Ink clan would not allow the humans to reclaim a great territory that was abundant in resources. Furthermore, after being under the control of the Black Ink clan for all those years, all of the valuable areas had been almost completely stripped of resources as well. Naturally, the Black Ink clan took the resources with them when they evacuated. They were not going to leave them behind and allow their enemy to reap the benefits. Everyone went quiet as their expressions fell. "You don't need to worry about resources," Xianxia said, "I will think of something." "What's your idea?" the hemp-robed old man asked. Xianxia chuckled and said, "We lack resources, but the Black Ink clan doesn't. They've never had to fret over the lack of resources. Well, since they have more than enough, I'll just borrow some from them." He had spoken in such a calm and relaxed manner that it was almost as if the Black Ink clan would truly lend their resources to the humans. Nevertheless, the Eighth Order Masters knew better. Even though Xianxia was a Ninth Order Master, it would not be easy for him to target the Black Ink clan, especially since they were not the same as they once were. Just as the humans had grown stronger, the Black Ink clan's heritage had increased as well. The hemp-robed old man remained silent in thought for a moment before saying, "All humans are one, sharing glory and downfall together. We must gather resources, and even though we're not doing so at a speedy rate, we're still able to make some gains. Moreover, we've stayed well hidden all these years and the Black Ink clan has never discovered our presence. Let's stay here and continue gathering the resources we need. As for the battlefield, let's leave it to the younger generation. What do you think, everyone?" This question of his was addressed to the other Eighth Order Masters as he could not represent them all. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-43, On Edge. The Eighth Order Masters were sensible enough to know what to choose. Though they longed to return to the battlefield and kill their share of the enemy, someone needed to stand guard where they were right now. Thus, after hearing what the hemp-robed old man said, they swiftly nodded in agreement. I'm old now after spending all my life fighting the Black Ink clan, should enjoy some peace and quiet. Staying here isn't a bad idea. That's right. We'll leave all that violence and bloodshed to the young ones. The next generation will be inheriting the mantle from us someday. We had to go through this ourselves back then, so we should give them a chance to train themselves too. Everyone voiced their support. The hemp-robed old man smiled as he swept his eyes across them before turning back to Yang Kai. Us old folks wish to stay here and enjoy the peace, so just leave us here. Although we can't gather all that many resources, what we do collect will still be useful in some way. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks, everyone, but do prepare yourselves too. The situation won't stay the same forever. There'll come a day when the humans will launch an all-out offensive, and when the time comes, perhaps we'll need all of your help too. One of them guffawed right away. We may be old, but we're strong and mighty. It won't be a problem for us to slaughter those Black Ink clan punks when the time comes. After a brief chat, everyone started pulling out the resources they had gathered and passing everything over to Yang Kai. They managed to gather quite a lot, and as there was the danger of being detected by the Black Ink clan, they did not store everything together. Instead, the resources were kept separately in over a dozen space rings. Thus, even if something bad happened, they would not lose everything that they gathered at once. Fortunately, even after all these years, the Black Ink clan had yet to discover their presence and had no idea that a team of humans was secretly mining resources deep inside the Black Ink battlefield. This was mainly due to the humans being hidden so deep that they were nearly at the late Ancient Era battlefield, and the Black Ink clan never ventured this far from the no-return pass. After collecting the space rings, Yang Kai bade them farewell and the Eighth Order Masters watched as he left. Their many centuries of waiting had finally come to an end, and they found out that the human race's situation was not as dire as they thought. Therefore, they were all in a good mood. Yang Kai took his leave of them and began his journey back. It took him quite some time to find them, but it was far easier for him to head back now. With the help of some space beacons, he went back down the route he had used to come over, and in less than half a day, he arrived on the outskirts of the no-return pass. He looked over and saw that the territory gate he sealed up earlier had already been opened, but he wasn't surprised by that. There were quite a number of powerful Black Ink clansmen now, with 2 royal lords and several dozen pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass alone. Even if Yang Kai did seal up the territory gate, it would be easy for that many masters to force it open again. It was just a matter of time. But, considering how shrewd Mo Nayi is, he should have realized the severity of the situation, right? It was a simple matter for Yang Kai to seal up the territory gate, but to the Black Ink clan, it was a grave predicament. This was especially true for the Black Ink clan army which was still out there fighting. Yang Kai carefully sensed his surroundings and picked up on the many strong auras that were scattered across the no-return pass. The auras were not hidden in any way. It was almost as if they were bright lights shining in the middle of darkness. Now and then, Black Ink clan teams would move around as they did their patrols. Everyone at the no-return pass was clearly on edge. It could not be helped. 2 months ago, Yang Kai had suddenly shown up at the no-return pass and transformed into a divine dragon to engage the Black Ink clan masters in a battle. Though they managed to give Yang Kai a fierce beating before forcing him to leave, they also suffered losses of their own. Even if they ignored the injuries the pseudo-royal lords received during the fight, there was also the loss of a high-rank Black Ink nest, which had been destroyed by Yang Kai, and the death of a territory lord who had the potential to become a royal lord. Yang Kai did head towards the Black Ink battlefield, but Mo Nayi understood him well enough to know that he would surely be back. As the Black Ink clan had no way of ascertaining when Yang Kai would return, they could only be as vigilant as possible and keep the entire no-return pass on constant alert. Although Yang Kai was just a single human, his existence was enough to make all the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass feel discomfited, vexed, and overwrought. After a moment of observation, Yang Kai used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to conceal himself, hiding his physical form and aura. Then, he headed straight towards the no-return pass. At a certain moment, a pseudo-royal lord positioned somewhere inside the no-return pass felt a flicker of danger. If this had been at any other time, he would not have paid much attention to such an insignificant sensation. However, Mo Na-yi had given clear orders beforehand, so the pseudo-royal lord's eyes flew open as he immediately made his presence even more imposing. Mo Na-yi came over in a flash and glanced at the pseudo-royal lord, who grimly nodded. Thus, Mo Na-yi began scanning all around with his divine sense, but his search came up empty. Meanwhile, Yang Kai could not help but frown. He was still some distance away from them and had thought that he could use Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to sneak over there and kill that pseudo-royal lord, but he did not expect the latter to be on such high alert. At the very least, he knew for certain that the pseudo-royal lord did not discover his whereabouts. That being said, a being as strong as pseudo-royal lord would still be able to instinctively sense danger. If Yang Kai wanted to attack the pseudo-royal lord and prepared himself to do so, the latter would surely detect something. However, Yang Kai was taken aback to find that the pseudo-royal lord reacted this strongly to the barest hint of danger. He's being far too cautious. Yang Kai was speechless. Alas, Yang Kai did not consider how the Black Ink clan's estimation of his strength had soared after what he did the last time he was here, as well as based on the information they had gathered. Reactions as extreme as this had happened several times before this, but they had all been false alarms. Still, the Black Ink clan remained vigilant. Mo Na-yi had no way of confirming whether or not Yang Kai was here, so he called out in a random direction, "I know you're here, Yang Kai. Why are you hiding like a coward? Why don't you show yourself?" Yang Kai eyed Mo Na-yi, who was not even facing his direction, and could not resist rolling his eyes when he heard how confident the royal lord sounded. "As if you know anything." There was no response, and Mo Na-yi did not make another attempt. He moved back to his previous spot and began scanning the area around him once more while the pseudo-royal lord exhaled in relief. Yang Kai could not resist scoffing from his hiding spot. It would be difficult for him to get anything done with the Black Ink clan fiercely guarding against him like this. Still, though the situation made it tough for Yang Kai to strike at the Black Ink clan, the situation was even harder on them as they had to be on guard at all times in case he launched a surprise attack. The pseudo-royal lords were under a lot of pressure, and even Mo Na-yi and Mo Yu were feeling extremely tense. Right now, Yang Kai was the one who had the upper hand as all the possibility of danger stemmed from him. The Black Ink clan could only react based on what he did. Yang Kai stroked his chin before retreating and circling over to a different part of the no-return pass. Then, he began sneaking over to one of the pseudo-royal lords. However, that pseudo-royal lord soon sensed something and intensified his aura as well, and at the very next moment, Mo Yu, who had been hidden somewhere, popped up and scanned the area. Yang Kai was incensed. Why are all of them frightened by the slightest sound now? Why are they making such a big fuss over just the tiniest hint of danger? How am I supposed to make my move if they're this wary? Alas, a pseudo-royal lord was indeed powerful enough to have a keen sense for danger. Yang Kai wanted to attack them, but even if he used Thunder Shadow's divine ability to hide his presence, he could not remove his opponent's innate ability to sense crisis. It was a natural instinct that all masters had. Yang Kai frowned and moved his gaze towards a high-rank Black Ink nest. I can't do anything to the pseudo-royal lords when they're this vigilant, but it shouldn't be a problem if I target these Black Ink nests, right? Black Ink nests were inanimate objects, and every single high-rank Black Ink nest was crucial to the foundation of the Black Ink clan. The destruction of several would also be a huge loss for the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, these ones at the no-return pass either housed pseudo-royal lords in recovery or territory lords who were cultivating. There was a high chance that Yang Kai would get an unexpected bonus when he destroyed one of these high-rank Black Ink nests. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai moved over to a high-rank Black Ink nest and slammed his fist into it. All the pseudo-royal lords jumped in shock when the ferocious force exploded out of nowhere. Mo Na-yi and Mo Yu also appeared at once and came charging over from different directions. The next instant, the pseudo-royal lords flew into action as well, and they immediately began rushing over. However, Yang Kai did not intend to engage them in a fight. A single punch from him was enough to make the humongous black ink nest shatter into pieces, and a figure stumbled out looking rather disheveled. Yang Kai glanced at the figure and was pleased by what he saw. It was a pseudo-royal lord who had been slumbering inside the black ink nest to recuperate. An excellent find. Instead of killing the territory lords who had the potential to become royal lords, Yang Kai would much rather kill off some pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords were undeniably powerful, and killing any one of them was a great boon. As for the territory lords, they merely had the possibility of becoming royal lords, and it was uncertain whether or not they would succeed. This pseudo-royal lord had been abruptly awakened from his deep sleep, and it was clear that he had not figured out what was happening yet. Thus, he was caught off guard and was swept into a large river that crashed down on him. Yang Kai. Mo Na Ye's teeth nearly cracked from how hard he clenched his jaw. A flurry of secret techniques burst out from him before he even arrived. Mo, you had done the same. Yang Kai grabbed onto the space-time river and dashed off at once. Nevertheless, though he made a quick escape, he did stumble a little from the torrent of attacks from such a large group of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai was moving further and further away, and the Black Ink clan had no hope of catching up to him. Mo Na Ye swiftly came to a stop, and the pseudo-royal lords followed suit. It was not as if they were reluctant to give chase, but they feared what could happen if they did. Had they given chase, Yang Kai would surely put up a fight. Space secret techniques were too unnerving to them, as they allowed Yang Kai to move around elusively. Furthermore, Yang Kai also had a secret technique that allowed him to perfectly conceal himself, which made them feel even more distraught. The Black Ink clan masters were seething with rage as they glared in the direction where Yang Kai had fled. Why didn't you use the Grand Array? Mo Na Ye was infuriated as he glared at a few of the pseudo-royal lords beside him. To defend themselves from Yang Kai's sneak attack, Mo Na Ye had arranged for grand arrays to be set up all across the no-return pass. The moment Yang Kai showed up, they were to activate the grand arrays to seal off the void. One of the pseudo-royal lords cowered under Mo Na Ye's furious gaze and explained, "We did, but he didn't use any space secret techniques." Mo Na Ye's expression froze. The Grand Array which sealed off the void could indeed remove Yang Kai's ability to use instantaneous movement, but moments ago, he had simply dashed off into the distance and the Grand Array had no effect on that. Mo Na Ye had been so blinded by his fury that he forgot about this possibility. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-44, Know What's Good for You. All of a sudden, Mo spoke up. He stopped. Mo Na Ye looked over and saw that Yang Kai had indeed come to a stop just barely within his view. Even though Yang Kai did not say anything, it looked as if he was silently taunting them and daring them to come after him. Mo Na Ye's eyes dimmed and he was so infuriated that he nearly passed out. The space-time river was churning with ferocious waves, and it was clear that the pseudo-royal lord stuck inside it was struggling to get out. However, considering the power Yang Kai had right now, the pseudo-royal lord was not going to succeed when he was the only one Yang Kai had to suppress. Not coming after me, huh? Yang Kai eyed the Black Ink clan with flashing eyes. They're all so cautious. I guess they're scared that I'll turn around and attack them again. In that case, a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind and his silhouette rippled as he dashed into the space-time river. All at once, the already choppy water of the space-time river began swirling even more fiercely. Mo Na Ye's expression changed as he viewed this from a distance. He nearly rushed over, but before he could do anything, the churning river quietened down as Yang Kai reappeared. He was holding on to the pseudo-royal lord, who was barely breathing and whose vitality was weak. The pseudo-royal had returned to the no-return pass to recuperate inside the Black Ink nest after being heavily injured during a fight with the Eighth Order Masters out on the battlefield. He had not fully recovered yet and was not at the peak of his strength. Furthermore, he had been trapped inside the space-time river, so it took Yang Kai no effort to subdue him. With the pseudo-royal lord in hand, Yang Kai gazed coldly at the powerful masters from the Black Ink clan who stood in a group some distance away from him, and his grip began tightening. The pseudo-royal lord sensed what was happening and tried to struggle with the last of his strength, but it was to no avail. He could only look up at Mo Na Yi and the others as he cried out, "Save!" Before he could finish, he burst into a cloud of blood as black ink strength exploded and turned into a huge black ink cloud. Yang Kai scoffed and flicked his hand a few times. The pseudo-royal lords opposite him were beside themselves with rage, while Mo Na Yi and Mo Yu were livid as well. They could not stay calm in the face of Yang Kai's repeated taunts, but they could not do anything about it either. The previous fight proved just how powerful Yang Kai was. Even with the combined strength of 2 royal lords and several dozen pseudo-royal lords, they failed to kill him and could only chase him off. Even if they started a fight now, it was unlikely that they would benefit from it. It could be said that Yang Kai, who was now a 9th Order master and a divine dragon at the same time, was entirely capable of freely moving about among the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai did not leave right away after killing the pseudo-royal lord though. Instead, he eyed Mo Na Yi and Mo Yu with interest and asked, "Between you two, who's in charge now?" Mo Na Yi and Mo Yu stayed silent. Their gazes were dark and they appeared to be uninterested in entertaining Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted, "The feud between the human race and the Black Ink clan runs deeper than the ocean of blood that has been spilt. The relationship between us is absolutely irreconcilable and we will forever be at each other's throats trying to kill each other. Have the humans not lost countless lives to your Black Ink clan as well? All I did was kill a pseudo-royal lord, so why are you reacting in this manner? What's wrong? Are you just sore losers? Just one. 8 pseudo-royal lords died at your hands when you showed up at E5 territory. The thought of this made Mo Na Yi's blood boil. You would have killed the rest of them there if it had not been for the fact that they fled the moment they realized the situation didn't look good for them. Mo Na Yi took a deep breath to quell his anger before gritting his teeth and spitting out, "What do you want? Just spit it out." At last, he deduced from Yang Kai's game of cat and mouse that the latter must want something from them, so instead of wasting time staring each other down, Mo Na Yi figured it was better to just address things head-on. Yang Kai looked at him with a startled expression. "Are you the one in control of the Black Ink clan now? Did you manage to overthrow Mo Yu's rule?" He turned to Mo Yu, "You're the senior royal lord, you know. Even if Mo Na Yi has become a royal lord, he's still your junior. How can you let someone younger climb up on your head and order you around? That's not the way things should be." Mo Yu was unfazed as Yang Kai's words meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, Mo Na Yi's expression was cold as he growled, "Don't bother trying to instigate conflict. We don't scheme and stab each other in the back the way you humans do." Yang Kai pursed his lips as he was merely giving it a try. It would be great if he successfully drove a wedge between the 2 royal lords, but either way, he would not be losing anything by trying. Nevertheless, it did not seem to be effective. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Since you're in charge, it's all good to me. We're well acquainted with each other and have never done each other wrong. I came here today to do business with the Black Ink clan." Mo Na Yi's brow twitched. Just the word business was enough to give him a headache as he recalled what it had been like when Yang Kai ripped him off last time. Thus, when he heard what Yang Kai said, he had a bad feeling and sorely wished he could sew Yang Kai's mouth shut. He did not respond and Yang Kai did not care as he continued, "I want to retrieve something from the no-return pass, so I hope you all know what's good for you and cooperate with me." Mo Na Yi's eyelids twitched even harder. "What is it?" Yang Kai pointed with his finger. Mo Na Yi turned to see what he was pointing at and saw a few towering black ink nests. These were all mid-rank black ink nests save for one high-rank black ink nest. A black ink nest? Mo Na Yi queried in confusion. He could not figure it out. Why would Yang Kai want a black ink nest? Black ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, but they were fairly useless to the humans. Back then, the humans did grab a few black ink nests to study, and during the First Crusade, they also used the black ink nest's communicative functions to make arrangements for their separated armies. However, ever since then, the humans stopped having any ideas about the black ink nests. You misunderstand. Why would I want a black ink nest? Yang Kai pointed once more. I want what's beneath those black ink nests. Mo Na Yi was startled, but he soon realized what Yang Kai meant and could not resist snorting. You're quite greedy, aren't you? The only thing beneath the black ink nests was a great pass. Back then, when the human race's crusade force had been defeated outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, they had been forced to retreat to the no-return pass. However, during that time, some of the great passes remained behind to delay the enemy. They suffered heavy casualties, and most of the great passes were also either badly damaged or destroyed. In the end, only some 70 to 80 great passes gathered back at the no-return pass. Following that, several more had been destroyed when the Black Ink clan invaded the no-return pass. The only great passes remaining here at the no-return pass numbered approximately half of what the humans had at their peak, and most were heavily damaged. The majestic great passes were legacies from the human race's ancestors. It was the heritage that was collected and passed down from generation to generation. These great passes greatly contributed to the humans' ability to resist the Black Ink clan across the many theaters of the Black Ink battlefield. Every great pass was a massive mobile palace artifact that could be used for both offense and defense. The suppressing Black Ink fortress had been created to mimic these great passes, but it was far smaller in comparison. It was like comparing a child to an adult. However, due to the overwhelmingly large size of these great passes, the Ninth Order old ancestors had no way of taking them with them when they retreated. Thus, when the humans lost the no-return pass, the great passes had been left behind. Even though the Black Ink clan took over the no-return pass, they could not use these great passes, so they simply used them as platforms to plant their Black Ink nests. So many years had passed since then, and the humans had never considered reclaiming these great passes as they could not do so. Mo Na Yi never expected Yang Kai to make this request now. The Black Ink clan could not do anything with these great passes because the humans had taken all the cores with them when they evacuated. Even the arrays and artifacts built into the great passes had been destroyed. They left nothing but empty shells for the Black Ink clan. Thus, Mo Na Yi was puzzled by Yang Kai's request for a great pass. It was no big deal to give one to Yang Kai, but since they were enemies, he was not going to agree to it. Mo Na Yi was about to reject the request when he heard Yang Kai adding airily, I only wish to take a great pass. I'll let you move your Black Ink nests away first. All you have to do is agree to my request, but if you refuse, well, I have nothing much to do anyway. I guess I'll just drop by for a visit every now and then. Mo Na Yi had to choke down what he was about to say. No words could describe the bitter taste in his mouth right now. If Yang Kai had made this request 2 months ago when he first showed up, there was no way Mo Na Yi would have agreed. However, the fight 2 months ago allowed the Black Ink clan to witness Yang Kai's might. Furthermore, his sneak attack earlier resulted in the loss of a high-rank Black Ink nest and a pseudo-royal lord. How could they afford to bear such losses if this situation happened a few more times? The pseudo-royal lords did have the ability to sense danger approaching, but the Black Ink nests were inanimate objects. If Yang Kai focused on attacking the Black Ink nests, then no matter how many high-rank Black Ink nests they had at the no-return pass, the number would eventually drop to 0 someday. Yang Kai had proven himself capable of doing such a thing. Therefore, after taking everything into account, Mo Na Yi realized he had no way of rejecting the request. He could not resist glancing at Mou. Although Mou trusted him and allowed him to be in charge of all military matters, he could not decide such a thing by himself, so he had to discuss it with Mou first. The two royal lords communicated with their divine sense, and Yang Kai did not rush them. Moments later, Mo Na Yi gritted his teeth and declared, we can give you the great pass, but I want something from you as well. Yang Kai chuckled, well, this is a business transaction. As always, the price starts off sky high before coming back down to close the deal. Go ahead and say what you want. Once we give you the Great Pass, you are not to come back to the no-return pass ever again, Mo Na-yi declared. Do you want to go back to sleep and carry on with your dreams? Yang Kai eyed Mo Na-yi as if he were staring at a fool. Mo Na-yi shrugged, you're the one who said the asking price should start off high. Who knows? Maybe you might have agreed to it. Yang Kai's mood soured, do I look like a fool to you? 1,000 years then. Don't come back to the no-return pass for 1,000 years. The veins along Yang Kai's forehead started to pulse. I said the price starts off high, but I didn't say it should be ridiculous. I learned from you, Mo Na-yi fired back mockingly. Yang Kai glared at him before waving his hand, 10 years. I'll stay away from the no-return pass for 10 years. 900 years. Mo Na-yi started bargaining. I think you have misunderstood the situation you're currently in, Yang Kai remarked incredulously, it's not a must for me to retrieve something today. I can always come back to the no-return pass whenever I want. Staying away for a decade is the most sincerity I can offer, so don't push your luck. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5845, Retrieving a Great Pass. 10 years seemed like a long time to a normal human without any cultivation, but for top masters, especially those whose cultivation had reached that of Mo Na-yi and Yang Kai, it was nothing more than a flick of the hand. Thus, it was only natural that Mo Na-yi was dissatisfied with Yang Kai's proposal and immediately began to haggle as if he were arguing with a merchant at the market. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was the one with all the leverage, and he insisted on 10 years. Mo Na-yi was so frustrated that he fumed, since you want to do business, shouldn't you at least show some sincerity? I don't detect even the tiniest bit of sincerity from your stance at all. Sure, you may be able to throw your weight around right now, but you won't always get so lucky. Don't the humans have a saying, Yang Kai? He who often walks by the river can't avoid getting his shoes wet. You're not invincible, moreover, we will be on guard from now on, so how often will you get to succeed in the future? Mo Na-yi hit the nail on the head. After Yang Kai's latest stunt, the no-return pass was bound to impose even tighter security measures. Even though Yang Kai was banking on his superior strength, he would still get himself into a sticky situation if he was unlucky. That was why Yang Kai was willing to strike a deal with the Black Ink clan. He would not have bothered wasting his breath with them if he was certain he could destroy all of the high-rank Black Ink nests. If he had such confidence, he would have focused on doing just that no matter how long it took him. The high-rank Black Ink nests were the very foundation of the Black Ink clan, so if they were all destroyed, the Black Ink clan would no longer have the means to replenish their army. They would not be getting any new royal lords either. With the heritage that the Black Ink clan had right now, if they could not increase their numbers and create more royal lords, the humans would simply need to keep fighting at a steady pace and sooner or later they would be able to wipe out the enemy. Yang Kai could not resist clicking his tongue. Alas, he could not pull one over Mo Na-yi. After mulling it over briefly, he declared, fine. 30 years. I won't come back to the no-return pass for 30 years. This is my final offer. If you don't agree, then the deal's off. Mo Na-yi opened his mouth to speak, but Yang Kai gave him a hard look and swiftly added, think carefully before you speak. If you so much as utter the word no, I will turn around and leave at once. Mo Na-yi's mouth remained open, but he could not say anything. He glared at Yang Kai before communicating with Mo with his divine sense. Yang Kai calmly waited for their decision, but his eyes swept over all the pseudo-royal lords, his sinister gaze making them tremble in fear. A moment later, Mo Na-yi spoke up, it's a deal. You can take one great pass in exchange for staying away from the no-return pass for 30 years. I hope you'll honor your end of the deal. Yang Kai grinned, you can rest assured that I'll do just that. We've dealt with each other many times, but have I ever broken my word? Mo Na-yi did not respond. It was true that Yang Kai had never broken his promise before, but the situation at this point was a far cry from what it had been back then. In the past, though they were on opposing sides, both races were busy building up their strength and thus acted with restraint. That was the reason why Yang Kai did not do anything reckless back then. However, the situation was different now. A full-scale war had broken out between the two sides and they were constantly at each other's throats. In all honesty, Mo Na Yi had little faith in Yang Kai's likelihood of keeping his promise. Even if Yang Kai had no intention of following through though, the Black Ink clan could not do anything about it. Mo Na Yi agreed to the deal for two reasons. The first was that he could not do anything anyway, but secondly, it was also his way of sounding out Yang Kai. The humans left a total of 49 great passes here. Which one do you want? Mo Na Yi asked. I'll take a look first, Yang Kai replied. Naturally, he wanted to take the one that was the least damaged, otherwise, even if he did retrieve one, the humans would have to use a hefty amount of their resources to repair it, and resources were exactly what they currently had the least of. Thus, Yang Kai flew towards the no-return pass while the Black Ink clan instinctually backed away. Once Yang Kai got close to the no-return pass, he stopped and carefully studied the great passes. Although he had made trips to the no-return pass numerous times, he was always busy trying to cause damage to the Black Ink clan and had not paid much attention to the condition of the great passes that had been left here. Now that he was scrutinizing them, he could sense just how intense the war back then had been. During the great battle at the no-return pass, Yang Kai was still inside the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, and by the time he managed to escape and return to the fight, the humans had lost the no-return pass and retreated to the barren territory. Therefore, he had not been a part of that battle and only knew that the humans suffered terrible casualties, including the deaths of over a dozen Ninth-Order old ancestors. The Black Ink clan did not come out unscathed either, of course. One of the Black Ink giant spirit gods had been heavily wounded by the humans during the Black Ink clan's siege of the no-return pass. It was that Black Ink giant spirit god that was killed in the barren territory with Aer's assistance. If it had not been for that, there would not be just two Black Ink giant spirit gods remaining. None of the many great passes left here at the no-return pass was in perfect condition. All of them were littered with traces from that battle, including blood stains from both races. In the end, Yang Kai's eyes fell on one of the great passes and he pointed at it. I'll take that one. He could vaguely see two characters on one of the walls, but it was hard to decipher them, possibly due to the passage of time as well as the damage sustained during the battle. However, Yang Kai could just barely make out their meaning. That should be Pure Yang Pass. The old ancestor of Pure Yang Cave Heaven was the one who was in charge of Pure Yang Pass, and among all of the old ancestors back then, he was one of the oldest and most powerful. Yang Kai had long admired the old ancestor, but he never got the chance to meet the latter. He heard it was that very old ancestor who rallied all the others and led the final charge during the waning moments of the Barren Territory War where they took on the Black Ink giant spirit god and all the royal lords. He and the other old ancestors had chosen to sacrifice their lives for the future of the human race. After being reminded of the valiant old ancestor, Yang Kai became emotional and leveled a cold glare at Mo Na Yi. Move your Black Ink nests away. There were 4 Black Ink nests on Pure Yang Pass. One was a high-rank Black Ink nest while the other 3 were mid-rank Black Ink nests. Quite a number of Black Ink clansmen were also stationed there. It had been agreed upon earlier that Yang Kai would allow the Black Ink clan to move their Black Ink nests away beforehand. Even though a murderous feeling rose in his heart, he did not want to get into a conflict with Mo Na Yi right now. Mo Na Yi flicked his hand and over a dozen territory lords swiftly came over in a group. They kept a wary eye on Yang Kai as they began moving their Black Ink nests. During this process, Mo Na Yi and Mo Yu kept their auras locked on Yang Kai. It was clear they were heavily guarding against him. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not do anything. Once all the Black Ink nests had been moved and the Black Ink clansmen left, Yang Kai moved over to Pure Yang Pass in a flash. Can he take it with him? Mo Yu secretly asked Mo Na Yi. Mo Na Yi shook his head. I don't know, but since he proposed this deal, it's obvious that he's confident about it. Yang Kai would not have made such a proposition if he did not feel confident. What a frightening enemy, Mou remarked with a complicated expression. These great passes had been left behind at the no-return pass because they were too massive. Even the old ancestors back then could not easily store them inside their small universes. The pure young old ancestor, who was one of the mightiest Ninth Order masters, could probably accomplish this, but at the time, the humans had to make a hasty retreat from the no-return pass as the situation had been fairly dire for them, and he did not have the time to do something like that. Furthermore, if he did move pure Yang Pass into his small universe, it would have had a huge effect on his combat strength. Under those circumstances, he had to ensure he was at his strongest and could not jeopardize the situation just for the sake of a great pass. If Yang Kai manages to store a great pass inside his small universe, doesn't that mean his heritage is even stronger than the previous generation's top Ninth Order masters? He hasn't even been a Ninth Order master for long. He still has the potential to grow stronger. Mou was secretly horrified at the thought of Yang Kai's terrifying talent and potential. Stick to the plan, Mou secretly communicated to everyone. He had no choice but to compromise and agree to let Yang Kai retrieve a great pass, but at the same time, he wanted to use this chance to see Yang Kai's limits. After all these years of battling the humans, the Black Ink clan was familiar enough with the mysteries of the Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe. Even if Yang Kai had the ability to take such an enormous great pass with him, it would surely affect his strength. If Yang Kai so much as showed signs of weakness, the Black Ink clan would not hesitate to gang up on him and try to get rid of him once and for all. The deal would not have been struck so easily if this had not been what the Black Ink clan was hoping for. The Black Ink clan were eyeing Yang Kai with the eyes of hunters when he turned abruptly, looked up, and grinned at them. After all these years of dealing with Mo Nai, it was only natural that he figured out what this royal lord was up to. Yang Kai chuckled to himself, if that's what Mo Nai is hoping for, then he's going to be sorely disappointed. As that thought flickered in his head, he summoned the Space-Time River. This move startled the Black Ink clan. They had assumed that Yang Kai would have to use the strength of his small universe to retrieve pure Yang Pass. After all, something as massive as a Great Pass could only be stored inside a Ninth Order Master's small universe if they wanted to move it on their own. Why did he summon this Dao Strength River? Mo Nai's expression darkened as he realized he had been mistaken. The sound of flowing water rang in their ears as the space-time river slowly unfurled, and under Yang Kai's control, it looped around pure Yang Pass until the entire Great Pass was completely engulfed by it. Inside the river, space-time Dao strength pulsed and the water suddenly started churning as a highly concentrated amount of the space Dao strength was released and the space covered by the river began to ripple. Yang Kai made a grabbing motion at the space-time river and carelessly clutched it before turning to Mo Nai. If you don't make a move now, it's going to be too late. Mo Nai stared right back at him with a neutral expression, I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai snorted and paid him no mind as he began channeling his strength through his hand. Space quivered as cracks began to appear. All at once, the void where pure Yang Pass was looked as if it was a block of tofu that had been sliced out by something sharp. The area that was enveloped by the space-time river broke off from the rest of the surrounding space. All Black Ink clansmen were stunned while disbelief flashed in the eyes of the two royal lords. They were powerful and experienced masters, but even to them, the power Yang Kai exhibited was far too unimaginable. The space-time river began surging even more. It seemed as if the space Dao strength was about to explode and send thunderous waves crashing out of the great river. Yang Kai slowly curled his fist, and as he did that, the piece of the void that had been cut out began shrinking as if something was squeezing it. Each time the water of the space-time river made a full circle, the chunk of void grew a little smaller. From the looks of it, the entire piece of space was going to be compressed by the pressure from the great river. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5846, Second Business Proposal. Yang Kai's mysterious power was far beyond the realm of what the Black Ink clan thought possible. A quarter hour later, the dust cleared. Yang Kai raised his hand and a ball the size of his fist shot into it. In the distance, those from the Black Ink clan were looking on with widened eyes and gaping mouths. Mo Na Yi sighed to himself, I was mistaken. He assumed that Yang Kai would use his small universe to retrieve pure Yang Pass and never thought the latter would exhibit such an ability instead. Meanwhile, Yang Kai fiddled with the spacetime river ball in his hand as he secretly smirked. He was able to turn a universe world into a world bead, so how difficult would it be to do the same to pure Yang Pass? Of course, there was a difference between refining a universe world into a world bead and what he just did. He had been able to refine those universe worlds because their world principles had not perished yet. In other words, the universe worlds were still alive, so in a sense they were cooperating with him, which allowed him to refine each one of them before leaving them with the world tree. That was also how he managed to build a strange connection with the world tree and use the power of the old tree to traverse the void. However, pure Yang Pass was completely inanimate and could not be communicated with in any way, so Yang Kai could not refine it in the same way. He could only wrap the spacetime river around pure Yang Pass and slice away the local space where it was before using the power of his spacetime river to compress everything. With his present command over the Tao of space, it was well within his means to do such a thing. Furthermore, after encountering those tiny celestial phenomena inside the universe furnace's infinite river, he had gained much inspiration from them. It could be said that his spacetime river was the most crucial part of this whole plan. Without the spacetime river, Yang Kai would have a hard time cutting out such a huge piece of the void. Yang Kai played with the spacetime river ball in his hand before looking over at Mo Na Yi. Why don't I take another great pass in exchange for staying away from the no-return pass for 60 years? Get lost. Mo Na Yi was incensed as he had abruptly realized that the more powerful Yang Kai was, the more outrageous he became. How dare he make such a shameless request? The human's great passes were extremely lethal weapons of war. It was bad enough to let Yang Kai take one with him, so why would they let him take two? What's more, there was barely a difference between 30 years and 60 years. Stingy. Yang Kai pursed his lips, but he had only made this remark offhandedly as he knew for certain that the Black Ink clan would not agree to it. Even if they did, he would not be able to do it anyway. He only had one spacetime river and could not pull out another one. You've gotten what you wanted, so hurry up and leave, Mo Na Yi could not resist urging. In a single trip to the no-return pass, Yang Kai managed to cause the loss of a pseudo-royal lord and a high-rank Black Ink nest. He even took the pure Yang Pass with him. All in all, the Black Ink clan lost quite a fair bit. Fortunately, if Yang Kai kept his word, they would not have to see him for another 30 years, and in that time, they could hopefully find a way to deal with such situations. Otherwise, if Yang Kai returned once the 30 years were up, they would still be unable to do anything about him. There's no rush, Yang Kai smiled faintly as he eyed Mo Na Yi and said, I'd like to discuss a second business proposal with you. Mo Na Yi's head was throbbing by now and immediately raised his hand and said, no thanks. You said it yourself, the human race and the Black Ink clan are irreconcilable enemies and the bloodshed between us is enough to fill even the deepest oceans. There's nothing we need to discuss. Leave at once with what you've taken. Nothing good came out of anything that was related to Yang Kai. Mo Na Yi was on his guard and did not want to waste any more time on this human. He did not expect Yang Kai to ignore what he said entirely and carry on speaking anyway. The battlefields between both sides are similar to what it was back then. Right now, 12 great territories are being fought over with quite a number of pseudo-royal lords standing guard at each one, along with massive armies. Even if you don't care about the lives of those in your army, you'd still have to care about the lives of the pseudo-royal lords, right? Mo Na Yi's heart skipped a beat and his expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Yang Kai chuckled and took a step forward. With the use of space principles, he reappeared in front of the territory gate and looked down upon the Black Ink clan masters beneath him as he taunted, Don't tell me you have no idea what I meant by that. Do you insist on forcing me to spell it out for you? Mo's expression was as dark as night and Mo Na Yi's was not any better, but the latter stubbornly refuted, "I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Kai scoffed, "Seems to me you won't admit it until I force your hand." Then, he continued, "Why don't I make a guess? When I left the no-return pass and all of you began prying open the territory gate, you must have gotten the word out at once for all the pseudo-royal lords to retreat from the battlefields, right? Oh, wait. It won't just be them. The territory lords and many of the feudal lords too, right? After all, you went through all that effort building them up, so it won't be good if too many died. Based on the timing, the ones nearest to the no-return pass should arrive at the barren territory soon. Maybe I should head over there and greet them." Mo Na Ye's eyes were flaming as murderous intent swelled up. He clenched his jaw and spat out, "You've known all along." Initially, he hoped that Yang Kai would not be able to figure this out, but the moment Yang Kai said it aloud, he knew he had been far too hopeful. After all, with how shrewd Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to not have thought of this possibility. Nevertheless, the fact that he did not show any signs of having thought about it earlier gave the Black Ink clan a trace of hope. That being said, the moment Yang Kai brought it up, Mo Na Yi knew that the situation was heading down the worst possible path for them. Mo Na Yi instantly realized the severity of the situation when Yang Kai left the no-return pass and headed for the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. The fact that Yang Kai could cause even more trouble at the no-return pass now was not the most serious issue. Although the Black Ink clan could not be pleased by the way he messed around at the no-return pass, destroyed a Black Ink nest, and killed a recovering pseudo-royal lord, it did not have much of an effect on the fights out on the various battlefields. On the contrary, Yang Kai's ability to seal up the territory gate whenever he pleased was his biggest trump card. The no-return pass was the foundation of the Black Ink clan. They had 2 royal lords here and all of their high-rank Black Ink nests as well. Around 80% of the reinforcements sent to the battlefield came from the no-return pass. Even the injured pseudo-royal lords had to return to the no-return pass to heal. Therefore, the territory gate between the no-return pass and the barren territory was critical to their war effort. If it was sealed up, the Black Ink clan would not be able to send reinforcements to the various battlefields, and the pseudo-royal lords who were on their way back could not return either. Yang Kai could even seal up the territory gates across the various battlefields to keep all of the Black Ink clan armies caged up, then slowly eliminate them. Considering how powerful he was now, no one would be able to challenge him out on the battlefields as there was not a single true royal lord overseeing them. Yang Kai had also sealed up the territory gate at the no-return pass in the past, but at the time, he was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though he managed to seal up the territory gate, he did not have the power to kill off royal lords and pseudo-royal lords, and he would not be able to accomplish much if he relied solely on his soul-rending thorns. However, the situation was different now. Yang Kai was a 9th Order Master and a Divine Dragon as well. The fight 2 months ago had allowed Mo Na Yi to realize just how powerful Yang Kai had truly become. A human as strong as Yang Kai with the tricky ability to seal territory gates to boot was an enemy that the Black Ink clan could not go up against. His existence threatened to turn the tides on the Black Ink clan despite the effort they had put in all these years to get things to where they were now. Yang Kai using his ability to seal up the territory gate was the foreshadowing sign of the Black Ink clan's future possibility of devastating losses out on the battlefields. Thus, while they were busy forcing open the territory gate, Mo Na Yi made sure the Black Ink clan avoided suffering such heavy casualties by getting the word out as well. He instructed all of the pseudo-royal lords out on the battlefields to retreat and return to the no-return pass as quickly as they could. Doing this was the equivalent of dooming the rest of the Black Ink clan army. Though the pseudo-royal lords could flee, the armies could not. Mo Na Yi could predict that the humans would certainly be able to massacre the Black Ink clan soldiers that remained on the battlefields. Despite making all of the necessary arrangements beforehand, Mo Na Yi still had a hard time dealing with the fact that Yang Kai saw right through everything. The losses the Black Ink clan suffered this time around were irrefutably the worst since the Barren Territory War, but it was an unavoidable situation. Their goal was to invade the 3,000 worlds, so naturally they fought deep within the 3,000 worlds. Since you've already thought of this, why haven't you done anything yet? Now that things had come to this, Mo Na Yi was surprisingly able to keep a cool head. What are you referring to? Yang Kai cocked his eyebrows. After claiming E5 territory, you could have easily helped out on the next battlefield. You could have also sealed up the territory gates to ensure the human race's victory. This was something Mo Na Yi could not figure out. Yang Kai had made his move at E5 territory and helped the Red Flame army slaughter a total of 8 pseudo-royal lords, but after having done that, he ran straight over to the no-return pass instead of lingering on the battlefield. Mo Na Yi believed that Yang Kai could have simply continued his efforts in the next great territory. The Black Ink clan there would surely be defeated and at least a few of the pseudo-royal lords would have died in the process. Yang Kai chuckled and said, even though I could have taken over another battlefield by doing so, when word got back to you, you would have made the same arrangements as now. That means I'll only get to kill a few more pseudo-royal lords. There's not much point in that. Mo Na Yi mulled it over and nodded lightly. As it was, the moment he received the report from E5 territory, he immediately thought about withdrawing all of the pseudo-royal lords as it would be dangerous for them if Yang Kai began eyeing them too. There was no telling where Yang Kai would head off to next, so it had to be a full retreat. However, the subsequent dispatches made it clear that Yang Kai did not head to any other battlefield and instead headed straight for the no-return pass, which was why Mo Na Yi did not immediately give the order to retreat. That all changed when Yang Kai left the no-return pass. As Mo Na Yi surveyed the sealed-up territory gate, he finally realized how grave the situation was. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's expression hardened as he said, the situation across the 3,000 worlds is far too messy right now. All of the armies are separated and your Black Ink clan has established forward outposts throughout the various great territories. Don't you think it's better if we make the situation simpler? Mo Na Yi came to an understanding, so, that's why you've chosen to do this. Yang Kai nodded. Soon, the humans will reclaim the 3,000 worlds, and the Black Ink clan will have to all gather together at the no-return pass. The humans won't need to disperse their armies to deal with you, they will simply have to keep their eye on the no-return pass. As for the pseudo-royal lords whose lives were threatened by Yang Kai, sooner or later, they would still die. Mo Na Yi could not help but feel impressed. That is indeed the best possible situation for the humans. Then, he followed up with a sigh, the humans are blessed to have you, Yang Kai. Yang Kai smirked, don't think I'll go easy on you just because you are flattering me. Mo Na Yi shook his head and asked with a forlorn expression, is this the second business proposal you talked about earlier? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5847, is it too late to ask for more? As soon as Yang Kai pointed out the reality of the current situation, Mo Na Yi knew Yang Kai had managed to trick the Black Ink clan into doing what he wanted again. He purposely sealed the territory gate to make them wary of the possibilities which led to them recalling all the pseudo-royal lords who were out fighting. All of this left Mo Na Yi feeling both furious and bleak. Yang Kai stood outside the territory gate and opened his arms, right now, I'm the one who has the upper hand. Your pseudo-royal lords are retreating from all the different battlefields, but I can seal up the territory gate at any time and slaughter all of them. Even though you can force open the territory gate again, it'll take some time. Moreover, I can seal up more than one territory gate. If Yang Kai headed off right now to kill the returning pseudo-royal lords, he would undoubtedly seal off all the territory gates along the way. Mo Na Yi would not be able to go after him no matter how much he wanted to. With Yang Kai's present mastery over the Tao of space and his current strength, it was laughably easy for him to seal off a territory gate. However, it would take the Black Ink clan time and a lot of time and effort to break one open again. The amount of work required of both parties was worlds apart. Yang Kai could use this to his advantage, and the additional time he had thanks to that would be enough for the Black Ink clan to lose a majority of their pseudo-royal lords. What do you want? Mo Na Yi asked darkly. Yang Kai flashed a faint smile. Now that's how you do business. It was easy to deal with someone as smart as Mo Na Yi. Yang Kai did not need to give a detailed explanation. Mo Na Yi could grasp the situation quickly, which saved the need to waste one's breath. If Yang Kai had been dealing with a hot-headed fool with a fiery temper instead, they might have come to blows by now. That was not what Yang Kai wanted. As long as your new generation of royal lords hasn't emerged, the pseudo-royal lords are your strongest forces. You can't afford to lose any of them. After all, you don't have any more innate territory lords, so every single pseudo-royal lord who dies can't be replaced, Yang Kai slowly remarked. How's this? I won't back you into a corner. For every single pseudo-royal lord, I want 1,000,000 sets of fifth-order materials. You can count how many pseudo-royal lords you have remaining and give me the equivalent amount. Are you insane? Mo Na Yi stared at Yang Kai in shock. He was thunderstruck by the human's attempt at open robbery. Even though he only asked for fifth-order materials, 1,000,000 sets was far too much. Furthermore, this was only in exchange for a single pseudo-royal lord. At the very least, there were around 100 of them out on the battlefields, so wasn't that like asking for 100,000,000 sets of fifth-order materials? Though Mo Na Yi knew Yang Kai would surely have high demands, he never expected the latter to be this greedy, and he certainly could not accept it. These materials mean nothing to the Black Ink clan, but the same can't be said for the pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai commented coolly. You better think carefully before you answer. Mo Na Yi gritted his teeth. It's too much. Truth be told, Mo Na Yi was more than willing to use these materials to exchange for the lives of the pseudo-royal lords, but the price that Yang Kai asked for was too far outside the limits of acceptability. After all, the materials taken from them would be used to help the humans grow stronger. The more the Black Ink clan gave, the stronger the humans could become. All of a sudden, Mo Na Yi realized that this could very well be the real reason why Yang Kai showed up at the no-return pass. Mo Na Yi knew of the humans' lack of resources. The Black Ink clan had the entire Black Ink battlefield to supply them with everything they needed to provide for their army, but what did the humans have? They only had the resources amassed by the major sects throughout all their years of existence, but no matter how much they had saved, they would still use everything up someday. When that happened, the humans would no longer have any resources and the cultivation of their masters would slow down dramatically. They might not even get any new open heaven realm masters anymore. Therefore, the humans had to find a way to overcome their dwindling supplies. This explained why Yang Kai named such an exorbitant price. His earlier deal with the Black Ink clan was merely his way of slowly setting up the stage and putting pressure on them. Thinking about it now, Mo Na Yi realized that the earlier deal did not benefit the Black Ink clan in any way. Instead, they ended up allowing Yang Kai to take a great pass basically for free. That's my only condition. I won't accept any attempts to bargain. You have a stick of incense's worth of time to discuss this. If you can't accept it, then so be it. I will immediately head off to slaughter all your pseudo-royal lords. Let me see how many of them manage to make it back alive. Oh. I'll start with the territory gate that connects Shattered Heaven to the 3,000 words. That'll make for an excellent battlefield. Yang Kai took a hard line and left no room for haggling. Mo Na Yi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets and the other pseudo-royal lords were seething with rage as well. They kept throwing questioning looks at Mo Na Yi. It was as if they would rush forward to eviscerate Yang Kai the moment the royal lord gave the order. Meanwhile, Mo Na Yi's expression kept changing. Everyone could see that he was trying to quell his murderous intent. In the end, he did not give the order as he somehow kept a lid on his fury. He was only able to control himself because he knew nothing would come out of it even if he did give the order to attack. They could not do anything to Yang Kai when the territory gate was right behind him. The moment the Black Ink clan even tried to do anything, Yang Kai could immediately jump through the territory gate. Truth be told, Mo Na Yi was not averse to giving away those materials in exchange for the safety of the pseudo-royal lords. However, he was infuriated by the amount Yang Kai asked for and the refusal to let them bargain even when they did so earlier. However, he could not deny that Yang Kai was targeting the Black Ink clan's weakness. If he did do as he said just now, a lot of pseudo-royal lords would be meeting their doom. The pseudo-royal lords who were retreating from the battlefields had to pass through the territory gate at the Shattered Heaven. It was a passage that could not be avoided, and Yang Kai only had to lie in wait there. By doing so, he would surely be able to kill them off. If the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass wanted to head over to help the pseudo-royal lords, they had to pass through the barren territory and travel across the entirety of the Shattered Heaven. Not only would the journey take them far longer than it took Yang Kai, but just the act of needing to break open the sealed territory gates would waste a lot of their time as well. By the time they did manage to get there, it was probably going to be too late. Furthermore, they had to leave some masters at the No-Return Pass to stand guard there, so they could not send out all of their forces. A single human had the entire Black Ink clan in a chokehold. All of the Black Ink clansmen were drowning in humiliation. After sending a resentful glare in Yang Kai's direction, Mo Na Yi used his divine sense to discuss the deal with Mou. Yang Kai calmly waited by the territory gate without rushing them. After all, he did say he was giving them a stick of incense's worth of time to discuss the deal. Moreover, he was certain they would agree to his demand. Although he was asking for a lot, it was not an amount they could not deliver. They simply did not want to hand over all these resources to the enemy. However, materials came second when weighed against the lives of those pseudo-royal lords. Still, there were no guarantees in life. If the Black Ink clan was going to be stubborn about it and refuse to accept his ridiculous demand, then he had no choice but to head on over and kill off the pseudo-royal lords. Now that he was using the space-time river to seal Pure Yang Pass, Yang Kai could not use it in battle, and without its help, it would not be easy for him to kill all those pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, the returning pseudo-royal lords would be traveling in groups, which would make it even harder for him to kill them. If he had to do it, he could only succeed a few times. As more and more pseudo-royal lords returned from the various battlefields, he would have to stop. No matter how strong he was, there was still a limit to what he could accomplish alone. Hopefully, Mo Na Yi makes the wiser choice. Yang Kai glanced at Mo Na Yi, and the latter just so happened to be glancing over at him too. Their eyes met and Yang Kai flashed the royal lord a cordial smile. Mo Na Yi averted his eyes with a disgusted expression. The discussion continued. At first, it was only between Mo Na Yi and Mou, but soon, the divine senses of many other pseudo-royal lords joined in. From their expressions and reactions, it was clear that they were split on the issue. Yang Kai did not bother paying any attention to them and just remained ready to step into the territory gate at any given moment. Before the time was up, the Black Ink clan came to a decision. Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and crossed his arms before calmly asking, "So?" Mo Na Yi took a deep breath. He looked like someone who was weighed down by abject humiliation as he growled lowly, "We accept the trade you've asked for." Yang Kai's brow twitched a little. Is it too late for me to ask for more now? He had clearly underestimated the amount of resources the Black Ink clan had. As it was, he thought he was already asking for the lion's share of what they had. He even considered the possibility of compromising just a tiny bit if the Black Ink clan insisted on haggling with him. Who would have thought that they'd agree just like that? After giving it some thought, it made sense. The Black Ink clan had been in control of the 3,000 worlds and the entire Black Ink battlefield for millennia, which was more than enough time for them to gather an enormous amount of resources as they had more than enough underlings to do the mining. Yang Kai felt an inexplicable sense of regret, like he had somehow suffered a great loss. Yang Kai! Mo Na Yi roared, "Don't go too far." Yang Kai waved his hand, "I was joking. It's just a joke. Don't get all worked up." Mo Na Yi threw him a baleful glare. It took quite some time before he could calm himself down again. "We need time to gather everything." 3 days. Yang Kai had already considered this. He was not going to let the Black Ink clan drag things out for too long. I want to see everything in 3 days. Also, let me warn you right now. Don't even bother trying to trick me. I know full well how many pseudo-royal lords you have out there. 3 days isn't enough time. You're asking for a lot, Mo Nai countered with a frown. Yang Kai snorted, all of your resources are right here. You just need to sort through them. You can do that in 3 days. But, of course, I don't mind if you wish to drag it out even longer. However, if any of the pseudo-royal lords return before I get what I want, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. He was standing right outside the territory gate, so if the pseudo-royal lords returned, they would surely pop up in front of him. How could any of them survive if he attacked them the moment they came through? Mo Nai's face twitched as he growled, fine. 3 days. You're a decisive one. Yang Kai complimented. We don't have that many fifth-order materials, so we'll make up for it with others. Naturally, we'll make sure we meet the necessary amount, Mo Nai added. After all, even the Black Ink clan could not bring out nearly 100 million sets of fifth-order materials. It made sense that they had to replace some of them with other kinds of materials. Yang Kai was not going to make things difficult for them on this account, so he nodded before replying, sure, but nothing less than fourth-order materials. I won't accept anything below that. Martial Peak, Chapter 5848, T. At this point, the humans rarely had any new open heaven realm masters beneath the fourth order. The Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters World, the two open heaven realm cradles, had boosted the floor of the human race greatly and allowed the open heaven realm masters to have a far better start than they did in the past. Therefore, materials beneath fourth order were not of much use to the humans. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan did not have the same requirements when it came to the order of materials. Everything would be tossed inside the Black Ink nest anyway, so it did not matter to them how low the quality was. Mo Nai briefly mulled over Yang Kai's demand before agreeing to it. He gave the pseudo-royal lords a look and over a dozen of them returned to the no-return pass to start organizing their resources. Meanwhile, the other Black Ink clansmen kept staring at Yang Kai from a distance. Since there was nothing else to do, Yang Kai took out a table and a few chairs from his small universe, as well as a tea set. As he began preparing a pot of tea, he looked over at Mo Nai and Mou, why don't the two of you come over and have a seat? Mo Nai and Mou exchanged glances and scoffed under their breaths before heading over in a flash and taking their seats in front of Yang Kai. The pseudo-royal lords who were still watching on from a distance could not resist circulating their power just in case they needed to provide some form of aid. However, the three most powerful masters simply sat there in silence. No one showed any sign of wanting to start a fight. It was a strange sight to behold and the pseudo-royal lords nursed complicated feelings seeing it. In just a few moments, the tea was ready. Yang Kai filled the cups in front of the two royal lords before pouring himself some tea as well. After taking a sip, he set his cup down and said, I'm not much of a tea connoisseur, after all, I haven't had the luxury of time to spare on such things. But, a lot of humans are passionate about tea, many even considering it an art form. Ever since the Black Ink clan's invasion into the 3,000 worlds, countless humans were displaced from their homes and many of the great territories are now empty and lifeless. Perhaps many traditions such as this will die out as a result. What a pity. Mo Nai took a sip of the tea and responded curtly, I prefer the taste of the humans' wines and liqueurs. Tea is a little bland. Yang Kai cocked his eyebrows, you're quite picky, aren't you? Doesn't matter to me whether you drink it or not. You know, considering the Black Ink clan's speciality of destroying any place you invade, if you truly take control over everything, you won't even be able to drink tea anymore. Mo Nai set his cup down and staunchly declared, in the future, Black Ink will be the only constant existence. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop Mo Nai, don't bother spreading your propaganda. We'll never see eye to eye and we'll never be on the same side. You're just a bunch of invaders who are running amok in someone else's home. When everything first came into existence, the divine spirits were the ones in power, Mo Nai coolly retorted. Then, it was the monster race who ruled before the power finally fell into the hands of the human race. As the years go by, control of the universe switches between different races, there is no true preordained owner. If the humans can be in charge, then so can the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai side-eyed him. You know a thing or two, huh? There was balance and progress in the universe during the reigns of the divine spirits, monster race, and the human race, but if the Black Ink clan does succeed, what can you bring about? There will be nothing but destruction and desolation. If everything else is gone, do you think the Black Ink clan will survive? You're just digging your own graves, and yet you make it sound so wonderful by calling it the only constant existence. Since you know so much, let me ask you this. Do you know how the divine spirits came into existence? Mo Nai frowned. Do you? Of course. Yang Kai declared with a smug smile. However, he did not give Mo Nai any time to ask any questions as he swiftly added, but, I'm not going to tell you. Mo Nai could not resist rolling his eyes, but his temper did not flare up. Yang Kai continued, the Black Ink clan came about because of Mo. Its thoughts and beliefs are what determine your actions and choices. Even though Mo is incredibly powerful, it was suppressed and sealed inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction all of those years ago. Unable to escape, it has been stuck there ever since. However, it doesn't seem to do well with loneliness. Nevertheless, it's like a frog that has been stuck inside a well and thinks that what it sees is everything there is to see and know. It cannot possibly fathom that there's so much more out there that it has no idea about. Pung. Mou, who had been silent the whole time, slammed his cup onto the table and glared at Yang Kai. How dare you question the Supreme One? Yang Kai side-eyed him. What's wrong with you? Getting all worked up over a few words I said? What gives you the audacity to lash out at me after drinking my tea, huh? Mou had a stormy expression as he retorted, don't think you're invincible just because you're a ninth-order master now, Yang Kai. Perhaps Mo Nai and I can't stand against you, but can you stand against the Supreme One's soul clone? Naturally, he was referring to the Black Ink giant spirit gods. Yang Kai snorted, why would I need to stand against them? They have their own opponents. Mou could not think of a retort to that. Yang Kai pursed his lips, forget it. I can't be bothered to talk about these things with you. Why would we need to cultivate if everything could be resolved through debates? He cocked his eyebrows at Mo Nai, isn't that right? It was clear that Mo Nai did not want to dwell on this topic either, so he changed the subject. We'll give you the materials in 3 days, but I have a small request as well. Go on. Yang Kai raised his cup of tea to his lips before swirling it around. You need to remain here until all the pseudo-royal lords have returned to the no-return pass before you can leave. Mo Nai had dealt with Yang Kai many times, and though this human had never broken a promise he made, Mo Nai could not be sure that he could trust Yang Kai this time. If Yang Kai left right after taking all the materials with him, he would certainly head over to kill those pseudo-royal lords. To avoid that, they could only allow Yang Kai to leave when all of the pseudo-royal lords had returned. He was worried that Yang Kai would not agree to his request and was even considering withholding a portion of the materials and only handing them over to Yang Kai once the pseudo-royal lords arrived safe and sound. Thus, he did not expect Yang Kai to agree without any fuss. I was going to do that anyway, even if you didn't ask it of me. Startled, Mo Nai gave him a blank stare. Why would he do that? With a faint smile, Yang Kai explained, I have to see whether the number of materials you give matches the number of pseudo-royal lords who come back. It's no issue if you give more than what we agreed upon, but if you give me less. Ha. I won't be pleased. Mo Nai's expression darkened as he growled, you can rest assured that I know even better than you just how many pseudo-royal lords there are out there. You won't be getting any less than what we agreed. That's good then. Yang Kai nodded and refilled Mo Nai's cup, but he ignored Mou and the latter's expression became a little unpleasant. Mo Nai chuckled and shook his head. He personally topped up Mo's cup before letting out a heavy sigh. The advantage we had for thousands of years is all gone now. Henceforth, the humans will be able to easily reclaim the 3,000 worlds. Previously, it would not have been easy for the humans to reclaim the 3,000 worlds. There was no telling how long it would take for them to go on fighting to reclaim each great territory one by one, not to mention all the effort and the sacrifices that needed to be made as well. However, due to the overwhelming threat that the Black Ink clan was up against in the form of Xianxia, they were forced to withdraw all of their most powerful masters lest the humans seized his chance to eliminate them. Due to this, the Black Ink clan army out on the battlefields would not be able to put up a fight against the humans, and the Black Ink clan did not plan on sending out any reinforcements either. Therefore, the humans simply needed to put in a bit of time and they would be able to reclaim the rest of the 3,000 worlds. Xianxia scoffed, so what if we reclaim them? The 3,000 worlds are nothing but tattered ruins left behind by the Black Ink clan. It's merely a symbolic victory for us as the 3,000 worlds won't be of any help to us. After many millennia of damage caused by the Black Ink clan's occupation, all of the universe worlds in all the great territories had died out a long time ago. All the resources had been stripped and the 3,000 worlds were nothing more than empty ruins. Even if the humans reclaimed them, they would be of much use. That's true, but the humans would not be forfeiting an easy victory. Xianxia nodded. I assume that in the future, the humans will have control over the 3,000 worlds while the Black Ink clan continues to hold the no-return pass. Now that the subject came up, Xianxia grew curious. Back when the Black Ink clan invaded the no-return pass, how did you manage to enter the barren territory? There was only one territory gate, and when the humans retreated to the barren territory, they would have already set up an ambush at the territory gate. It would not have been easy for the Black Ink clan to invade the barren territory. Even if they kept sending their army through, the humans would still decimate them with ease. Xianxia did not take part in that battle and he did not seek out much information after the fact, so he was curious to know how the Black Ink clan could break past the humans' defenses and launch a successful invasion into the barren territory. It's all thanks to the Supreme One's soul clone, of course, Mo Na-Yi replied. I presumed as much, Xianxia commented after gaining clarity. Only the presence of a Black Ink giant spirit god would have allowed the Black Ink clan to accomplish what they did. The Black Ink giant spirit god was the one who barged into the barren territory and occupied a sizable chunk of the human race's combat power, which allowed the Black Ink clan to send their army in. Humans don't have a third giant spirit god. It will be difficult for us to invade the no-return pass. Xianxia stroked his chin as he seemed to vex over the conundrum. Mo's brow twitched. They were all mortal enemies, so Xianxia was being rather haughty for making that comment right in front of them. Mo Na-Yi had a knowing smirk on his face. Brother Yang, you probably know of a secret passage that leads from the 3,000 worlds straight into the Black Ink battlefield, right? This was something the Black Ink clan deduced a long time ago. After all, Xianxia made frequent trips to the no-return pass without passing through the territory gate. Instead, he would simply pop up all of a sudden on the Black Ink battlefield. Only the existence of a secret passage could explain how he managed to move around. They had tried to locate the secret passage, but after all these years, they had not found anything. In Mo Na-Yi's eyes, Xianxia was simply trying to put on an act by saying it would be tough for the humans to invade the no-return pass. With that secret passage of his, the humans could easily gather on the Black Ink battlefield before laying siege to the no-return pass. The Black Ink clan would surely suffer devastating losses if they did not guard against that possibility. Xianxia's taking us for fools with that remark of his. Mo Na-Yi was not about to believe him. Now that things have come to this, there's only one thing I wish to ask of you, Brother Yang. Which great territory inside the 3,000 worlds is the entrance of that secret passage located? Mo Na-Yi asked with great sincerity. This question had confounded him for years now. He did not ask where the exit was as he knew Xianxia would not be telling him that, so he simply asked about the entrance. Xianxia flashed him a faint smile. What a coincidence. I have a question to ask you too. Go ahead, Brother Yang. Is your Supreme One waking up soon? When is it going to wake up? Back then, Mo sunk into a deep slumber when the hidden hand Mu left behind had been triggered. It had been thousands of years since then, and Yang Kai estimated that Mo would be awakening soon. However, the old tree had sunk into a deep slumber too, so the fact that Yang Kai could not head over to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to check on things whenever he wanted was giving him a headache. Martial Peak, Chapter 5849, all done. The three masters, one human and two from the Black Ink clan, sat there in the void staring at each other in total silence. The tea's getting cold, Mo Nai quipped with a chuckle to gloss over the earlier topic. Obviously, he did not wish to answer Yang Kai's question. His question did not affect much. Even if Yang Kai exposed where the entrance to the secret passage was, the Black Ink clan could not do anything about it anymore. On the other hand, Yang Kai was asking about highly confidential information of absolute importance to the Black Ink clan. Mo Nai was not going to answer that question. However, Mo Nai did not expect Yang Kai to snatch the cup out of his hands and even stuff the table back inside his small universe. Yang Kai got up and made it clear their presence was no longer welcome. You've had your tea, so you can scram now. Mo Nai was dumbstruck. You're the one who invited us over for tea and yet you're chasing us off now? How can your attitude change faster than flipping the pages of a book? Nevertheless, despite being displeased, Mo Nai did not want to trifle with Yang Kai over such inconsequential matters. He glanced at Mou, and the two royal lords went back to the no-return pass, leaving Yang Kai alone by the territory gate. 3 days later, they were done gathering the materials and Mo Nai personally handed over the space rings to Yang Kai. They were giving over so much that they had to use over 100 space rings. Yang Kai checked every single one of the space rings as Mo Nai reminded him, "Don't forget about our agreement, Brother Yang. Don't worry. I'm someone who keeps my word. In all our years of dealings, have I ever reneged on something I said?" Yang Kai replied. "That's true, but things are no longer the same now." Mo Nai was still a little uneasy. After seeing the expression on Mo Nai's face, Yang Kai suggested, "How's this? I'll step aside and you can stand guard at the territory gate. That way, I won't be able to leave through it." Mo Nai solemnly nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking too." He came over because he wanted Yang Kai to do just that. Yang Kai pursed his lips. "At the end of the day, you still don't trust me. Don't we have a relationship that includes surviving a narrow brush with death? I'm sorely disappointed by the attitude you're taking right now. How can you call it a relationship when it includes surviving a narrow brush with death? You were the one who nearly killed me." Mo Nai griped to himself. He could not avoid recalling his embarrassing past. His head was throbbing as he replied, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I have to consider the bigger." Yeah, I get it." Yang Kai cut him off. He could not be bothered to waste any more of his breath. He was in a good mood over the fact that he managed to extort a massive amount of materials from the Black Ink clan, so he was not going to bother with Mo Nai and readily stood aside. The Black Ink clan had clearly been prepared for this. Nearly 20 pseudo-royal lords immediately flew over to Mo Nai to block the territory gate. Soon, Yang Kai finished taking stock of all the materials and put them away with great satisfaction. This time, the Black Ink clan did not try to shortchange Yang Kai. It was quite the contrary, as they gave him more than what he expected. He assumed it was because they did not want to give him an excuse to find fault with them. Meanwhile, Mo Nai let out a small exhale of relief when he saw that Yang Kai did not leave the moment he was done checking. Even though Yang Kai had allowed Mo Nai and a group of pseudo-royal lords to stand guard at the territory gate, there was still the secret passage between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai did not need to use the territory gate to leave, and if he had chosen to do just that, the Black Ink clan would not be able to stop him. Though it was a pain to deal with Yang Kai, there was one thing that Mo Nai was glad about. As long as the situation wasn't harmful to the human race, Yang Kai never went back on his word. Time passed and several days later, the territory gate began rippling with the surge of space principles. The numerous pseudo-royal lords who had been standing around waiting grew alert as they checked the territory gate and saw silhouettes popping out. There were a total of 11 of them with imposing auras which made it clear they were all pseudo-royal lords. Yang Kai glanced at them as well and spotted a few familiar faces. He immediately figured out where they had just come from. These were the pseudo-royal lords who fled E5 territory. The Black Ink clan had chosen the battlefield at E5 territory to be the place where they were going to prove their strength. They wanted to crush the Red Flame army that was fighting there, so prior to Yang Kai's appearance, 5 territory had the most pseudo-royal lords, and it had been too many for the Red Flame army to handle. However, Yang Kai came to the Red Flame army's aid and they managed to kill 8 pseudo-royal lords. The rest of them knew the situation did not look good for them, so they fled at once, and after nearly 3 months of traveling, they finally got back to the no-return pass. Truth be told, they were quite fortunate. After leaving E5 territory, Yang Kai did try to track them down, but he could not find out in which direction they went. Throughout this whole time, the pseudo-royal lords fearfully traveled as stealthily as possible. They did not even try to get in touch with the no-return pass, except for the initial report they sent back just before fleeing to report on the change in the situation in E5 territory. If they wanted to contact the no-return pass, they would have to find one of the Black Ink clan's forward outposts across the various great territories, but those places were not all that safe. However, when the pseudo-royal lords got back to the no-return pass and found a group of masters from the Black Ink clan, including Mo Nai, waiting right in front of the territory gate, they were startled and confused as they did not know what was happening. The leader of the group of pseudo-royal lords had an ashamed expression as he went forward and greeted them. He filled them in on the situation that had broken out at E5 territory just before they left and went on a rant decrying the many heinous deeds committed by Yang Kai. However, as he spoke, he started getting a strange feeling, so he turned his head and glanced in a particular direction before his jaw dropped. The other returning pseudo-royal lords followed suit, and when they saw that figure standing in the distance, they grew agitated. Yang Kai was standing there with his arms crossed as he gave the pseudo-royal lords a taunting look. Chills ran down their spines, but they were entirely confused. What's going on? Why is the killing star here? If he's here, why aren't they fighting against him? Why do they seem to be getting along with him? That's enough. You may go and rest. E5 territory has been lost and you're not to blame for it. Mo Nai waved his hand lethargically. The returning pseudo-royal lord stood down, eyeing Yang Kai with strange expressions, now and then. They had to check with a pseudo-royal lord they were acquainted with before they found out what had recently taken place here. In less than 3 months, Yang Kai attacked the no-return pass twice and exhibited his staggering strength before forcing the Black Ink clan to comply with some of his demands. However, he was still here now because they had an agreement with him. He was not here to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, the pseudo-royal lords who just came back reacted with contorted expressions that reflected their complicated emotions. More and more pseudo-royal lords came through the territory gate. These were the ones who had received the order to retreat from all the great territory battlefields. Not only were there pseudo-royal lords, but a large number of territory lords and feudal lords as well. Though, there was not a single one weaker than the feudal lords. Since they were fleeing for their lives, those who were not strong enough could not keep up. Furthermore, as the more powerful masters fled the battlefields, the Black Ink clan still needed some forces to keep the human race army occupied. These returning masters all jumped in fright the moment they spotted Yang Kai, but after finding out what happened, they were filled with humiliation and discontent. It would not be wrong to say the present situation resulted entirely from the actions of a single human. It was Yang Kai who forced the Black Ink clan to give up on the 3,000 worlds. Just as Mo Nai had lamented earlier, everything the Black Ink clan accomplished throughout several millennia had vanished in an instant. This continued for 2 months, and once the final group arrived back at the no-return pass, Mo Na finally exhaled and turned to Yang Kai, who had been waiting the whole time. All done, Brother Yang. Yang Kai eyed him coldly. You're done, but I'm not. What do you mean, Brother Yang? Mo Na pretended to exclaim in shock. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, the resources you gave me were only in exchange for the lives of the pseudo-royal lords. It did not include this many territory lords and feudal lords. Though he had known that some of the territory lords and feudal lords would have fled alongside the pseudo-royal lords, he did not think there would be this many of them. This meant that even if the humans emerged victorious across the 12 battlefields and wiped out all of the Black Ink clan armies, it was still not enough to deal a severe blow to the Black Ink clan's overall combat power. Mo Na chuckled. What do you want to do then? The price needs to go up. Yang Kai spat out word by word. Mo Na shrugged. Can't help you there. He showed no fear. After all masters of the Black Ink clan had returned and Yang Kai could not blackmail him with anything now, so he did not need to comply with Yang Kai's demands. Yang Kai glared at Mo Na, and after a while, he scoffed, you better watch your back. Don't let me get my hands on you. Although he was powerful enough to mess around at the no-return pass, there were too many masters gathered here right now. If he did try to do something, it would not be as easy for him as it had been back then. This was the reason why Mo Na had grown a spine and took a tougher stance now. All of the Black Ink clan's most powerful masters were now gathered at the no-return pass. Even if all of the Ninth Order masters came over, there was no guarantee that they could achieve anything, let alone Yang Kai. There are too many pseudo-royal lords, move. Yang Kai snarled. Mo Na turned around and waved his hand at the pseudo-royal lords gathered in front of the territory gate. They swiftly retreated and cleared a path between them. Mo Na gestured to Yang Kai, go ahead, Brother Yang. Yang Kai snorted and took a step forward without any hesitation. In a flash, he was right outside the territory gate. At the very next moment, a low growl rang out. Now! All at once, a fiery storm of attacks shot out from all directions and rained down on Yang Kai, who could not even say anything before he was shoved into the territory gate. His muffled roar rang out, I'll kill you, Mo Na. Mark my words. Mo Na's expression was grim as he stared at the territory gate that was slowly swirling. This attack that was launched at the very last moment had not been an attempt to kill Yang Kai. He knew full well it was impossible to kill Yang Kai so easily, he simply wanted to get Yang Kai to leave as soon as possible. Perhaps they managed to injure him just a little, but not to the point where it made any difference. Then, Mo Na turned his eyes back on the pseudo-royal lords and sternly commanded, remember this humiliation. One day, we'll pay it back many times over. The pseudo-royal lords agreed in unison. The humiliation and fury that colored their expressions made them look rather grotesque. Mo Na looked back at the territory gate again. Just moments ago, it was still slowly swirling as usual, but now, it was as frozen as a lake in winter. He knew it meant that Yang Kai had used his power to seal up the territory gate from the other side. Martial Peak, Chapter 5850, Current Situation. A beam of light swept into the universe fragment that housed the Supreme Headquarters, and before the human landed, his cries could already be heard, 5 territory has been liberated. The humans didn't have a method to instantly relay information like the Black Ink clan could with their Black Ink nests. Also, the front lines were very far from the Supreme Headquarters, which was why the news of victory in E5 territory had just arrived. In the early days, the Supreme Headquarters was the center of the several great territory battlefields that the humans fought hard to defend. The distance between battlefields wasn't that great back then, so news traveled quickly. However, with the increased length of the front lines, the 12 human race armies had to move forward while the Supreme Headquarters stayed behind, hence, communication between them became extremely slow. Previously, Mi Jingluan had thought about moving the Supreme Headquarters to the front lines, but he was only an 8th Order master. If they decided to move the Supreme Headquarters forward, the Black Ink clan would certainly target them. If the pseudo-royal lords decided to launch a sneak attack, the Supreme Headquarters wouldn't be able to survive. When news of their victory arrived, Mi Jingluan was discussing important matters with his peers at the Supreme Headquarters. At this moment, he was already a Ninth Order Master. He was originally a veteran Eighth Order Master with a solid heritage, but due to the Open Heaven Realm method's restrictions, his limit was at the peak of the Eighth Order, which was why he hadn't made any progress for many years. With the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill brought back by Yang Kai, however, he was able to break through his limit. After becoming a Ninth Order Master, Mi Jingluan finally had the qualifications to move the Supreme Headquarters to the front lines. He was now discussing with his peers which great territory they should move into to better communicate with the 12 armies. When everyone heard the excited screams, they were stunned. Despite having expected this result, they were still elated. With Yang Kai assisting the Red Flame Army in E5 territory, ending the battle there wouldn't be much of a hassle, but everyone was curious about how big of a victory they had achieved. A while later, a figure swept in from outside the main hall and happily reported, "Sirs, we have completely taken over E5 territory." Mi Jingluan, who was standing around a table full of documents, nodded lightly and smiled, "Let me have a look." The messenger presented the report, and Mi Jingluan checked it with his divine sense. Soon, a shocked expression appeared on his face as he stammered, "How?" Although he knew that the Red Flame Army would certainly achieve great success with Yang Kai overseeing the situation, he wasn't expecting the numbers to be so exaggerated. "Supreme Commander Mi, how are the results?" The others were looking at Mi Jingluan expectantly. When they saw his expression change, they felt their hearts sink. "Didn't we win?" What's with the shocked expression on Supreme Commander Mi's face? Did the Red Flame Army suffer many casualties? At that instant, the crowd was feeling nervous. With a bitter laugh, Mi Jingluan said, "I've underestimated him still. See for yourselves." While he spoke, he gave the others the after-action report. The crowd immediately took turns scanning the record, and soon, each one of them looked shocked while secretly being amazed by Yang Kai. The report showed the battle between the Red Flame Army and Black Ink clan was fierce and tragic. Even the Eastern Army commander almost died in that struggle. Thankfully, Yang Kai appeared out of nowhere and saved the situation by using a mysterious Dao Strength River to trap several pseudo-royal lords, rescuing Wuxia Yanghua and the others and forcing the Black Ink clan army to retreat. Afterwards, Yang Kai went to the Black Ink clan's base camp alone and captured 2 more pseudo-royal lords. In the end, 8 pseudo-royal lords died, shocking and terrifying the ones still alive so greatly that they all escaped through the territory gate. After all the pseudo-royal lords were either dead or had escaped, the Black Ink clan army lost all will to fight and retreated from E5 territory. Once again, Yang Kai attacked alone, and like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, he passed through the Black Ink clan army and used his space secret technique to seal the territory gate. At that point, the Black Ink clansmen that had yet to retreat were like turtles hiding in their own shells. Meanwhile, Yang Kai also left E5 territory. Although Yang Kai had left, the Black Ink clan army couldn't stand a chance against the Red Flame army without pseudo-royal lords overseeing the situation, so the humans in E5 territory began hunting down the remnant Black Ink clan soldiers and within a month had wiped them out. The military report was quite short, but every detail inside was astonishing. If the people at the Supreme Headquarters hadn't known that it was impossible to fake anything on the battlefield, they would have suspected that the Red Flame Army had doctored their military report to gain military merits. But seeing that Yang Kai had helped them, these results seemed reasonable. When Yang Kai set off to E5 territory to assist the Red Flame Army, they knew the battle there would end in their favor, so how could they not have thought about this result? Yang Kai had killed 8 pseudo-royal lords in just 2 attacks. Such a terrifying accomplishment was impossible for other Ninth Order Masters to achieve. That realization traumatized the rest of the pseudo-royal lords, causing them to run. Without the pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan army was an easy target. Moreover, Xianxia had sealed the territory gate, so the Black Ink clan left in E5 territory had no choice but to fight till the end. That was what caused the shocking number of kills in the report. One person alone could change the entire situation on a battlefield and lead the army to achieve such glorious success. It was indeed marvelous. Where is junior brother Yang now? After calming down, Mi Jingluan looked at the messenger. The messenger shook his head. Senior Yang left after sealing the territory gate. Sir Wuxia said that before Senior Yang left, he seemed like he was about to go to the no-return pass and said something about taking something back. Going to the no-return pass to get something, Mi Jingluan felt his brow twitch. That brat, does he think he can do whatever he wants because he's strong now? The no-return pass was different from before. 2 royal lords and several pseudo-royal lords were overseeing that place. Even Ninth Order masters wouldn't easily go there, but considering that it was Xianxia heading there, Mi Jingluan wasn't too worried. He didn't know what Xianxia was going to retrieve from no-return pass, but he knew Xianxia had a purpose in everything he did. While thinking so, Mi Jingluan suddenly became serious while he thought about something. The Black Ink clan could use black ink nests to quickly send out information, which was something the humans didn't have. After Xianxia's appearance in E5 territory, the Black Ink clan lost the battle and paid a huge price. News of 8 pseudo-royal lords dying and the rest escaping would have already reached the no-return pass. More importantly, it wouldn't take long before the masters of the Black Ink clan on the other battlefields would receive this news. If Mi Jingluan's estimations were right, the pseudo-royal lords from other battlefields might have already found out about the situation in E5 territory. At the thought of that, Mi Jingluan jumped to his feet and ordered, "Hurry! Send orders to the Azure Sun army. No, send orders to the Shocking Thunder, Burning Moon, Twin Instrument, Azure Dawn, and Jade Cicada armies. Tell them to attack the Black Ink clan regardless of their behavior and don't relent even if pseudo-royal lords appear." Immediately, a herald went out to relay the orders. Mi Jingluan frowned and let out a dissatisfied groan. "Let's hope we're not too late." Then, he turned to the messenger and asked, "Did Wuxia Yanghua and the others mention what their next steps would be after taking E5 territory?" The messenger replied, "After discussion, the Sirs decided to send reinforcements to the nearest Azure Dawn army. If I'm not mistaken, the Red Flame army should have already arrived." Nodding, Mi Jingluan said, "That's good. At the very least, the Black Ink clan there wouldn't be much of a problem." Now that both armies had gathered together, the enemies couldn't defeat the Azure Dawn army. According to Mi Jingluan's estimations, the Black Ink clan then would suffer a tragic end. "Supreme Commander Mi, why are we only sending out orders to those 5 armies? Don't we need to inform the ones with Ninth Order masters?" one of Mi Jingluan's peers asked. Mi Jingluan explained, "Ninth Order masters have sharp senses, so they will immediately detect any strange changes in the Black Ink clan army and won't need us to warn them, but the armies without Ninth Order masters might not be able to detect the change in the situation and would still have to be wary of confronting the Black Ink clan army." The change Supreme Commander Mi is referring to is, Mi Jingluan quickly said, "Those pseudo-royal lords might have already run." "What?" someone exclaimed in shock, but the rest soon realized why Mi Jingluan would say that. The Black Ink clan had paid a tragic price during the battle in E5 territory and even lost 8 pseudo-royal lords, the masters which currently gave them the greatest advantage. From the recent military report, it was clear that pseudo-royal lords didn't stand much of a chance against Xianxia, and Xianxia had the ability to seal the territory gates and cut off the Black Ink clan's escape routes. How could the Black Ink clan not be worried about such an enemy? Xianxia had only joined one battle in E5 territory yet almost wiped out the entire Black Ink clan army there. So, what if he appeared in the other great territories? No pseudo-royal lord had the guts or confidence to face Xianxia head-on. Even if they could muster up the courage to fight with Xianxia, the always prudent Mo Na Yi wouldn't let them do so and would instead order them to save their strength and immediately return to the no-return pass. Therefore, all of the pseudo-royal lords at the front lines should have already evacuated. The 6 human race armies with Ninth Order masters would have noticed such movements, but the rest might not have. If the Black Ink clan acted like they were ready to start a fight, the humans might not dare to act recklessly, giving the pseudo-royal lords the time and opportunity to flee. The pseudo-royal lords had contributed a lot in the battles on each battlefield, which was why the Black Ink clan could stand a chance against the humans. Now that they were gone, the Black Ink clan had lost their capital to fight against the human race armies. Hence, now was the best time for the humans to make the most of this situation. Everyone else finally understood why Mi Jingluan would give out such an order. This was the drawback of increasing the distance to the front lines. The relay of information was too slow, so naturally coordination, relaying orders, and even the dispatching of reinforcements were equally slow. As the situation in each battlefield was ever-changing, there were many times when sending out information in time could decide the fate of a critical battle. Luckily, Mi Jingluan had broken through to the Ninth Order, and they could finally move the Supreme Headquarters towards the front line so that such situations wouldn't happen again. It had been thousands of years since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, plunging the great territories into misery. Now, it was finally time to take back their land. Even though the Black Ink clan had left behind a huge mess, this was the place the humans had lived and thrived for countless years. While looking into the distance, though Mi Jingluan looked calm, he was actually excited inside. He could foresee that the human race would be able to get back their lost land in a matter of years. Originally, he was ready for a prolonged war with the Black Ink clan, so he didn't expect the situation to change so abruptly. And all of this was actually because of one person. Marshall Peak, Chapter 58-51, Defeating the Black Ink clan. After returning from the no-return pass, Yang Kai sealed the territory gate linking the barren territory and the no-return pass, the territory gate linking the shattered heaven to the barren territory, and the territory gate to the shattered heaven. After sealing those 3 territory gates, the Black Ink clan army left in the 3,000 worlds would be like turtles hiding in their shells. Even though the masters of the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass had the ability to forcefully break these seals, Yang Kai was certain that with his knowledge of Mo Na Yi, he wouldn't bother. That was because the Black Ink clan were lucky enough to be able to save most of their main forces. As for the rest of the Black Ink clan army left on the front lines, the Black Ink clan couldn't do anything to save them. Meanwhile, Mo Na Yi didn't intend to, nor could he afford to care about the deaths of those left on the battlefield, so he naturally didn't have to waste time and effort to break the seals on the territory gates. At the same time, large battles had broken out on each frontline battlefield. Like Mi Jingluan had guessed, the 6 Ninth Order masters overseeing their battlefields had sensed the change on their enemy's side. After all, the commotion from all the pseudo-royal lords, territory lords, and feudal lords evacuating wasn't small. It was impossible for such masters to leave without a trace, especially when both armies were at war. When the Ninth Order masters noticed this change, they immediately led their respective armies to launch a probing attack. Soon, they discovered that the enemy they had been fighting for many years suddenly lost a large deal of their more powerful combatants. All the pseudo-royal lords were gone. Although the Ninth Order masters had no idea what happened to the Black Ink clan, they wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. Therefore, the 6 battlefields with Ninth Order masters in command launched all-out assaults and slaughtered large portions of the Black Ink clan armies. However, the other 6 armies without Ninth Order masters, such as Shocking Thunder and Burning Moon, didn't have such keen senses. Furthermore, the pseudo-royal lords had planned all kinds of misleading tricks before evacuating. They had ordered the Black Ink clan army to show aggressive behavior from afar so that the humans wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The only exception was the battlefield where the Azure Dawn army was stationed. A war broke out quickly because the Red Flame army, that had fully reclaimed E5 territory, came to help after a short period of recuperation. The 2 armies working together greatly increased the human race's combat power. Since the Red Flame Army had just won a great battle, they weren't afraid when facing the Black Ink clan. They originally thought it would be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents, but when they began fighting, the humans discovered that the Black Ink clan's resistance was hollow and weak. The superiors of both armies quickly discovered that there weren't many masters from the Black Ink clan fighting on the battlefield. Jianghu was also a quick thinker and soon realized the most important factor of this situation. This was the aftermath of the battle led by Yang Kai in E5 territory. If this was the situation here, it should be the same on the other battlefields. So, he immediately sent messengers to those battlefields. Before the news from the Supreme Headquarters arrived, Shocking Thunder, Burning Moon, and the other armies had already received intelligence updates from Jianghu. All the human race armies quickly began attacking. Since the Black Ink clan couldn't withstand this fierce assault, they were swiftly torn apart and routed. The war had barely begun, yet many Black Ink clansmen were already escaping through the territory gates with human soldiers in hot pursuit. Several months later, a Black Ink clan army remnant, led by a territory lord, was frantically fleeing in the direction of the no-return pass. This army had tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen, which was no small number. There used to be even more of them, including 2 other territory lords, but the humans had caught up to them at some point, killing many of them, hence, they were all that remained. Before them was the territory gate leading to the Shattered Heaven. Once they passed through it, they would be able to pass through the Shattered Heaven to the barren territory before entering the no-return pass. That way, they could finally escape from the humans chasing them. Having escaped death several times already, this Black Ink clan army was feeling overwhelmed, and after months, they finally arrived at this place. The tired Black Ink clansmen finally saw a ray of hope. When they looked at the territory gate from afar, the leading territory lord suddenly became solemn as he vaguely felt like there seemed to be something wrong with it. Usually, there should be a spiraling whirlpool where the territory gate was situated, but at this moment, that territory gate looked like the surface of a frozen lake. Before he could figure out what had happened, he heard a carefree voice beside his ear. The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap to the territory lord. Another batch has arrived. Who? The territory lord bellowed. The rest of the Black Ink clan soldiers were also shocked. Once the territory lord finished speaking, he finally saw the face of the person speaking. That person was openly sitting not far from the territory gate, and though he didn't look conspicuous, he was by no means a person who could be easily ignored. At this moment, he had a bored look on his face while looking at the newly arrived guests. The territory lord couldn't figure out why he couldn't see this person earlier, but when he did finally see the person's face, he understood everything. The difference in strength between them was too large. If this person was deliberately hiding just now, how could the territory lord possibly notice him? Yang Kai. The killing star. Instantly, the territory lord felt his blood run cold, and his head felt like it was about to explode. Run. The territory lord only managed to scream one word before he felt pain all over his body, followed by his vitality draining away. Beside the territory gate, Yang Kai opened his hand and waved it in the direction of the defeated army. Space principles surged around him, and the local space instantly became a killing ground filled by void cracks. Tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen didn't even get the chance to make a sound before they were wiped out. Only the territory lord was able to withstand a little while longer before he too followed the others. Meanwhile, the void cracks that had sliced through the remnant army didn't disappear immediately but continued to expand. Then, like huge mouths, they completely devoured the broken limbs, and even the Black Ink strength left over by the fallen. When Yang Kai clenched his fist, the void cracks faded away and the space stilled, as if nothing had happened. Even Yang Kai's figure was gradually fading before completely disappearing. After he sealed the 3 territory gates, he decided to stand guard here because he had expected today's scene. Since all the pseudo-royal lords and a large group of territory lords and feudal lords from the front lines had retreated to the no-return pass, the rest of the Black Ink clan soldiers on the battlefields couldn't defeat the human race. However, there were huge amounts of Black Ink clansmen on every battlefield, and without him heading over to seal the territory gates, it would be difficult for the humans to wipe out all the remnants like the Red Flame army had. The 3,000 worlds was a vast place with numerous great territories, so once the Black Ink clan army fled, the humans would have a hard time exterminating all of them. So, Xianxia decided to stay here and wait for the Black Ink clan army to fall into his trap. During these past months, Xianxia had killed over a dozen groups of Black Ink clansmen that escaped all the way here. There weren't any specific number of Black Ink clansmen in each remnant army, as some had barely a few thousand, while some had over 1,000,000. Xianxia cleverly used his space secret techniques to kill the enemies without being noticed and without leaving any traces behind. Half a day later, a stream of light with an imposing aura suddenly swept in from afar. It came in very quickly but suddenly stopped and froze before the territory gate. The light then dispersed and revealed a heroic figure. The man first glanced at the blocked territory gate in confusion, showing a look of surprise, then turned to look at Xianxia's hiding place, and nodded lightly, "Junior brother Yang." Xianxia appeared, stood up and saluted, "Senior brother Wu." The person who came was Wuxia. This surprised Xianxia, but after thinking about it, he realized that Wuxia was obviously aware that the defeated Black Ink clan soldiers would try to escape to the no-return pass, so he came straight here for the same reason Xianxia was standing guard over this place. He too had the idea to intercept and kill those defeated remnants when they reached here. As their eyes met, and a rare smile appeared on Wuxia's serious face, it seems that junior brother has already dealt with things. I worried too much. He had not had much contact with Xianxia. Even when he and Xiaoxiao were holding down the Black Ink giant spirit god, Xianxia had only visited twice, so they were not too familiar with each other. But that did not hinder his admiration for Xianxia. During the years when he and Xiaoxiao were suppressing the Black Ink giant spirit god, he heard Xiaoxiao lament more than once that Xianxia could not break through to the Ninth Order. Xiaoxiao also clearly said that if Xianxia could be promoted to the Ninth Order, his future achievements would be greater than any Ninth Order in the history of the human race. Wuxia was initially doubtful about this, but after receiving the battle report from E5 territory and the various subsequent reactions from the Black Ink clan, he finally understood why Xiaoxiao valued Xianxia so much. Such a junior was indeed not comparable to ordinary Ninth Order masters. Even if he himself broke through to the Ninth Order thousands of years earlier than Xianxia, Wuxia thought that he would never be Xianxia's opponent. While he was deep in thought, Xianxia smiled and said, "I just returned from the no-return pass, so it was more a matter of convenience." "You went to the no-return pass?" Wuxia was stunned. Although he received the battle report from E5 territory, it did not mention Xianxia's subsequent whereabouts. "I went to have a nice chat with Mo Na Yi and Mou." Wuxia remained silent, knowing that Xianxia visiting the no-return pass was about more than just chatting with the two royal lords. The current changes in the war in the 3,000 worlds may not have only been affected by the decisive win in E5 territory, but also by Xianxia's follow-up actions. Something was done at the no-return pass that put even more pressure on the Black Ink clan side. Wuxia didn't ask too much and simply nodded, "Good, the Black Ink clan army is fleeing everywhere from the battlefield. Junior brother is equipped with space secret techniques, which is more suitable for dealing with this situation. Why don't you let me take over here while you move about freely?" "I was thinking the same," Xianxia responded happily. He was originally planning to wait for some other human squad or group to arrive so he could use them to contact the other Ninth Order masters, but now he didn't need to follow such a circuitous place. Wuxia ran over by himself, which saved a lot of trouble. A veteran Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master sitting here would be more than enough to deal with any routed Black Ink clan army, so Xianxia could leave this place to Wuxia without worry. What Wuxia said was right. Xianxia had space secret techniques, so he had a greater advantage when it came to hunting down the scattered Black Ink clan soldiers. If the two swapped places, their abilities could be better utilized. There was nothing more to explain, so after chatting with Wuxia for a bit, Yang Kai departed. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-52, Victory. All the front lines had achieved a great victory. Everyone was in high spirits when the news of the armies defeating the Black Ink clan traveled back to the human race's rear camps. Since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, the human race was forced to evacuate and many were forced to abandon their homelands for high heaven territory, giving up the place of their birth and the foundation laid by their ancestors. To the humans, that was a painful and humiliating incident. But before they could recover from their pain and humiliation, they were met with a huge war to decide the survival of the human race. The humans were trapped in the dozen or so great territory battlefields and were constantly at war with the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. During all that time, all humans endured great regret and humiliation while accumulating their strength. A few hundred years ago, the universe furnace suddenly appeared, breaking the stalemate between the two races and causing an all-out war to erupt. Relying on the gains they achieved in the universe furnace, the humans were able to achieve a massive victory and subsequently reclaimed numerous lost lands. However, when the Black Ink clan army began retaliating in full, the war reached a stalemate again. No one knew how long the war would last or if they could live to see who achieved the final victory. No one had expected that victory would arrive so unexpectedly. One after another, the Supreme Headquarters made announcements filled with good news. When the ones trapped and unable to battle saw the number of enemies killed and the progress of reclaiming their lost land, they felt like they finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. In just a few short months, the 12 human race armies had completely defeated the enemy, all but wiping out the Black Ink clan in the 3,000 worlds. The humans rejoiced. After another half a year, there were no longer large-scale battles and the 12 human race armies dispersed into divisions that scoured the great territories, hunting down and killing any remnants of the Black Ink clan. Now, the humans had finally fully reclaimed the 3,000 worlds, which had been in the Black Ink clan's hands for thousands of years. Throughout all of this, there was one name that all humans would remember in particular, one name that was key to the human race's reconquest of the 3,000 world. Yang Kai. A great emperor of the Star Boundary, sect master of High Heaven Palace, and one of the new generation of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After using various channels to get the latest news, the humans finally understood why the war ended so quickly. It was because Yang Kai was a huge threat to the pseudo-royal lords, and his amazing space secret techniques deterred the Black Ink clan, forcing them to recall all the pseudo-royal lords to the no-return pass. Without the pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan armies were like tigers without teeth and could easily be defeated. Therefore, during this period, one name was spoken of everywhere humans lived. At the same time, outside the Supreme Headquarters Universe Fragment, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan were standing side by side. The latter was puzzled because he didn't know why Yang Kai was trying to be mysterious by dragging him out here. After parting ways with Wuxia, Yang Kai had a fruitful journey as he traveled about while killing any Black Ink clansmen he found along the way. However, the Black Ink clan soldiers were scattered throughout all the great territories, and with the current situation, it would be hard to find them all because they would be in hiding. Since Yang Kai couldn't do much about it alone, he decided to hand this matter over to the 12 armies. They had separated into individual divisions and were now sweeping through the great territories, wiping out any remnants of the Black Ink clan who were in hiding. Yang Kai believed that the Black Ink clansmen left in the 3,000 worlds would be entirely annihilated in a matter of a few years. Only then would the 3,000 worlds be considered fully reclaimed. Of course, reclaiming the 3,000 worlds only had a symbolic significance to the humans because the current 3,000 worlds was a barren land with nothing but destroyed universe worlds and broken universe fragments floating about the void. Therefore, even if the humans had fully reclaimed the 3,000 worlds, those who left their homelands still couldn't return to them. It could be said that this was an extremely sad situation, but nothing could be done about it. As such, Yang Kai didn't waste any more time searching for remnants of the Black Ink clan and instead returned to the Supreme Headquarters to find Mi Jingluan. He had gathered quite a lot of things and it was now time to share them. "Junior brother, what are we doing here?" Mi Jingluan couldn't help but ask. Yang Kai said dismissively, "Calm down, senior brother. I have a surprise for you." While saying so, Yang Kai reached into his robes and took out a sphere he had shrunk using his spacetime river before throwing it out. Feeling confused, Mi Jingluan looked upwards and saw the small spacetime river was filled with dense Dao strengths. Even as a ninth-order master, he couldn't help but feel astonished. He sensed something special about the spacetime river. Also, he knew that although they were both ninth-order masters, Yang Kai's attainment in the various grand Daos was much higher and more numerous than his own achievements. The spacetime river was spinning like a ball of loose thread, and it would expand a little with every turn. As time passed, it expanded to become something majestic-looking. In just a short moment, a huge object appeared in Mi Jingluan's sight, thoroughly shocking him. He had realized what it was when it had just begun taking form, but he wasn't sure until he finally saw the full, majestic, nearly intact Great Pass. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned back his spacetime river, returning the Dao strengths back to his body. Then, he turned to look at Mi Jingluan, "Senior brother, how about using this as the future supreme headquarters?" While gazing at Yang Kai with mixed emotions, Mi Jingluan nodded, "Good idea." He grabbed Yang Kai's arms and ushered, "Come. Take a look with me." Side by side, the two strode towards the majestically standing Great Pass, and when they arrived at the entrance, they looked up at the worn characters engraved there and fell silent. This Great Pass used to be a critical weapon in the war against the Black Ink clan. For hundreds of thousands of years, legions of humans had shed blood in and around this Great Pass. The humans managed to keep the Black Ink clan trapped in the Black Ink battlefield in large part thanks to these Great Passes. The void was silent, but when they arrived before the Great Pass, the two felt like they could still hear the sounds of the brutal wars fought here long ago. They were the sounds of human soldiers fighting against the Black Ink clan, along with sounds of the last moments of their lives. This Great Pass used to stand majestically on the Black Ink battlefield, like all other Great Passes. It had also previously accompanied the human race army on its crusade to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. However, the humans were ultimately defeated and forced to abandon this Great Pass outside the No-Return Pass. Having fallen into the hands of the enemy, the Black Ink clan naturally wouldn't cherish this weapon. Although the Great Pass was mostly intact, the inner sanctum was a wreck, and there were all kinds of traces left behind from the Black Ink clan removing their Black Ink nests. Two figures walked around the Great Pass and soon arrived before a huge monument. Every Great Pass possessed a monument of heroes which recorded the names and origins of every soldier that died in battle there. This monument was also the only trace their ancestors left in this world because, during the battles, most of the soldiers who died would perish without corpses. After cleaning away the thick layer of dust on the monument of heroes, Mi Jingluan sighed, "Junior brother, you're too thoughtful." With this Great Pass, the Supreme Headquarters could move around more easily and didn't have to simply remain in one area. Moreover, Mi Jingluan had become a ninth-order master, and with the help of this Great Pass, he would be able to make even larger contributions in future wars. "It's a pity that I couldn't bring more of them back," Yang Kai shook his head. As the Black Ink clan also knew about the power of these Great Passes, letting Yang Kai bring one of them away was already their limit. It was impossible for Mo Nai to agree to Yang Kai bringing more of them back. Of course, it was not like Yang Kai could bring another one with him anyway. "Do we still have pure Yang Pass core?" Yang Kai asked. Every Great Pass had a core, as operating such a huge Great Pass wasn't easy. When the Great Evolution Army reclaimed the Great Evolution Pass, they couldn't find the core and it almost delayed the human race's crusade. In the end, Yang Kai entered the void crack and found the core. Since Great Evolution Pass had a core, pure Yang Pass would have one too. According to what Yang Kai knew, the humans brought all the remaining cores with them when they withdrew to the barren territory. So, pure Yang Pass core was most likely with them, but Yang Kai didn't know who was guarding it. We still have it. All the cores from the great passes are with senior sister Xiao. I'll go and ask her for it later, Mi Jingluan replied, but then he suddenly felt frustrated. It will take a lot of resources to repair this thing. When the humans abandoned the no-return pass, they not only brought away the cores, but also all the artifacts and spirit arrays they could take. Those that they couldn't bring away were destroyed lest the Black Ink clan use them. Therefore, this great pass was now just an empty shell. If they wanted to restore it to its full potential, they would have to renovate it almost from scratch, which would cost an unfathomable amount of resources. Right now, the humans' biggest concern was the general lack of materials and resources. In simpler terms, they were dirt poor. Yang Kai laughed and took out a number of space rings, saying, I forgot to tell you, Pure Yang Pass isn't the only thing I brought back from the Black Ink clan. There's also this. Mi Jingluan's eyes lit up when he saw the space rings. How much is there? Yang Kai replied, about 100 million sets of fifth-order materials. When Mi Jingluan heard that, he was so shocked that his face visibly twitched. How could the Black Ink clan have agreed to this? If Yang Kai hadn't had such a remarkable battle record, Mi Jingluan would have thought he had made some sort of secret deal with the Black Ink clan, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten such a frightening amount. It wasn't up to them whether they agreed or not. While Yang Kai spoke, he threw the space rings over to Mi Jingluan. With so many resources on hand, the humans had one less thing to worry about. Moreover, the 12 armies should have looted quite a lot on their recent conquest. After all, the Black Ink clan needed a lot of resources too, so every Black Ink clan army would carry many valuable materials on them, all of which belonged to the humans. But Mi Jingluan still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could snatch so much from the Black Ink clan. It was clearly something that benefited the enemy, yet the Black Ink clan still agreed to it, which showed how wary they were of Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-53, Gathering Disciples. At the Star Boundaries High Heaven Palace. A ray of light swept in from a distance, stopping after reaching a grand hall, revealing a toned figure. When the figure's aura surged, it was obvious that the visitor was an 8th Order master with strong cultivation. Despite reaching the 8th Order, Zhao Luan still didn't dare to act arrogantly after arriving here because this was High Heaven Palace, the sect of the Dao Lord. He had previously visited High Heaven Palace a few times because the Dao Lord had left behind several sealed words here. All disciples from the Void Dao Temple had trained in those sealed worlds and received rewarding results. When Zhao Luan was still in the Emperor realm, he already believed that the Dao Lord was very powerful, and the more his cultivation increased, the more he realized how unfathomable the Dao Lord was. He came from the Void Dao Temple, had outstanding talent and aptitude, and was proficient in the Dao of space, so he had made quite a lot of contributions on the battlefield. Also, he had previously led fellow soldiers into battle and even beheaded an enemy commander while facing millions of enemies. He was also considered a well-known figure in the Profound Nether Army because, as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was a powerhouse no matter which army he was in. More importantly, he had directly ascended to the 7th Order back then and was expected to become a 9th Order Master in the future. A month ago, he received a transfer order from the Supreme Headquarters, directing him to return to the Star Boundaries High Heaven Palace immediately. Despite not knowing what happened, since this was a direct order from the Supreme Headquarters, he wouldn't dare to disobey. So, he dropped everything he was doing and immediately flew back. Even so, he had a vague guess. Since this was an order from the Supreme Headquarters that involved High Heaven Palace, it must be related to the Dao Lord. Since the battles at all front lines were almost at their end and looking for the surviving Black Ink clansmen was a tedious but not dangerous job, he didn't mind being absent. I wonder why the Dao Lord summoned me. Maybe it's something important. Zhao Luan felt excited inside and fixed up his clothes before entering the Grand Hall. When he walked inside though, he immediately felt several pairs of eyes looking at him. He was surprised, but then burst out laughing as he realized that he wasn't the only one who had received orders from the Supreme Headquarters. It's Senior Brother Zhao Luan. Senior Brother Zhao, over here. Someone called him. Looking in that direction, Zhao Luan saw a few familiar faces. He smiled and nodded before approaching them. There were many people inside the grand hall, about 70 or 80 gathered into small groups while chatting with each other. Zhao Luan found some fellow brothers and sisters he was familiar with and then noticed that all the people called here were disciples from the Void Dao Temple. Also, all of them were proficient in the Dao of Space. Not only them, but there were also some from the Phoenix clan. However, unlike the enthusiastic atmosphere among the fellow disciples from the Void Dao Temple, the Phoenix clansmen were quietly sitting upright to the side and seemed a little unapproachable. All high-level humans had more or less had some interaction with the Phoenix clan, and even if they didn't, they would have experience with other divine spirits. They knew divine spirits were mostly arrogant, especially ones like the Phoenix clan, so they weren't bothered by this. The Void Dao Temple disciples had large age gaps because the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was different from the outside world. With Yang Kai being a ninth-order master and his attainments in the Dao of Time reaching new heights, the difference in flow rate was already 10:1. In other words, 10 years inside his small universe was equivalent to 1 year outside. As Yang Kai had brought them out from the Dao Temple in batches, the gap between some fellow disciples was measured in tens of thousands of years. If it were in an ordinary sect, such an age gap would only appear between members several dozen generations apart. However, the Void Dao Temple wasn't just any ordinary sect. Moreover, age didn't matter because being born from the same place gave them a natural bond with one another, so all the disciples from the Void Dao Temple would help each other regardless of whether they were familiar with each other. Frankly speaking, if the disciples that Yang Kai trained in the Void Dao Temple were all gathered together, their heritage wouldn't be much different from any cave heaven or paradise. Those disciples with the right to leave the Void Dao Temple and break through to the open heaven realm were all very talented. Even the weakest of them would directly break through to the 5th order, and there were a fair number who directly broke through to the 7th order. Many years had passed, and even the weakest among them would at least have reached the 6th order, while there were thousands of 7th order and 8th order masters scattered among all them. The group of cultivators proficient in the Dao of Space gathered together and exchanged pleasantries for a while before casually sitting down and beginning to discuss their opinions and ideas about the Dao of Space. There were some times when another person's words could help someone better understand something and gain more benefits. Also, different kinds of thinking combined together would definitely yield outstanding results. The Dao of Space was renowned for being difficult to cultivate. Before Yang Kai, there were only a few humans in the entire 3,000 worlds that could be considered proficient in it. Other than that, only the Phoenix clan were lucky enough to have the Dao of Space be their bloodline talent, so they naturally had a high mastery over it once they reached a certain level of strength. But after Yang Kai, many disciples from the Void Dao Temple made use of this grand Dao to its fullest potential. Naturally, it wasn't only the masters of the Dao of Space that the Void Dao Temple produced, there were also quite a lot of cultivators who were now proficient in the Dao of Time. No matter if it were the Dao of Space or the Dao of Time, the cultivators cultivating them were all rare geniuses. As time passed, disciples from the Dao Temple were constantly gathering, and it was not long before their numbers exceeded the 100 mark. Among them, the weaker ones were in the 6th order, while the rest were in the 7th order or 8th order, but they were all proficient in the Dao of Space. Even without counting a dozen or so Phoenix clan members, this was already a very shocking lineup. They waited a few more days, and when about 150 people had assembled in the Grand Hall, no more arrived. Although there were only 150 Void Dao Temple disciples gathered here, it didn't mean that all the disciples cultivating the Dao of Space were present, only those with high attainments in the Dao of Space had been gathered. The other disciples that only knew the basics of the Dao of Space weren't summoned. Those who were gathered here had reached the 4th level of mastery in the Dao of Space, traversing a familiar path. They chatted with each other for several days before two figures arrived and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Both of them were in the 8th order and had solid auras. One of them was wearing full white and had a handsome face with a warm smile that even strangers would have a good impression of. The other was in black robes and had a steady, mature temperament. All the Dao Temple disciples became excited when they saw the man in black. Then, they began calling out eldest senior brother Miao and greeting him. The Void Dao Temple disciples also greeted the man in white clothing, calling him senior brother Li. The one being called eldest senior brother Miao was naturally Miao Fei Ping. Besides the Dao Lord's 3 legacy disciples, Miao Fei Ping was the first disciple Yang Kai brought out of the void world and the first disciple to break through to the open heaven realm. Also, he was the first temple master of the Void Dao Temple. Even now, his statue was placed right below Yang Kai's inside the Void Dao Temple, and his position as the Dao Temple's eldest senior brother was recognized by all. Therefore, all the Dao Temple disciples, whether they had seen Miao Fei Ping in person or not, immediately recognized him. As for the man in all white, he was a master under the star boundary's martial beast Great Emperor, Li Wu-yi. Previously, there were only 2 people truly proficient in the Tao of space in the star boundary, Li Wu-yi and Yang Kai. When they first met, Li Wu-yi's attainments in the Tao of space far exceeded Yang Kai's, and he had previously mentored Yang Kai a lot in regards to the Grand Tao. Yang Kai benefited a lot from that advice. Their relationship could be said to be both mentors and friends. But with Yang Kai's constant growth, his attainments in the Tao of space gradually surpassed his seniors. Now, no matter whether it was Yang Kai's cultivation or his attainments in the Tao of space, both had surpassed Li Wu-yi by a wide margin. However, Li Wu-yi wasn't an ordinary man. Back then, he was titled the first master below the great emperors in the star boundary, which showed his talent and strength. If the star boundary's bottle hadn't been full, he would have long become a great emperor himself. Over the years, his cultivation had soared, and though his attainments in the Tao of space weren't as high as Yang Kai's, he had already reached the peak of the 7th level and would soon break through to the 8th level. During the thousands of years of war against the Black Ink clan, numerous humans had made names for themselves, and Li Wu-yi was one of them. The reason such figures weren't more famous was simply because they were all outshined by Yang Kai. In terms of attainments in the Tao of space, besides the members of the Phoenix clan, Li Wu-yi was now the first under Yang Kai. That was something even Yang Kai's eldest legacy disciple, Zhao Yi-bai, could not compare to. Of course, comparing their ages, Zhao Yi-bai was much younger than Li Wu-yi, and attainments in any Grand Tao usually required many years of accumulation, so this only made sense. Therefore, when Li Wu-yi entered, even the noble Phoenix clansmen nodded their heads in greeting. Li Wu-yi had previously visited the Phoenix Nest to discuss the Tao of space with the Phoenix clan, and he had earned respect from several Phoenix clan masters with his strong attainments. Moreover, Li Wu-yi was quite handsome and had a noble bearing, and the Phoenix clan had an innate flaw: they judged people by their appearance. Those with good looks had a natural advantage when interacting with the Phoenix clan, which was something Yang Kai couldn't win against Li Wu-yi. If it had been Li Wu-yi who went to the no-return pass back then, the Phoenix clan might have seen him as a welcomed guest. Many disciples from the Void Dao Temple had previously gotten advice from Li Wu-yi. After all, Yang Kai was like a hidden dragon who showed his tail but never his face, so it was always difficult to find him. Li Wu-yi, on the other hand, would frequently return to the star boundary to rest and recover, and each time he did, the disciples from the Void Dao Temple enjoyed coming over to listen to his teachings and have discussions with him about the Tao of space. In the eyes of the disciples of the Void Dao Temple, while the Tao Lord would always be supreme, Senior Brother Li was a much more reliable teacher. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Wu-yi and Miao Fei Ping stood before everyone. Looking around, Li Wu-yi smiled. Everyone here is an elite from the various armies. Also, you're all from the Void Dao Temple and are proficient in the Tao of space. We have gathered all of you, and our friends from the Phoenix clan, here because of the Tao Lord's orders. I am just serving as his messenger today. Meanwhile, Miao Fei Ping stood at the side with an expressionless face while secretly complaining, "It's me who is the real messenger. You're all proficient in the Tao of space, while I've never cultivated it in my life. I stick out like a chicken among cranes." Martial Peak, Chapter 58-54, Void Guard. The reason Miao Fei Ping stood there was that he was the so-called eldest senior brother of the Void Dao Temple. After all, not all of the Dao Temple disciples knew Li Wuyi because those who became Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield hadn't interacted nearly as much with the latter. Moreover, the Dao Temple disciples here all had high cultivation and were very talented, so they might be arrogant and needed the eldest senior brother to keep them under control. With his help, Li Wuyi could get these Dao Temple disciples to listen to them. Li Wuyi continued, "All of you here were called back from the various armies, so you might already have a slight understanding of the situation. To sum it up, the Black Ink clan was cowed by your Dao Lord's powerful deterrence in E5 territory. They have recalled all their pseudo-royal lords to the no-return pass, leaving the rest defenseless. Our armies have broken the enemy armies and slaughtered many of their soldiers, so it is only a matter of time before we reclaim the 3,000 worlds." The group of Dao Temple disciples below all had proud expressions. Since they were from the Void Dao Temple, they were destined to be bound to Yang Kai's success and failures. The more powerful Yang Kai was, the prouder they were as Dao Temple disciples. Although the Dao Lord was always like a hidden dragon who showed his tail but never his face and always seemed unreachable, it didn't stop these disciples from respecting him. Li Wuyi changed the topic, "But don't celebrate just yet. The 3,000 worlds originally belonged to us humans, but when the Black Ink clan invaded our home thousands of years ago, they defeated us and forced us to flee. Numerous families were forced to abandon their ancestral legacy and inheritance, which they had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It naturally felt like they had let their ancestors down. At this moment, the humans have only reclaimed what they had once lost. Moreover, since all the pseudo-royal lords, and many of the feudal lords and territory lords retreated, the Black Ink clan hasn't suffered any substantial damage despite losing so many soldiers. That was because those masters were the ones that were truly difficult to defeat. The rest were all cannon fodder. Additionally, according to what your Dao Lord has reported, it might not be long before the Black Ink clan has new royal lords, so the victory in the 3,000 worlds is not the end, but merely a new beginning." Li Wuyi paused for a moment before continuing, "Even though we have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds, there are still harder challenges and more difficulties for us to face, the first of which will be the no-return pass. The human race used to guard that place as it was the only entrance to the 3,000 worlds, but now it has fallen into the Black Ink clan's hands. If we don't take back the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan will eventually return someday. Even if we manage to take back the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan's reign of terror still will not end. The source, MO, is being suppressed and sealed inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That being is the origin of the Black Ink clan's invasion. The blood feud between the human race and Black Ink clan is absolutely irreconcilable, so, how could we let the enemy have it easy while we suffer? Only by killing MO can we finally rest at ease." Li Wuyi's words led the Dao Temple disciples to imagine all sorts of things. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, did the Dao Lord gather us here because he wants to accumulate more strength and ambush the Black Ink clan's base?" It wasn't wrong for that person to think this way because everyone present, whether they were Dao Temple disciples or Phoenix clan, were proficient in the Dao of space. Except for eldest senior brother Miao. With so many people proficient in the Dao of space gathered in one spot, they had a natural advantage when doing missions together, and the Black Ink clan would definitely not see them coming. While looking at that person, Li Wuyi laughed and shook his head. "No, he didn't, this guy sure is imaginative. If we attack the no-return pass with only these many people, it would be suicide." Li Wuyi wore a serious expression while explaining, "Your Dao Lord said that after taking back the 3,000 worlds, the human race and Black Ink clan would have a short period of peace. If we want to win the following battles though, we must act first and think of a way to take back the no-return pass before starting a crusade against the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Only then do we stand a chance to prevail." However, without mentioning the journey to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, even heading to the no-return pass is already a long journey. If we move together as one army, the journey to the no-return pass alone will take up a lot of time, and once the war begins, it will be impossible to end in a short period. Also, it will be a problem if we want to send reinforcements to the front lines. After hearing this, the crowd nodded. The 3,000 worlds was expansive, and the black ink battlefield was vast. Even with 7th or 8th order cultivation, the journey would still take a long while. Time was an essential factor during the war because the more time the army wasted in transit, the more time the enemy had to prepare. This was a problem that neither the Black Ink clan nor human race could solve easily. That is why. Li Wuyi looked serious while speaking. Your Dao Lord has suggested forming the Void Guard. First, we gather the elites proficient in the Dao of space, all of you, and then we will use massive space arrays to pave a path from our home base to the battlefield in advance. That way, the Grand Army can save a lot of time traveling to the battlefield, and logistics and reinforcements can be moved to the front lines at any time. When the crowd heard this, they finally understood why so many Dao Temple disciples and phoenixes proficient in the Dao of space were gathered here. Indeed, if they succeeded in forming such a path with space arrays, the communication between the front lines and the rear would become much more efficient. However, this was a mammoth task that would require a lot of resources. On the other hand, even if they didn't build such a pathway, they would still require a lot of resources every time they deployed their armies, which the humans couldn't afford with their current heritage. Since this idea came from the Dao Lord though, he must have a reason for forming the Void Guard. If they succeeded, the benefits must outweigh the losses. In the future, the humans could use this corridor and secure a large advantage, whether it was the battle at the No-Return Pass or the following crusade to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. None of the Open Heaven Realm Masters here were fools, so they understood that point and were secretly excited. Zhao Luan cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother, since we're going to be the Void Guard, please give us our instructions on what we should do." The crowd nodded in agreement. Li Wuyi smiled and nodded. The formation of the Void Guard has been submitted to and approved by the Supreme Headquarters, and your names have been recorded while you were en route. So, all of you are considered members of the Void Guard already. Then, he turned to look at the Phoenixes, that includes our friends from the Phoenix clan as well. The Phoenixes, led by Huang Xinyang, all nodded. Afterwards, Li Wuyi became serious again and quickly said, "The Void Guard's first mission is to look for structures to house the new space arrays. Fortunately, we already have such structures and won't need to build them from scratch, all you need to do is look for them." "Senior brother, you mean?" Zhao Luan had a vague guess, but he wasn't sure. Li Wuyi explained, "The universe temples. Nearly every great territory has their own universe temple. When the Black Ink clan occupied the 3,000 worlds, a few of those universe temples were naturally destroyed, but most of them are still intact. So, your mission is to visit each great territory and move those scattered universe temples to the star boundary. We will repair those universal temples to use as the basis for the new space arrays." Once he finished, everyone understood. A universe temple was indeed a good choice as a base. It was initially something left over from the early ancient era and could allow one to cross a great territory rapidly. Cultivators had previously used the universe temples to move to the center of great territories from their outer edge, having travel time at least. But since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, some of the universe temples were destroyed, and those that weren't would have had their arrays destroyed, rendering them unusable. Letting the Void Guard search for those universe temples was the best choice because they were proficient in the Dao of space, so they could move more quickly and thus save a great amount of time. At that moment, Miao Feipeng, who had been standing to the side without saying anything, came forward and took out a list of names before calling out the names, Huatong. An 8th order master seated below responded by coming forward and cupping his fists, "Here." Miao Feipeng took out a universe chart from his small universe and threw it at Huatong. "Follow the trail marked on the universe chart to the great territory and search for the universe temple there. Be quick." After receiving the universe chart, Huatong briefly checked and said, "Yes." Then, he swept away and soon disappeared into the distance. Miao Fei Peng continued, Zhao Luan. Here. Zhao Luan responded and came forward. One after another, names were called out. The 7th Order and 8th Order Masters moved alone while the 6th Order Masters acted in groups. Following the distribution of the universe charts prepared in advance, the disciples in the Grand Hall gradually left. In the end, the dozens of phoenixes also received their tasks and departed. Soon, only Li Wuyi and Miao Fei Ping were left in the Grand Hall. Once the last phoenixes left, Li Wuyi said, Junior brother Miao, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm leaving as well. He needed to search the great territories, too, quite a few of them. Miao Fei Peng nodded, saying, Senior brother may rest assured. What followed was easy because he only needed to wait for his junior brothers and the Phoenix clansmen to retrieve the universe temples. As for being a void guard, he was only included because he was the Dao Temple's eldest senior brother. By the way, do you know where the Dao Lord is currently? Miao Fei Peng couldn't help but ask. He thought Yang Kai would be at High Heaven Palace, but after asking head manager Hua, he discovered that Yang Kai never returned. Li Wuyi frowned slightly before whispering, I heard he and the other 9th Order Masters have gone to the barren territory, but I don't know if that's true. The whereabouts of the 9th Order Masters were still confidential, and Li Wuyi only casually asked Mi Jing Luan about it when he received orders from the Supreme Headquarters to form the Void Guard. After hearing that, Miao Fei Ping was shocked, the barren territory, but that's, since it was a group of 9th Order Masters going there, their intentions were easy to guess. At that moment, Miao Fei Peng couldn't help recalling many things and revealed a worried expression. Chuckling, Li Wuyi patted Miao Fei Ping's shoulders, you don't have to worry about what the 9th Order Masters are doing. We just have to accomplish our own tasks. I'll be off now. While saying so, he manipulated space principles and took one step forward. Then, his figure faded. On the other hand, Miso Fei Ping stood in place and thought about something for a while before sighing. As Li Wuyi said, taking back the 3,000 worlds didn't mean the war had ended. This was only a new start, with the humans having only taken back what they had lost to the Black Ink clan. They still had a long way to go regarding ending the Black Ink clan invasion. Marshall Peak, Chapter 58-55, A Fierce Battle. At the barren territory, the battle was still ongoing. This used to be a battlefield where 4 giant spirit gods fought in pairs, and others found it hard to interfere with their violent battle. However, at this moment, several figures were working together with Ada to surround and attack a Black Ink giant spirit god. Those figures were the 9th Order Masters led by Yang Kai. There was Xianxia, O Yang Lai, Wei Junyang, Luo Tinghe, Xiao Xiao, and even Wu Qing, who had been guarding the Shattered Heaven Territory Gate. Since the war in the 3,000 worlds had basically ended, the human race armies were dispersed into divisions to hunt down and eliminate the remnants of the Black Ink clan, therefore, it was just a matter of time before they could reclaim their lost land. Among the challenges the humans now had to face, the first would be how they would retake the no-return pass. If they wanted to recapture the no-return pass, the first issue they had to deal with was the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods in the barren territory. That was why Yang Kai immediately contacted the other 9th Order Masters after handing over Pure Yang Pass and the resources he took from the Black Ink clan to Mi Jing Luan and came straight over to the barren territory to join the battle. Every giant spirit god was exceedingly powerful. In terms of combat strength, each giant spirit god had power that exceeded 9th Order Masters and Royal Lords by a wide margin. Up until now, the humans only had one successful attempt at killing a Black Ink giant spirit god, which was back when the Black Ink clan invaded the barren territory for the first time, and even that was only accomplished with assistance from Air. What's more, back then, the humans had many more top masters. There were dozens of 9th Order Masters and the leaders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as many other powerful divine spirits. Even with such a lineup, they had paid a huge price to kill that Black Ink giant spirit god, with several 9th Order Masters dying in the battle. Although the human race had far more 8th Order Masters now, there weren't nearly as many 9th Order Masters, therefore, this battle wasn't to kill the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Yang Kai only wanted to gauge how powerful a Black Ink Giant Spirit God was. In the past, he wasn't qualified to fight with such existences. Now that he was a 9th Order Master, he had the qualifications to do so. Being one of the current top combat forces, Yang Kai had to know the difference between his opponent's strength and his own to plan for the future. Dao's strength surged and the space-time river swirled as a figure flickered about. Even though they had Ada helping them distract the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, the several 9th Order Masters still weren't at an advantage. Their opponents' attacks were extremely simple, but the raw strength behind them was more than enough to overcome any difference in skill or method. It could take on all the 9th Order Masters' continuous attacks, but the 9th Order Masters couldn't ignore a single one of its strikes. Fortunately, every one of the 9th Order Masters present was a veteran of thousands of battles, which was why no one had been hurt yet. All the new 9th Order Masters now experienced the pressure the old ancestors felt back then. Back then, Ada had not been around, so the old ancestors had to face such a being on their own. The old ancestors bravely fought that humongous thing, sacrificing themselves for the greater good. Black Ink's strength surged again and Yang Lai, who was closest to the front, was sent flying. His arms blocking the attack shook uncontrollably while a trace of fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his lips. Even though he was sent flying, he managed to work with the other 9th Order Masters to contain the enemy. Having noticed such a good opportunity, Yang Kai summoned the Great Sun and Moon marks. A bright light was released, transforming into a great sun that enveloped the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. The white light only appeared briefly before it was dispelled by dense black ink strength and vanishing without a trace. This move did manage to injure the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, but it didn't cause any substantial damage to it. Without giving the enemy a chance to recover, Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived on top of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. The next moment, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. While the space-time river swirled around the spear, Yang Kai's figure also began spinning like a top. A loud dragon roar sounded as Yang Kai merged with his spear, transforming into a bright beam of light and shooting down at the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's forehead. Afterwards, black blood spurting out of the spot Yang Kai's spear landed. The Dao strengths accumulated inside the space-time river increased the force of the spear attack to the extreme, creating a terrifying attack that would pierce a hole in the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's head if it didn't react in time. Feeling the sharp pain, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God roared in anger before slapping its large palm on its head like it was swatting an annoying fly. How could the group of 9th Order Masters let that happen, though? While the Dao strengths gradually dispersed, several secret techniques were sent out, forming a kind of restraint that bound the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's raised arm. However, those restraints failed to work because its raised hand was still swinging at an unstoppable speed. At that crucial moment, Ada suddenly made a move and lunged at the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, grabbing its shoulder and locking it in place while letting the palm land on his own body like raindrops. Hong hong hong. The universe shook and the void split. Ada's body trembled from the beating, and he couldn't help but let go. Ho! The Black Ink Giant Spirit God roared madly. When the other Black Ink Giant Spirit God noticed this situation, it didn't bother with its own enemy and quickly abandoned Air before charging towards its companion. Even though Air wanted to stop it, he couldn't react in time. The next moment, the second Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods arrived on this part of the battlefield. The enormous creature came crashing over without any extra actions and sent Ada and his companions flying. All the 9th Order Masters were sent tumbling under the violent attack, and each flew out in different directions. All of them felt helpless as they had no way of dealing with such a savage rescue method. When they finally found their footing and looked over, they saw the two Black Ink Spirit Gods had taken the chance to escape towards the territory gate and even send Ada flying out on the way. Trying to escape? Xianxia coldly snorted before chasing after them, followed by the rest of the 9th Order Masters. Again, Yang Kai took one step forward and arrived before the two black ink giant spirit gods. When the second black ink spirit god arrived earlier, he was sent flying out. Since his killing technique was interrupted halfway, his vitality was now messed up, and his complexion seemed pale. When facing the two incoming humongous beings, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his dragon transform to assume his 100,000-meter dragon form. Even after transforming into his dragon form though, he was still incomparable in size to the two black ink giant spirit gods, which showed just how enormous these two were. The divine dragon swept his tail and used his body to block the way, but the two opponents instantly broke through his blockade, sending the huge dragon flying once more. Once Yang Kai steadied himself, he saw that the two black ink spirit gods had arrived before the territory gate. One of them placed its hand on the territory gate and madly released its black ink strength. Then, a slight crack appeared on the sealed territory gate. As for the other black ink giant spirit god, it stood before its companion and took on all the Ninth Order Master's attacks. Meanwhile, Da and Air also attacked from both sides and began throwing punches and kicks at it, causing space to warp and tremble. If ordinary masters encountered such a violent storm of attacks, they would have been rendered a blood mist, but the black ink giant spirit gods weren't ordinary by any definition. Even though it was in a disadvantageous state, it wasn't life-threatening. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the sealed territory gate already had a hole in it, and through it was a vague image of the no-return pass on the other side. Right then, the two black ink giant spirit gods' bodies quickly shrank. They ignored the attacks from all directions and entered the territory gate one after another. On the other side, the no-return pass clearly felt the movement and Mo Na Yi and Mu Yu hurriedly led the many black ink clan masters over to help. Da and Air's bodies were also beginning to shrink, as they clearly wanted to chase after the two black ink giant spirit gods. Though giant spirit gods were mighty, they didn't have high sentience, so they couldn't stand the idea of letting their enemies run away, especially Air, who had been fighting his opponent for thousands of years. Flustered, Yang Kai dashed over and stopped them. After some time persuading them, he managed to calm Da and Air down. He then turned around and looked through the swirling territory gate to stare at the many black ink clansmen. Mo Na Yi opened his mouth and briefly said something, and though Yang Kai couldn't hear what he was saying, he knew without having to think about it that it was some sort of provocation. Ignoring him, Yang Kai glanced at them momentarily before using space principles to reseal the territory gate. Sealing the territory gate wasn't much use, but it was better than not sealing it. The battle ended just like that. The ones participating in this fight were the strongest masters from both sides, and the humans had even sent out all the Ninth Order masters they could. Although they managed to force the two black ink giant spirit gods back to the no-return pass, they didn't achieve any substantial victory. However, this experience was enough because Yang Kai never intended to do anything to the two black ink giant spirit gods today. With the human race's current strength, they couldn't kill such a being, so forcing it to retreat was their only goal. Now that all of the Black Ink clan's forces had gathered inside the no-return pass, the humans would only have to deal with one target in the future, which made their goal even clearer. But Yang Lai felt discouraged and spoke up after a while. How did the old ancestors manage to kill such a thing back then? Yang Lai didn't participate in the battle at the no-return pass either because he was separated from the Great Evolution Army back then while retreating. Many of the soldiers retreated to the no-return pass while Xiao covered for them back then, but some, like Yang Lai, became remnants of the army, forced to hide on the Black Ink battlefield. In the end, Yang Kai returned from deep within the Black Ink battlefield, gathered them to attack the no-return pass, and killed their way into the barren territory. It wasn't strange that Yang Lai would feel discouraged because after becoming a Ninth Order Master, even if he wasn't invincible, he was at least one of the strongest humans alive. It wouldn't be a problem for him to beat up a few pseudo-royal lords, but after today's battle with the Black Ink giant spirit god, he thought that being a Ninth Order Master seemed like nothing. Wu Qing said, they were quite lucky back then. The Black Ink clan had already decided to sacrifice that Black Ink giant spirit god, which is how they were able to take it down. What's more, several Ninth Order Masters died in that battle. We still don't have enough Ninth Order Masters, Xianxia frowned. At this point, the humans only had 8 Ninth Order Masters that could be deployed, including me Jingluan. Such a lineup of Ninth Order Masters was nothing compared to the lineup from back then. But it was already difficult for humans to become Ninth Order Masters, and it had taken over 100,000 years of accumulation to achieve the glorious lineup of over 100 Ninth Order old ancestors on the Black Ink battlefield. No one knew how long it would take for them to return to such glory. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-56, Ada and Aer. The human race's heritage had grown to become more powerful than before. Many talented humans were born from the 2 open heaven realm cradles, the star boundary and the Myriad monsters world. Yang Kai's small universe also helped. According to estimations, over 1,000 talented humans advanced directly to the 7th Order open heaven realm in the past few thousand years. On average, 1 or 2 such talents would appear every 10 years, and every one of them had a chance to become Ninth Order Masters. Before the appearance of the open heaven realm cradles, the humans would never have imagined having so many talented youths who could become Ninth Order Masters. Any one of the cave heavens or paradises would cherish such talents and use all their available resources to nurture them. Now, 80% of those who directly advanced to the 7th Order open heaven realm had become 8th Order Masters, with the earliest batch of those talents having already reached the peak of the 8th Order. It could be said that these rising stars represented the human race's future. Once one of them became a Ninth Order Master, the humans would constantly have new Ninth Order Masters appearing, with the promise of more in the near future. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the humans surpassed their past glory, let alone restored it. While the few current Ninth Order Masters were reminiscing about the past, Yang Kai was coaxing Ada and Aer. As they were previously about to chase after their enemy, they had shrunk their humongous bodies. Even though they still seemed as big as mountains, they were much smaller than they used to be. Yang Kai had a kind expression as he looked at the 2 innocent giant spirit gods, asking, "Do you understand? Don't go anywhere and stay here. If the other side tries to open the gate, just beat them up and make them go back to where they came from." Ada and Aer looked at him dazedly and said nothing, causing the atmosphere to feel awkward. Just as Yang Kai was about to repeat his words, Ada suddenly nodded and said, "Okay." Yang Kai felt relieved. Aer added, "So annoying. Why do you keep repeating? I'm afraid you won't understand if I don't." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. At that moment, Ada sat down and rubbed his belly. "I'm hungry." Aer nodded, "Hungry." Hearing that, Yang Kai felt his headache grow worse and gave Ada a sideways glance, not understanding what he was doing. It was fine if Aer said he was hungry because he had been in the barren territory, fighting the Black Ink giant spirit god for thousands of years non-stop. After so many years of battle, he must have consumed a lot of energy, so it was reasonable for him to feel hungry. But why the heck was Ada hungry? Ada had been asleep until Xiao woke him up a few years ago. He was the absolute epitome of laziness, sleeping until he was hungry and then finding something to eat then sleeping again. While rubbing his forehead, Yang Kai told them, "Wait a moment while I find something for you to eat." The giant spirit god clan fed on dead universe worlds, but there weren't any suitable dead universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds left. Many of the great territories here were already barren, and any universe world still present would have been corrupted with Black Ink strength. To the giant spirit gods, this was akin to spilling shit onto their food. How could they stand to eat something like that? The only place where there might be dead universe worlds was the new great territory, which was now known as Myriad Monsters Territory. There were quite a number of universe worlds there, and many of them hadn't developed any vitality and had incomplete world principles. Perhaps those universe worlds could help fill Ada and Aer's stomachs. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "Let me tell you this. The Black Ink clan made a mess of the 3,000 worlds and destroyed all the universe worlds, so it will be hard for you to find food in the future." Ada and Air immediately became furious. Yang Kai continued, so, if you don't want to feel hungry, you have to deal with the Black Ink clan first. Once that's done, I'll bring you deep into the Black Ink battlefield. In that place, there are countless universe worlds and you can eat however many you want to. The two giant spirit gods were immediately motivated while Ada smacked his lips. Meanwhile, Air determinedly bellowed, "Kill Black Ink clan." When Yang Kai heard that, he nodded delightedly, "Yes, kill Black Ink clan. Smash every one of them." After exhorting them to guard this place and not let any Black Ink clansmen come through the territory gate, Yang Kai finally finished his conversation with them, feeling only somewhat confident he got his point across. On the other hand, the rest of the Ninth Order Masters weren't chatting, instead, they were quietly looking at him from the side. When Yang Kai flew over, he saw strange expressions on their faces. Xiao chuckled, "The way you were acting just now seemed like a bad guy trying to trick children with candied fruits." Hearing that, Yang Kai glared at her, "Do you think everyone is the same as you?" Even now, he could still remember when he was at Yinyang Pass and bumped into the heavily injured Xiao. Back then, she looked just like a child, and her favorite foods were candied fruits and steamed stuffed buns. Immediately after that, Xiao coldly snorted, "Are you looking for a beating? You used to always affectionately address me as old ancestor. How can you speak to me this way now?" While saying so, she approached Yang Kai and pinched his ear. "Do you have some sort of misunderstanding about the word affectionate?" After silently complaining, Yang Kai didn't dodge and let her pinch his ear. He turned to Wu Qing and said seriously, "Senior brother Wu, I still need to trouble you to guard this place. The remnants of the Black Ink clan might still manage to make it here. Also, we have to guard against the no-return pass. I think it's too risky leaving Ada and Air here without anyone overseeing the situation." Of course, Wu Qing wouldn't mind, so he simply nodded, "Then I'll stay here." Yang Kai said, "Senior brother, rest assured. It won't be for long." Now that the matters at the Barren territory were considered solved, the next phase would be the no-return pass. In fact, according to the current situation, the humans should take this opportunity to recuperate and accumulate more strength. Thousands of years had passed, and the humans had significantly increased their heritage while more and more masters had emerged. Now that the Black Ink clan was chased out of the 3,000 worlds and the humans had reclaimed their lost lands, it was just a matter of months or years before there would be new Ninth Order Masters appearing. As for the Black Ink clan, though there might be new royal lords, they couldn't get more pseudo-royal lords. Therefore, the longer they dragged this out, the more advantageous it was for the humans. However, all such calculations were based on the idea that no hidden dangers emerged from the primordial heaven's grand source restriction. Yang Kai had been constantly worried about that because no one knew when Mo would wake up. Many years ago, Yang Kai had placed a universe world that wasn't completely dead yet outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. That way, he could go there whenever he wanted by using the world tree, and teleport to and from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. But now that the world tree had fallen into a coma, Yang Kai couldn't ask it for help, which meant he couldn't head to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to check on the situation there so easily. The suppressing Black Ink army there was helping Wu Kuang, but if Mo awoke, those forces alone wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, with such dangers looming over them, they had to take down the no-return pass as soon as possible. Only then could the humans have the strength to confront the enemy inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't dare to act recklessly with the no-return pass standing as the entrance to the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that the Ninth Order Masters gathered here today came to help Ada and Air chase away the two Black Ink giant spirit gods so that they could better deal with the no-return pass in the future. As for whether the Black Ink clan would move away from the no-return pass, Yang Kai wasn't worried about that. The Black Ink clan had gone through so much effort to take down the Great Passes, and placed all their foundations at the no-return pass, so they wouldn't abandon it without a fight. Moreover, They too could copy the human strategy and guard the no-return pass because leaving that place would only worsen their situation. They wouldn't do that unless they were fools. Yang Kai casually swatted Xiao Zhao's hand away from his ear and ushered everyone, "Let's go." After this battle, Yang Kai discovered the difference between his and the Black Ink Giant Spirit God strength. To sum it up, it was a big difference, but it wasn't insurmountable. He had only just become a Ninth Order Master a few hundred years ago, so technically speaking, he was only a newly promoted Ninth Order Master. He still had a huge room for improvement, but the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods couldn't increase their strength. Also, Yang Kai had estimated that if he were able to reach the peak of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he might be able to fight a Black Ink Giant Spirit God head-on. Ordinary Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters couldn't reach such heights no matter how much they cultivated. However, Yang Kai had always been able to fight above his realm, so his ability was originally stronger than the cultivators in the same realm as him. The Ninth Order Open Heaven realm's heritage needed an extremely long time to build up. Without mentioning anyone else, even Xiao Xiao, who had become a Ninth Order Master a couple tens of thousands of years ago, still hadn't reached the peak. That was why the pure young old ancestors and other veteran Ninth Order old ancestors made Xiao Xiao and Wuxia stay behind when they sacrificed themselves. In the eyes of those old seniors who had lived for who knows how many years, Xiao Xiao was the new generation's Ninth Order Master. Wuxia was even more so because, like Yang Kai now, he had broken through to the Ninth Order only hundreds of years prior back then. A Ninth Order Master's heritage was difficult to accumulate, but Yang Kai had innate advantages. Firstly, the flow of time in his small universe was 10 times faster than the outside world. His small universe was housing a lot of living beings and small stone race members, which would constantly increase his heritage. Even if he didn't cultivate, his strength would still be continually increasing. The uniqueness of his small universe contributed a lot to why Yang Kai could break through to the 7th Order, 8th Order, and even the 9th Order Open Heaven realm so quickly. In addition, Yang Kai had a World Tree clone. The World Tree clone could not only isolate and protect his small universe, but it could also purify his world force, increasing his strength. That was also why Yang Kai's strength was so much greater than average, since his heritage was constantly being refined and solidified. The world force inside his small universe was purer than ordinary Ninth Order Masters, which was why Yang Kai's attacks were more powerful. But that wasn't enough, because if Yang Kai wanted to quickly reach the peak of the Ninth Order, he still needed to refine a massive amount of resources. On the way back, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and stuffed handful after handful of Open Heaven pills into his mouth like he was eating ordinary beans. With his current cultivation, the moment the Open Heaven pills entered his stomach, they were transformed into pure strength and added to his small universe. Therefore, he didn't stop consuming the Open Heaven pills for even a breath. Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded by his actions. Unknown to the others, there was also a large number of resources being refined accordingly inside Yang Kai's small universe to increase his heritage. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-57, Myriad Dao Sealed World. In High Heaven territory, the Star Boundary, a huge river rapidly flowed in a canyon not far away from the High Heaven Palace. The river was linked at both ends, forming a circle. 10,000 grand Daoists merged inside that large river, creating endless wonders. Although there wasn't a large commotion, it still attracted many people. The first to arrive was Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen, followed by Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang. Later, Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun, Bustling World Great Emperor Duan Hongchen, and Flower Shadow Great Emperor Hua Ling Long appeared. Now that there weren't many battles on the front lines, and the Black Ink clan army had been routed, leaving only a few scattered soldiers in hiding, the Star Boundary's great emperors had returned to the Star Boundary to recuperate. All these great emperors were masters recognized by the Star Boundary's will, and so they naturally returned here and could sense any changes that took place in the universe world. Since they had sensed movement here, they all came to investigate. They had just arrived when two other figures came together and greeted the several great emperors. The two who came last were the new great emperors that appeared in recent years. With the star boundary's current world bottle, it could now support 14 great emperors, which was 4 more than before, when its limit was only 10. This was undoubted because of the world tree clone's continuous nourishment. The increase in great emperor positions and the death of 2 great emperors, Heaven's Revelation and Ice Feather, had given some rising stars a chance to shine. Among all 14 great emperors, some were still in the middle of battle while some were in retreat, but they gathered here immediately after sensing the disturbance. These 2 new great emperors were given the titles Scarlet Clouds and Wind and Thunder. Both were disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, but beyond that identity, they were born and raised in the star boundary. The 2 hadn't been cultivating for a long time, so they were only 7th order masters. However, Jianghu and the others didn't look down on them because they directly broke through to the 7th order open heaven realm and could break through to the 9th order in the future. Moreover, being star boundary great emperors meant they would grow far faster than others. Though they had only been 7th order masters for a few hundred years, both were already almost at the peak of their current order, so it wouldn't be long before they broke through to the 8th order. Now that all the star boundary great emperors had gathered here, the 2 youngest ones stared at the river in shock, with Scarlet Clouds asking, "What is Sir Yang up to?" Wind and Thunder Great Emperor had the same question. They both knew of Yang Kai, but had never met him in person because he was a true hidden dragon who never showed his face. At this moment, the great emperors looked over and saw the river was filled with Dao strengths. Every wave contained many mysteries of the Grand Daoist, making everyone feel astonished and curious. Duan Hongchen replied seriously, "I don't know." Hearing that, Secret Clouds was shocked. Even the experienced sirs don't know what is happening, so it must be something big. Yao Jun grimly added, "Although we don't know what he's doing, it's clearly something momentous." Zhan Wuhen glanced at Yao Han with an expression that said he was speaking nonsense. "Let's just continue watching." Mo Huang crossed his arms while standing there, waiting quietly. The crowd immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, the commotion in the river grew larger, and the Dao strengths became noticeably denser. Not only were there Dao strengths that Yang Kai summoned out himself, but the crowd also saw him retrieve strings of things, which resembled streams, and add them to his space-time river. At first, the crowd didn't pay much attention to these small additions, but when they got a clear glimpse of the streams, they were even more shocked because those stream-like things were also the embodiment of a myriad of grand Daoists. More importantly, the Dao strengths contained within were extremely pure. During that instance, the crowd couldn't help but feel curious. How could someone have control over so many different grand Daoists and cultivate every single one to such a high level of mastery? 1 hour later, following the addition of many streams, the space-time river began to tremble. Just as everyone was worried that Yang Kai was about to run out of strength to continue, they heard him bellow, "Open." The next moment, the void twisted and changed. The space-time river's circular area suddenly collapsed, revealing a spinning vortex. Then, the Dao strengths from the 10,000 grand Daoists in the space-time river swarmed into the vortex, causing the rushing river to gradually calm down and return to a peaceful state. A territory gate? Zhan Wuhen raised his brow. He wasn't wrong to suspect that because the vortex spinning before them truly looked like a territory gate at first glance. While shaking his head, Duan Hongchen argued, "It looks like one, but don't forget about the 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven Palace." There were 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven Palace, all of them specifically made by Yang Kai. They were the Time Dao sealed world, the Space Dao sealed world, and the Spear Dao sealed world. Each of them was filled with Yang Kai's comprehension and attainments of those 3 grand Daoists. Yang Kai had thought that among the increasing number of Void Dao Temple disciples being brought out to break through to the open heaven realm, there were bound to be some that took after him and cultivated one of his 3 primary grand Daoists. So, he specifically created those 3 sealed worlds to allow those disciples to head inside and gain more experience. That way, he didn't need to train them personally because the disciples who cultivated these 3 grand Daoists would be able to benefit from those 3 sealed worlds. Of course, not only were those sealed worlds open to Dao Temple disciples, but even cultivators other than High Heaven Palace disciples could enter them. All one needed to do was to report to Xianxia and get her approval. Many members of the Dragon Clan had previously entered the Time Dao Sealed World. Likewise, members of the Phoenix Clan had entered the Space Dao Sealed World. As for the cultivators who entered the Spear Dao Sealed World, there were too many to count. Duan Hongchen didn't doubt Yang Kai's ability to open another territory gate, but this place was secluded, so there was no need to open a territory gate here. Instead, he felt like this thing was similar to those 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven's palace. Having heard that, the crowd thought about it briefly and nodded. We'll know for sure after we ask him. While saying so, Hua Linglong went over and stood beside Yang Kai. Then, she looked up at the vortex and asked, "Is this a sealed world?" Yang Kai grabbed his space-time river, seeming to be thinking about something. He only came back to his senses after hearing the question and nodded, "Yes. This is the Myriad Dao Sealed World." Myriad Dao Sealed World? Hua Linglong raised her brow while secretly criticizing how arrogant Yang Kai was being, but then she thought that this was something Yang Kai created, so no matter how arrogant he was, it was his choice. What's the use of this sealed world? Yang Kai explained, I collected some pure Dao strengths from the universe furnace. Since I have no use for them at the moment, I placed them all inside this sealed world. Anyone can go inside to refine and absorb those Dao strengths if needed and increase their understanding of the grand Daoist they cultivate. Back inside the universe furnace, Yang Kai had collected a huge amount of Dao strengths, all of which he got from deep within the infinite river and kept inside his small universe. Creating the Myriad Dao sealed world was something he had thought about doing a long time ago, but he had been caught up in other matters and had only had time to create it today. Increase our attainments in the grand Daoist we cultivate? The crowd became excited after hearing that. The comprehension of grand Daoist was very mysterious. It wasn't something like world force inside one small universe, where they need only refine open heaven pills or materials to improve. One could only get stronger in one's use of their grand Dao by improving on their comprehension and mastery over it. If one wasn't sharp enough, it might cause their cultivation of a grand Dao to become stagnant. This had been a difficult-to-solve problem since ancient times. One of the solutions was to find an extremely pure Dao strength to absorb and refine, but pure Dao strengths were extremely difficult to come across. Even if there were some at some point in the 3000 world, they would have been taken away after so many years. Therefore, the great emperors were excited after hearing Yang Kai say that a lot of pure Dao strengths were kept inside the Myriad Dao sealed world, especially scarlet clouds and wind and thunder. Being the star boundaries, great emperors helped their cultivation increase at breakneck speed, and they had accumulated quite a fair amount of heritage inside their small universes as a result. However, they fell short when it came to the comprehension of their respective grand Daoists. In fact, there was a second way to improve their comprehension and mastery of their grand Dao, which was the ordinary grade innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace. If there were still ordinary grade open heaven pills from the universe furnace, they would only have to take a few of them to have a better understanding of their grand Daoists, but after hundreds of years, the ordinary grade open heaven pills brought out from the universe furnace had long been consumed. How could there still be any more of them? Those large amounts of ordinary grade open heaven pills were the reason for the human race's sudden increase in military force, whereby a large group of 7th Order Masters advanced to become 8th Order Masters after the universe furnace closed. Otherwise, the front lines wouldn't have been able to push back the Black Ink clan. Back then, Scarlet Clouds and Wind and Thunder felt remorse for being born too late, or else they might already be 8th Order Masters. You're all welcome to enter if you're interested, Yang Kai offered casually. I was thinking of going in just when you said that. Zhan Wuhen spoke while stepping forward and dashing inside the Myriad Dao sealed world. After that, everyone else followed and headed inside. The few veteran great emperors had reached the peak of their cultivations, but the opportunity to increase their attainments in their grand Daoist was too good to pass up. Meanwhile, Xianxia didn't bother with them and continued staring quietly at the spacetime river while in a daze. To create the Myriad Dao-sealed world, he pushed his spacetime river to its limit. Also, he temporarily fused the Dao strengths of the 10,000 grand Daos inside his small universe into the spacetime river. There was a moment when those Dao strengths inside the spacetime river became so dense that it almost exceeded his limit of control. During that short moment, the 10,000 Dao strengths inside the spacetime river changed, seemingly having some sort of mysterious resonance. Something inexplicably mysterious was being nurtured and born inside his spacetime river at that moment. However, after Xianxia inserted a lot of Dao strengths into the Myriad Dao-sealed world, that mysterious feeling disappeared, and the spacetime river was restored to its original state. That reminded Xianxia of when he was in the infinite river. Deep inside the river were countless gravel-like miniature universe worlds and also many small celestial phenomena. Those gravel-like universe worlds and celestial phenomena didn't just appear on their own, so they must naturally have been nurtured by the infinite river. The universe furnace devoured chaos and evolved its strength into the 10,000 grand Daos inside itself. Then, it spat out the accumulated Dao strengths and physical worlds. This cycle repeated endlessly, refining chaos before splitting heaven and earth apart. As for Xianxia's spacetime river, it was essentially a miniature infinite river. This was something he comprehended after witnessing the mystery surrounding the infinite river, though it was without a doubt a simpler version. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-58, The Future. The infinite river passed through the entire universe furnace but was untouchable to many. Even one's divine sense couldn't sense the tributaries filling the space inside the furnace. It could be said that the infinite river was the basis of why the universe furnace could split heaven and earth apart. Since the infinite river forms universe worlds and celestial phenomena, why can't my spacetime river do so as well? While thinking about that, Xianxia shook open the spacetime river in his hand and dove inside, looking for any trace left behind by that strange reaction. With spacetime Dao as his foundation, Xianxia gathered the Dao strengths from the 10,000 grand Daos and condensed them into the spacetime river. He had previously dived inside many times, but it was usually to deal with the strong enemies he swept up into the river. That was because he had the absolute advantage inside the river and could make the most of his strengths there. Moreover, every undercurrent inside the river, as well as every wave, was made by the surging of his Dao strengths. However, the situation was different this time. Perhaps it was because Xianxia had just created the Myriad Dao-sealed world, but he discovered that his spacetime river had changed profoundly. In summary, Xianxia suddenly had a strange and mysterious feeling when he dove into the river this time. He felt like time and space were distorted. When he looked up, he saw an astonishing view flash across his eyes. He saw the magnificent no-return pass, a bloody battle between the Black Ink clan and human race, and dead bodies from both sides densely littered around the battlefield. Watching this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but frown as he didn't understand why he was seeing this. He didn't participate in the battle at the no-return pass back then, so theoretically, he wouldn't have this scene in his memory. Moreover, how could a memory appear inside the spacetime river? However, he soon realized something was not right. That was because he saw his figure appear in many of the scenes flashing by his eyes, and he was fighting someone he knew. It was Mo Nai, and it was Mo Nai after he became a royal lord. Every scene that flashed past was like a master had splashed the canvas with ink and drew every detail of the tragic battle with subtle brushwork and great skill. Inside the silent scenes, Mo Nai's dead body suddenly appeared, followed by Mou's. After that was the scene of the humans occupying the no-return pass once again, cheering happily. Xianxia suddenly realized this wasn't a scene from his memory, but a battle that would happen in the future. This is the future. I am looking into the future. Xianxia had already experienced this before when he came out from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. At that time, his attainment in the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time soared, so he had a glimpse of the future when using the Sun and Moon divine will to kill the sheep-headed royal lord. Future events proved what he saw was real. He had killed the sheep-headed royal lord that had been chasing him and held his head while standing proudly inside the void. That moment was the scene he saw. The late Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor Chu Tianji claimed he had the power to see the future, and it was rumored that he could also see the past. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, he believed that Chu Tianji most likely didn't have such a mysterious ability. If he did, he would have been able to avoid the many dangers and wouldn't have died in battle. But he did have some sort of foresight ability, or else he wouldn't have gotten the title of Heaven's Revelations. Now that Yang Kai recalled the time he was at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he found that he had undergone a significant change, whether it was his cultivation or his attainments in the different Grand Daos. Since the Spacetime River was based on the Spacetime Grand Dao, the deeper he dove into the river, the greater the Dao strength surge. Under the disruption of space and time, seeing some part of the future should be expected. Recapturing the no-return pass wasn't surprising to Yang Kai because, with the human race's current strength, they would certainly be able to win if they launched a battle regardless of how they approached it. However, they would have to pay quite a high price if they acted recklessly. That was why Yang Kai didn't feel anything after seeing such a scene. If the human race couldn't even conquer the no-return pass, how could they think about going to the primordial heaven source grand restriction and ending MO once and for all? The final deciding battle between the Black Ink clan and humans should be at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Inside the Spacetime River, the Dao strength of spacetime was surging even stronger, while the scenes continuously flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. In the meantime, Yang Kai's expression became more solemn. That was because many of the scenes after that contained many things he didn't wish to see. The final battle began as expected outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The Black Ink clan appeared in huge black waves with black ink giant spirit gods walking among them. There were also several destroyed great passes turned into ruins and countless human corpses, many of which Yang Kai recognized. There was even a scene where a 100,000-meter white divine dragon floated in the void, its body battered with all its dragon scales destroyed. That white divine dragon was naturally Fu Guang. In another scene, a world was filled with darkness, and inside the ruins was a big dusty sign with the characters, High Heaven Palace on it. In the corner of the scene was a majestic fallen branch from the World Tree clone, obviously long dead. The last scene showed a great pass moving towards the depths of the void, seeming to be escaping from something. Inside the great pass were all the surviving humans, and close behind that great pass was a black figure. In the black figure's hand was the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai instantly felt his hairs stand on its ends. Even though that black figure was fully enveloped in black ink strength, with its appearance completely hidden, that spear was too familiar to Yang Kai. Is this our future? At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt exhausted and couldn't help but exit the spacetime river. Once he found his footing, the feeling like he was in an illusion disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that he discovered the Dao strengths in him had been seriously depleted. This just showed that looking into the future wasn't without cost or consequence. Since Yang Kai's Dao strengths were heavily depleted, he almost lost the ability to maintain his spacetime river. He quickly used his strength to keep the river steady before sitting cross-legged with a serious expression. Back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he had foreseen a scene that did happen later. He had successfully killed the royal lord who had been chasing him for many years when he was still in the Eighth Order. The vision today came too suddenly, and though Yang Kai could accept the first half of it, he couldn't accept the latter part of what he saw. He knew that there would be a bitter battle outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and the human race and Black Ink clan would decide their life or death there, so it was that battle that would truly influence the human race's survival. On the other hand, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that the human race couldn't defeat their enemy. If that day really came, he was prepared to lead the surviving humans to flee to the end of the universe where they could rebuild their strength. After all, the current 3,000 worlds weren't something they couldn't sacrifice. However, the scene he saw during the distorted time and space was surreal. Without mentioning who would win the final battle, Yang Kai had a world tree clone isolating and protecting his small universe, so how could he be corrupted by black ink strength? But that wasn't entirely impossible either, because no one knew how strong Mo truly was, and no one knew if the world tree clone was enough to keep his small universe safe if he was directly attacked by Mo. Could that really be my future? If it is, it's unacceptable. Yang Kai felt solemn but not enough to feel devastated. In the end, this was just something he foresaw, and no one was sure if it would happen. If this were something that would happen in the future, he would personally break this prophecy. After composing himself, Yang Kai clicked his tongue. His goal when diving into the spacetime river was to trace that strange phenomenon, not see the future, but this was uncontrollable. He couldn't have known that the Tao strengths would surge after he dove into the spacetime river, causing those scenes to appear. Sitting upright in his spot, Yang Kai calmed down for a while before diving into the spacetime river again. This time, there weren't any future scenes flashing before his eyes. He steadied himself and looked for any changes in the spacetime river. Soon, his figure swayed as he arrived at a corner of the river. He had sensed that the 10,000 grand Daoists had gathered here and were transforming into endless wonders. Yang Kai's experiences in the infinite river helped him understand the truth behind the 10,000 grand Daoists. Chaos evolved into the 10,000 grand Daoists, while the 10,000 grand Daoists would return back to chaos in the end. That was a mysterious cycle, and every time that cycle turned, miracles would happen. Just like what he saw. Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed the obviously different river water in his hand and looked at it silently. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes as he gradually lost himself in contemplation. Meanwhile, the appearance of the Myriad Tao sealed world didn't attract much attention. Only the Star Boundary's great emperors had sensed the commotion and came to investigate. Then, they entered the Myriad Tao sealed world to investigate it after learning about its uses. Several days later, Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen was the first to emerge. Although his cultivation didn't increase, his aura was clearly more condensed than before. He had long reached the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and had achieved the limit of his martial Tao in this lifetime, so he had no way of increasing his cultivation. However, his aura had become more solid because he had accomplished something while being inside the Myriad Tao sealed world. Any place where a peak Eighth Order like him could benefit was indeed extraordinary. Zhan Wuhen looked at the Myriad Tao sealed world and couldn't help but praise, a treasure. With the Myriad Tao sealed world, the human race's strength might be able to increase yet again. This was undoubtedly beneficial to the war in the future. Turning his head, Zhan Wuhen didn't see Yang Kai but did see the spacetime river floating in midair. Since the spacetime river was here, it meant Yang Kai was as well, so Zhan Wuhen didn't go anywhere and waited in place. A few days later, all the great emperors came out one after another, and from the order of each great emperor's return, one could see that the stronger the great emperor, the quicker they came out. That was because the stronger the great emperor, the smaller their chance of improving their strength, which meant the Myriad Tao sealed world couldn't help them too much. After nearly 10 days, scarlet clouds and wind and thunder came out one after another, both of them practically glowing with happiness. Duan Hongchen glanced at them and chuckled, "Congratulations." The others also congratulated the pair as well. This couldn't be helped because those two went in as 7th Order Masters but came out as 8th Order Masters. Martial Peak, Chapter 58-59, 3 years. Scarlet clouds and wind and thunder were newly recognized great emperors by the Star Boundaries well after the deaths of Heaven's Revelations and Ice Feather. They were elite disciples who were carefully nurtured by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, and broken through directly to the 7th Order. Although it had only been about 1,000 years since their initial breakthrough, thanks to the Star Boundary, they were almost at the peak of the 7th Order. Their cultivation speed was something the other Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't compare to. A 7th Order Master was already considered a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, yet to break through from the peak of the 7th Order to the 8th Order generally needed at least 200 to 300 years. Just like Feng Ying from Dawn Squad. Her aptitude was also extraordinarily high, but she used a total of 300 years to advance from the 7th Order to the 8th Order. Of course, the lack of resources at the Black Ink battlefield was also one of the reasons for such slow progress. But even with ample resources, someone as talented as Feng Ying still wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. She would need at least a few thousand years of hard cultivation before using another 100 or so years to break through. Things were different for the star boundaries and the Myriad monsters' world's great emperors because the two open heaven realm cradles had world tree clones nurturing them. Therefore, they had extremely dense world energy which could be freely absorbed by great emperors to greatly reduce the time they needed to accumulate their heritage. The reason the two young great emperors hadn't broken through to the 8th Order previously was that they were lacking in their comprehension of their grand Daoist. The Myriad Dao-sealed world just happened to fill in what they lacked. Once their small universes had accumulated enough heritage and their attainments in their grand Daoist rose to an appropriate level, they broke through from the 7th Order to the 8th Order in a matter of days. Since the two exited the Myriad Dao-sealed world, they felt very grateful to Yang Kai and wanted to thank him personally. It was a pity that Yang Kai seemed to have disappeared into his space-time river. How long has he been like this? Duan Hongchen looked at the space-time river and asked, clearly asking about Yang Kai's condition. Zhan Wuhen shook his head. He's been like that since I came out. That means it's been quite a while. Duan Hongchen frowned. Judging by the looks of things, he might be comprehending something inside. I think it's best if we don't disturb him. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, he must have a valid reason to enter the space-time river like this, just like how a cultivator would go into retreat. That was not something one should interrupt. What should we do with the Myriad Dao-sealed world? Hua Linglong asked. After experiencing what benefits the Myriad Dao-sealed world could bring, anyone would know it was a treasure to the entire human race because it could help many cultivators increase their strength in a short time. But this was something Yang Kai created, so it wasn't appropriate for others to decide its use without his consent. Report it to the Supreme Headquarters, Zhan Wuhen groaned before saying, since he made the Myriad Dao-sealed world at this point in time, it must be because he wanted to benefit everyone. However, although there is an abundance of Dao strength inside, it's not inexhaustible. If we report it to the Supreme Headquarters and let Supreme Commander Mi make the decision, perhaps he can let a few promising seedlings use their military merits to exchange for a spot inside. Hearing this, the crowd nodded as this was a good plan of action. They could wait for Yang Kai to return and deal with this, but none of them knew how long that would be. As the human race was running tight on time, it would be better to let the Myriad Dao-sealed world benefit their people as quickly as possible. I'll head to the Supreme Headquarters. While Zhan Wuhen said that, he shot into the sky and disappeared. After he was gone, Duan Hongchen said, I'll stand by here. The rest of you can go about your own matters. The others nodded and dispersed. Several days later, news about the Myriad Dao-sealed world spread throughout the humans and attracted the interest of many. A sealed world with pure Grand Dao strengths could be said to be something every cultivator wanted to experience. But just as Zhan Wuhen said, even though the 10,000 Grand Dao strengths inside the Myriad Dao sealed world were abundant now, it would be useless once everything inside was depleted. Therefore, they had to choose wisely about who would get the opportunity to head inside. Only that way could they make the best use of the Myriad Dao sealed world. Of course, such things were for the Supreme Headquarters to worry about. Mi Jingluan had personally entered the Myriad Dao sealed world to investigate because of the importance of the issue. In the end, he came out with a bitter smile and complained to Duan Hongchen that Yang Kai had thrown him another difficult task, and it seemed like he was about to offend a lot of people. Recently, the Supreme Headquarters had been gathering people to repair the Pure Yang Pass which Yang Kai brought back. This required a lot of resources, so they were lucky that Yang Kai managed to persuade the Black Ink clan to give them some, or else it would be difficult for them to repair Pure Yang Pass. Moreover, the human race regained the 3,000 worlds and won a great victory, so rewards needed to be distributed as well, which were also given in the form of resources. In addition, the Void Guard also needed a lot of resources to set up the space arrays. At this moment, Mi Jingluan felt like a shrewd housewife, carefully needing to count and allocate every single resource on hand. Soon, a constant stream of cultivators began entering and exiting the Myriad Dao sealed world. Everyone went in filled with expectations and came out happy, obviously having gained a lot from the Myriad Dao sealed world. Also, every cultivator that came could see an astonishing spacetime river flowing beside the Myriad Dao sealed world. It was the embodiment of pure Dao strength, after all, and there was only one person among all the Ninth Order Masters who could achieve that. Henceforth, everyone knew that Yang Kai was in retreat inside the huge river, and every cultivator that came would pay their respects and bow to the river. Days passed by quickly and soon 3 years had passed since the birth of the Myriad Dao sealed world. During these 3 years, the 3,000 worlds had basically calmed down. Under the human race Grand Army's constant searching, the remnants of the Black Ink clan had nowhere to hide and were all routed out. It could be said that there was no place for the Black Ink clan to survive in the 3,000 worlds now. All the armies then returned home to enjoy the fruits of their labor and recuperate. However, everyone knew that this peace was only temporary, and it wouldn't be long before a battle even crueler than the one that happened a few thousand years ago would break out. It was because they realized this that they cherished this short moment of peace even more. On the other hand, the Void Guard had gradually returned with numerous universe temples in tow. When the Black Ink clan took over the 3,000 worlds, some of the universe temples were destroyed while some were preserved. In the end, the Void Guard managed to gather about 1,000 of them. Li Wu-yi led the less than 200 Void Guards, and with the assistance of the many people sent over by the Supreme Headquarters, began to repair these universe temples, using them as a foundation to set up the necessary space arrays. Although there weren't many in the Void Guard, all of them were proficient in the Tao of space, so using space principles was easy for them. Many resources were invested into this project, obviously wanting substantial results as quickly as possible. After all, in this peaceful period, everyone knew it was just the calm before the storm and they needed to prepare for the coming war. Just outside of the Myriad Dao sealed world, there were groups of people exchanging their military merits for the right to enter and experience what was inside. At one particular moment, everything, even the communication between divine senses, fell silent as all eyes turned in the direction of the spacetime river. That was because fluctuations had suddenly appeared from the spacetime river, which had been calm for 3 years. It was followed by rolling and crashing waves, with a figure emerging. After 3 years of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot. He had managed to figure out some things and vaguely felt like he had pushed open a new door, but he wasn't sure what lay ahead. In the end, it was still because his attainments in the various Grand Daos were lacking. Both his attainments in the Grand Tao of Time and Grand Tao of Space had reached the 8th level, while his attainments in the other Grand Daos varied from the 7th level to the 4th level. Yang Kai had a feeling that if his attainments in all Grand Daos increased to another level, especially if his attainments in the Grand Tao of Time and Grand Tao of Space could reach the 9th level, he might be able to understand things more clearly. This bout of enlightenment had let him increase his attainments in all sorts of Grand Daos, especially the Grand Tao of Time and Grand Tao of Space, so he felt like he could break through to the 9th level at any moment. It could be said that his 3 years of retreat were very fruitful. "Greetings, sir." Below him, the group of cultivators bowed together. Most of them were in the 7th order or the 8th order, while a few were in the 6th order. None were below the 6th order. There were limited spots to enter the Myriad Dao sealed world. To maximize the increase of the human race's overall strength, the Supreme Headquarters had only allowed the more promising soldiers the opportunity to experience the sealed world. As for those less promising ones and those with lower cultivation, they naturally wouldn't have such a chance. Even so, Mi Jingluan still felt troubled by this matter because, just like he expressed a few years ago, the matter of who got the chance to enter the Myriad Dao sealed world was the subject of many complaints. However, he had the final say in this matter, and with his identity as a Ninth Order Master, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Yang Kai nodded lightly and raised his hand slightly, no need for formalities. After putting away the spacetime river, Yang Kai stepped over to Duan Hongchen, who had been keeping watch, and nodded before beaming, "You've worked hard." Duan Hongchen replied casually, "It was nothing. What's more, I've seen a lot of good scenery while standing guard here." While saying so, his eyes flitted across a few beautiful women among the crowd. Yang Kai was instantly at a loss for words. "By the way, Supreme Commander Mi asked for you to find him after you came out. He has something to discuss with you." Duan Hongchen suddenly remembered Mi Jingluan's instructions. "I'll head over right away," Yang Kai nodded. "There's also that bratly Wu Yi. He keeps complaining about you not taking charge of things, so go and help him once you have time." "Got it." After giving a simple reply, Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared without a trace, shocking the many 8th Order Masters watching. Although there weren't many 9th Order Masters at this moment, there were still a few around, so all the 8th Order Masters had more or less interacted with them somewhat. However, there wasn't a 9th Order Master who could disappear right before their eyes like Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai left, Duan Hongchen took a few more looks at the beautiful scenery before reluctantly leaving. The reason he stayed here was to act as Yang Kai's protector. Now that Yang Kai had come out of his retreat, there was no reason for Duan Hongchen to stay around here any longer. Martial Peak, Chapter 5860, Arrangements. Yang Kai arrived at the Supreme Headquarters as requested and dashed inside the side hall. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan sensed his presence and transmitted a message to him, telling Yang Kai to wait while he finished with a certain matter. Once he was done, he came out tiredly and sat beside Yang Kai before tapping on the teacup beside him. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and poured Mi Jingluan a cup. Then, Mi Jingluan finished his tea in one gulp before revealing a relaxed expression. After a long silence, Mi Jingluan suddenly spoke up, "Although there's no war, there are a lot of miscellaneous things to take care of. I don't have a competent adjutant with me, so if you don't have anything to do, how about you help out at the Supreme Headquarters?" Sipping on his tea, Yang Kai looked outside the hall and asked, "Senior Brother Xiang is a better candidate than me." Mi Jingluan pursed his lips. "He says he's going to enter retreat." "What about Senior Brother Ouyang? He also wants to enter retreat." "Then, all of them want to enter retreat." While saying that, Mi Jingluan felt angry. "We're all 9th Order Masters. Do they think I don't want to enter retreat too?" Yang Kai looked at him helplessly. "There has to be someone dealing with these matters, and Senior Brother Mi is the best candidate." A short pause later, he continued, "Don't feel too pressured. It's indeed hard for the human race to get to this point, so no matter what happens in the future, we just have to go all out and hope for the best." He could understand Mi Jingluan's frustrations. Now that the humans had taken back the 3,000 worlds, the situation seemed bright for them, but that was only on the surface. The following battle was critical to determining whether the human race would survive or perish. If they could take back the no-return pass, the humans would be taking one big step towards victory, but if they couldn't, all of their efforts would be for naught. Moreover, they had to be quick when taking down the no-return pass because they couldn't afford to fight a prolonged battle. Without mentioning other reasons, just their supply of resources wasn't enough to sustain a protracted war. Therefore, as the leading figure of the Supreme Headquarters responsible for integrating and managing all the armies, Mi Jingluan was shouldering an unfathomable amount of pressure. That pressure was so huge that Yang Kai couldn't shoulder it, even as a 9th Order Master. If another 9th Order Master were helping Mi Jingluan, they could help carry some of the responsibilities. However, there were only so many 9th Order Masters at this moment, and none of them were suitable candidates. There had to be someone dealing with these matters. Though it didn't sound like much in conversation, Yang Kai knew how large of a burden was resting on Mi Jingluan's shoulders. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan knew this as well. The reason he mentioned this to Yang Kai was not that he intended for Yang Kai to help and stay in the Supreme Headquarters, he was simply venting. Yang Kai was currently the strongest master they had besides the 2 giant spirit gods, so no matter what, he shouldn't be cooped up inside the Supreme Headquarters handling logistics. Instead, the place he belonged was the battlefield. Never mind. Let's talk about more serious matters. Mi Jingluan changed the topic, confirming he was only ranting just now. I've discussed this with the others. It will take 10 years at minimum, and 20 years at most for us to get ready. Then we'll be able to attack the no-return pass. Do you have any suggestions? 10 to 20 years may seem like a long time, but to prepare for a battle involving the entire race, it was actually a very short period of time. After all, they had to reorganize and coordinate all the individual armies and prepare the supplies and weapons prior to beginning the battle. All of these processes were time-consuming because the war wasn't only about sending all their troops out. Yang Kai shook his head. Since things have come to this point, I don't have anything to suggest. If we want to win, we simply need to have enough strength to do it. Hearing that, Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. It seems like our thoughts are aligned. When the time comes, I need you to lead the way to enter the Black Ink battlefield through Black territory. Of course, Yang Kai nodded. If they wanted to take back the no-return pass, it wasn't workable to attack from the barren territory. After all, the territory gate was a fixed size. If the human race attacked through it, it would give the Black Ink clan a chance to gradually kill them. Therefore, the only option they had to attack the no-return pass was to first pass through that secret passage and gather their troops deep inside the Black Ink battlefield before assaulting the Black Ink clan's base. After a short pause, Yang Kai asked, "How about the barren territory? I heard you left the 2 giant spirit gods there to guard the territory gate. With them there, I'm sure the Black Ink clan wouldn't doom themselves by trying to pass through. Also, they don't intend to do anything anyway. With Ada and Air standing guard on the other side of the territory gate and keeping their eyes on the no-return pass, the Black Ink giant spirit gods wouldn't dare to act recklessly because that would only give Ada and Air a chance to charge into the no-return pass and kill everyone. But the giant spirit gods don't have high intelligence, so we need someone there to communicate with them, telling them what they should and shouldn't do and when they should and shouldn't attack." Yang Kai pointed his thumb at himself. "Don't tell me I'm the one to do it." Then, Mi Jingluan looked at Yang Kai like he was a promising young man. "There is no one else who can do this besides you. No one else has interacted much with those 2 giant spirit gods, so you're the only one familiar with them. If they'll listen to anyone, it will be you. Also, with your abilities, I'm sure the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to do anything about you if they saw you guarding the barren territory with the 2 giant spirit gods." After thinking about it, Yang Kai sighed and nodded. "Good. If that's your arrangement, I'll follow it." Even if he was ordered to guard the barren territory, it wouldn't stop him from causing a commotion when the time came. Once the battle began, he could charge through the territory gate and kill his way into the no-return pass, joining the human race army on the other side. From that perspective alone, there really was no other person more suitable than him to guard the barren territory. Though the other Ninth Order masters were strong as well, they couldn't move about as effortlessly as Yang Kai could. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan immediately saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and offered, "How about we split into 2 routes and arrange for some soldiers to assemble in the barren territory? Perhaps we can attack from both sides at a crucial moment." "That's not necessary. Attacking through the territory gate into the no-return pass is quite problematic. If we have too many people there, we won't be able to grasp the opportunity during the war, and there's no use if we have too few people. Ada, Air, and me working together should suffice." Mi Jingluan also thought that was reasonable and nodded. "Let's keep it that way for now." Later, Yang Kai chatted with Mi Jingluan for a bit before leaving. Before he left, he quickly examined Pure Yang Pass situation. Pure Yang Pass was constantly being worked on, and after the past few years, they had successfully repaired the Great Pass superstructure. The destroyed arrays and artifacts needed to be replaced for Pure Yang Pass to be able to return to its full glory, but that would still require a lot of time and resources. One of the reasons the human race needed 10 to 20 years before attacking the no-return pass was that they needed to finish repairing Pure Yang Pass. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the star boundary. On top of a spirit peak in High Heaven Palace was a huge square, and on that square stood several majestic buildings. These buildings were worn to differing degrees, while some were even heavily damaged, seemingly having experienced the ravages of war. People were heading in and out of those grand halls, so the atmosphere in the square was very lively. These buildings were universe temples that the Void Guard retrieved from the many great territories. During the 3 years Yang Kai was in retreat and comprehending the mysteries of the Grand Tao, the Void Guard had gathered around 1,000 universe temples here. Now that the Supreme Headquarters had distributed their share of resources and assistance, the Void Guard took the lead to start arranging space arrays using these universe temples as a base. The more than 100 Void Guards had been swamped while the array masters and artifact refiners sent over were also working day and night without rest. Although they had made some small successes, their progress was quite slow, which worried Li Wuyi. At this moment, inside one of the grand halls, Li Wuyi led several Void Guards in discussing how to best set up the arrays with a few array masters. It was a serious topic, so they concentrated hard on the matter. Just as they were carefully outlining and carving a pattern and were about to succeed, they heard a voice saying, "That's not right." In this silent grand hall, even the gentlest voice was like an exploding bomb, shocking everyone. Like that, the almost formed array shattered, its lines cracking while the energy inserted inside blew up. A bright light flashed inside the hall, leaving everyone with a dusty face. Li Wuyi turned around and looked at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes before gnashing his teeth. "You brat. You finally appeared." They had agreed beforehand that they would form the Void Guard to gather universe temples to be used to house space arrays so that the army could use them as rapid transit points in the coming war. Even though it seemed like Li Wuyi was the leader here, it was actually Yang Kai who was in command. Otherwise, the Void Guard wouldn't have the word "void" in the name because that was Yang Kai's title in the star boundary. However, 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Li Wuyi roared viciously as he questioned Yang Kai's act of forgetting about the Void Guard after dumping everything on him. Something unexpected happened. Yang Kai coughed lightly into his fist. He didn't expect creating the Myriad Tao sealed world would suddenly enlighten him, and he would spend 3 years in retreat. Anyway, I'm here now. Yang Kai tried to change the topic. Smelly brat. Li Wuyi was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Afterwards, Yang Kai held Li Wuyi's shoulder and whispered, "Don't keep calling me brat. I'm a 9th Order Master now, as well as the Tao Lord of the Void Tao Temple. How do you expect the disciples to respect me if you call me that?" Hearing that, Li Wuyi couldn't help but roll his eyes, but when he thought carefully about it, it did seem inappropriate because no matter whether he was Yang Kai's senior or not, Yang Kai was now a 9th Order Master, so he should get the respect he deserved. Li Wuyi's actions just now were because he was pissed off. He originally had a nominal role in the Void Guard and didn't need to worry about leading or organizing anything, but he suddenly became the one in charge after the Void Guard was formed. Taking a step back, Li Wuyi cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir." He had a serious expression on his face as if nothing had happened just now. The other disciples also cupped their fists and bowed. "Greetings, Tao Lord." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Sir, you said this is not right. Can Sir tell us what is the right way and perhaps show us an example?" Li Wuyi acted like a student and respectfully asked. While looking at him, Yang Kai felt his face twitch, but still replied, "Gather everyone over here and I'll demonstrate." Several Tao Temple disciples were instantly excited. Though they were from the Void Tao Temple, they didn't have many opportunities to interact with Yang Kai. Most of them only had the chance to see Yang Kai once when he brought them out of his small universe. Now that they heard that the Tao Lord was about to demonstrate a whole new type of space array, they naturally felt very excited. As such, they all swarmed out of the Grand Hall to gather their fellow Tao Temple disciples. Martial Peak, Chapter 5861, Demonstration. Soon, the busy Void Guard disciples inside the other universe temples, as well as Huang Xinyang and the couple dozen Phoenix clan members, were all gathered in the Grand Hall. Although the Grand Tao of Space was a bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan, their current heritage wasn't enough for any of their clansmen to obtain higher attainment than Yang Kai. Perhaps the former Phoenix clan leader who died in the Barren Territory War could match him, but until now, the Phoenix clan still hadn't seen the rise of a Ninth-Order Phoenix. That was why the Phoenixes were also excited after hearing that Yang Kai would personally show them how to arrange the new space array. As for the Void Tao Temple disciples, there was no doubt that they were excited as well. They were born in the Void World and inherited their Grand Tao from Yang Kai, hence, their respect and admiration for their Tao Lord was unparalleled. Once everyone was gathered, Yang Kai spoke up, "You've worked hard these past few years. The formation of the Void Guard is crucial to the future dispatch and support of our army. However, there are only a few who are proficient in the Tao of Space, so even though it will be difficult, I hope all of you can persevere through this." The disciples below answered, saying things like, "It was nothing," or, "It was our duty." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "At first, I was planning on waiting until all the universe temples were gathered before demonstrating the new space arrays we would be arranging and their wonders, but something unexpected happened, so I was caught up for a while. Luckily, there is still ample time, so it's not a major concern. There are no large errors in how you all are approaching the new space arrays, so there are only some slight changes to be made. You might not understand with just my explanation, so I will personally arrange a space array while you observe and emulate my process." The crowd agreed and became excited. Watching a Ninth Order Master setting up a space array up close, especially a Ninth Order Master who was proficient in the Tao of Space, was equivalent to an opportunity to gain epiphany or enlightenment. It was a chance that was hard to come by. Back when Yang Kai was on the Black Ink battlefield, he needed to exchange a massive amount of military merits for a chance to listen to any Ninth Order old ancestor share their insights in person. Therefore, everyone present, even the Phoenixes, focused all their attention on what he did and said next. Yang Kai flew up and swiped with his hand. Space principles fell and completely removed the space array Li Wu Yi and the others created, making it as though it never existed. After that, he took out the resources he had prepared in advance and used his technique to refine them. While doing so, he added the first pattern inside the Universe Temple. A space array is used as a means of transportation. With the help of the connection between space arrays, we can cross through the void and instantly move from one space array to another. So, the first thing we need to consider is the stability of the array. If an array isn't stable enough, it might cause an accident while one is in transit, exiling people to the void. Those of us who cultivate the Tao of Space might be able to find our way out of such a situation, but ordinary soldiers won't be able to do that. While Yang Kai was explaining, several delicate but complex patterns began forming inside the Grand Hall. As the space principles fluctuated, all the Void Guard disciples had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Once the array is stable enough, the next thing to consider is the teleportation distance. Yang Kai continued, "We can't just look at the current situation, we have to think about the future as well. Few here participated in the original crusade, so you don't have an idea about the distance we needed to travel. When all the great passes set out to the primordial heaven source restriction, it took them some 20 years to arrive. With such a large distance, once the war breaks out in full, it will be nearly impossible for the rear bases to send any reinforcements to the front lines without the help of space arrays. Therefore, the true aim of forming the Void Guard is to pave two paths. One from High Heaven territory to the No-Return Pass, and another one from the No-Return Pass to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. That way, the reinforcements sent from the back can reach the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction as soon as possible. Only through this method can we wage a successful war. If we humans suffer a major loss of supplies or are cut off from reinforcements, we won't be able to continue fighting. Therefore, all of the space arrays must at least fulfill one criterion: the distance they cover must be at least an entire great territory. Hearing this, everyone paled. Using just 2 space arrays to cross an entire great territory was no simple feat that was such a great distance that with their current methods and plans, it was simply impossible to achieve. However, Since Yang Kai came to personally demonstrate how to set up the new space arrays, it meant that he had found a way to solve this problem. Once they thought about that, the crowd calmed down slightly. A stable array that can allow one to cross such a distance isn't enough though. We also have to think about the number of people the array can teleport in one transmission, and also the consumption to do so. Only after we solve all these problems can the space arrays be of use to us. Everyone in the grand hall remained silent while only Yang Kai spoke from time to time. Meanwhile, those delicate and complex patterns became denser and gradually filled the grand hall. All the void guards were entranced by what was happening. When they felt the dense strength of space principles surging around Yang Kai, they felt even more admiration for him. Previously, when they were arranging the space arrays, they did every step carefully and cautiously, afraid that one small mishap would ruin everything. On the other hand, Yang Kai acted both swiftly and effortlessly, making many wonder if they were even setting up the same array. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped. Then, before everyone's eyes, he inserted his strength inside the array, activating it. The patterns began to shine, and the void above the array began to twist. Such a scene undoubtedly showed that the array had been successfully arranged and activated, but since there was no corresponding array to link with, no teleportation actually occurred. As the crowd silently watched Yang Kai set up this array, they noticed that there weren't any major differences from the array they were arranging before, just some subtle changes here and there. However, those small modifications had a massive effect on the array which allowed it to fulfill the conditions Yang Kai had mentioned before. The Void Guard disciples gained a lot from observing this demonstration up close. Once Yang Kai withdrew his strength, the array gradually dimmed. "Are there any questions?" Yang Kai asked. Like a stone being thrown into a calm lake, numerous questions were thrown at Yang Kai all at once. Gesturing for them to calm down, Yang Kai said, "One at a time." During the following days, Yang Kai answered the questions from the 100+ Void Guards, explaining the wonders of the Tao of space and the space array to them in turn. In just a few days, at least half of those present saw their mastery of the Tao of space increase by a level. After the last question was answered, Yang Kai finally rose to his feet. "All right, I'll leave the task of arranging the rest of the space arrays to all of you. Whether the human race's second crusade goes smoothly depends on this matter, so please work together and don't slack off." Li Wu-yi immediately cupped his fist. "Here. I leave you in charge of things here." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and took a step forward before disappearing. Meanwhile, Li Wu-yi lowered his head respectfully, only to suddenly realize something was not right, and when he looked over, Yang Kai had disappeared without a trace. At first, he thought that since Yang Kai had returned and he wouldn't have to worry about the Void Guard anymore, only needing to do his part in the project, but now, Yang Kai was acting like an arm-flinging shopkeeper, officially putting Li Wu-yi in charge. Outside the star boundary, somewhere in the barren void of high heaven territory, several figures stood upright while looking tentatively into the distance with anticipation and excitement. All those figures were either in the 7th or 8th order open heaven realm, with many of them being at the very peak of the 8th order. Though they were from different backgrounds, they were all basically from the cave heavens and paradises or high heaven palace. Only a few of them were from other sects or families. 2 of them were the youngest star boundary great emperors, Scarlet Clouds and Wind and Thunder, standing with the high heaven palace disciples. Although they were technically disciples of the cave heavens and paradises disciples, they were born and raised in the star boundary, so they felt a sense of belonging to the latter. With over 100 such masters gathered in one place, it was obvious that something big was about to happen. Moreover, if one knew who all of those gathered here were, they would discover an even more shocking fact. All the cultivators present had directly broken through to the 7th order open heaven realm, which meant they all had a chance to become 9th order masters. In other words, everyone standing here was a future hope of the human race, a future powerhouse. There was only one reason why they were gathered here. Someone was about to break through to the 9th order. After the last battle in the barren territory and thousands of years of accumulating their strength, the humans finally had a new generation of masters ready to break through to become Ninth Order masters. The Supreme Headquarters naturally wouldn't ignore such a huge matter, so they immediately gathered these rising stars here so that they could observe the process. After all, this would benefit them, and they might comprehend something from it. Also, they would have a reference for when it was their turn to break through. This was a sign of the beginning of a new era. Like Yang Kai had said back then, when the first Ninth Order Master emerged from the younger generation, it would be the start of many more Ninth Order Masters emerging. That was something the Black Ink clan couldn't compare to. At that moment, while the void was fluctuating, Yang Kai appeared and everyone turned their attention to him. Right then, everyone began calling out to him with, "Sir, Tao Lord," and "Palace Master." Many of the cultivators observing the situation were either from the Void Tao Temple or High Heaven Palace. From the front of the crowd, Yang Lai beckoned to Yang Kai, "Over here." A major event like the first of the younger generation breaking through to reach the Ninth Order was something the Supreme Headquarters would pay great attention to. If Mi Jingluan hadn't been swamped with work, he would have even personally come to stand guard. It was a pity that he had many matters on his hands and couldn't make it. Therefore, he dragged Yang Lai out of his retreat and made him oversee the situation here. Moreover, Mi Jingluan had also mentioned this matter to Yang Kai before he left the Supreme Headquarters and asked Yang Kai to come over if he was free. After all, the rising star breaking through to the Ninth Order today was from High Heaven Palace. Being High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, Yang Kai should be here no matter what. Martial Peak, Chapter 5862, The Arrival of a New Era. Yang Kai arrived beside Yang Lai in the void and cupped his fist at the old man to the side. "Congratulations, old you." Though Yu Changdao had already reached the peak of the Eighth Order a long time ago, he still couldn't help but feel nervous while replying, "Congratulations to you too, Palace Master." His nervousness wasn't without reason. The cultivator breaking through this time was his legacy disciple, the one he took under his wing and carefully trained, the one born with a special constitution made for cultivating his grand Tao, Shi De Zhuang. Shi De Zhuang was a man with a very modest name. If one only heard of his name but never saw him, one might mistake him for a villager living in some backwater countryside. However, from today onward, it would also be a name heralded through the ages as it belonged to the momentous first person to break through directly to the Seventh Order after the World Tree clone began nurturing the star boundary. One could say that Shi De Zhuang was a symbol of the rise of a new generation. When the cave heavens and paradises received news of the effects of the World Tree clone's nourishment, many came to the star boundary and built Tao temples, dividing up the land and taking in disciples. In the beginning, though all cultivators living in the star boundary received nourishment from the World Tree clone, there wasn't anyone who could be described as heaven-defying. That was until Yu Changdao found Shi De Zhuang. The child who took his widowed mother's maiden name had a modest given name, but had a truly rare physique. He was born with the innate Tao body which was perfectly suited to cultivating a certain core secret art from free and unfettered paradise. Since Yu Changdao came from free and unfettered paradise, he naturally wanted to take Shi De Zhuang as his disciple. If he got Shi De Zhuang to become his disciple, he would be able to cultivate this secret art to its pinnacle and establish a lasting legacy. Moreover, Yu Changdao couldn't become a Ninth Order master in his lifetime, but if he carefully taught Shi De Zhuang, who had an exceptional attitude and was born with a perfect physique for cultivating, the latter might stand a chance to reach the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Through this, Yu Changdao's successor would be remembered throughout history. Free and unfettered paradise was well known and highly ranked among the 72 paradises, therefore, they were one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds. As for Yu Changdao, he was a Seventh Order inner sect elder at the time and had a high status. Anyone who came across such an opportunity was extremely lucky and would probably agree to it happily. However, Shi De Zhuang's widowed mother, Lu Kai-xia, had different ideas. When faced with the idea of Yu Changdao taking Shi De Zhuang in as his legacy disciple, she firmly disagreed. Back then, It had not been long since Yang Kai worked with the other great emperors to defeat great demon god Mo Sheng and save the star boundary. High Heaven Palace had an unparalleled reputation in the star boundary and was well known throughout the world. All cultivators in the star boundary took joining High Heaven Palace as their goal in life, so they didn't care about any cave heaven or paradise. Shi Dezhuang's father had died only months prior to Yu Changdao's arrival, and before he passed away, his final wish was that if his child could cultivate, he would enter High Heaven Palace. Lu Kai-xia was just an ordinary woman, simple-minded and ignorant, but such people could be more stubborn than any others. She remembered her husband's last words and insisted that Shi Dezhuang enter High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao was shocked and confused for quite a while after he went to Lu Kai-xia's doorstep and told her he wanted to take Shi Dezhuang in as his disciple. After asking for the reason for her refusal, Yu Changdao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt how difficult this matter would be. With his identity and abilities, he naturally could forcefully bring Shi Dezhuang away, but by the same token, trampling the wishes of a mortal couple was far beneath his dignity. With no other choice, Yu Changdao thought of Yang Kai and personally visited him to discuss this matter with him. At first, he wanted Yang Kai to come forward and persuade Lu Kai-xia to agree to let Yu Changdao take her son as his disciple. After all, this matter was greatly beneficial to Shi Dezhuang. After many twists and turns, Yu Changdao somehow became a high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace and Shi Dezhuang's master after he entered High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao knew Yang Kai had dug a pit for him in this matter, but no matter the process, he still gained his desired legacy disciple, so he jumped in all on his own. Over the years, Yu Changdao poured everything he could into nurturing his disciple. At the same time, Shi Dezhuang proved worthy of his excellent physique as his cultivation increased rapidly. What was even rarer was that he inherited his mother's modest and steady personality, not showing any of the arrogance and conceit that many gifted children had. This naturally made Yu Changdao even more satisfied. Yu Changdao guided Shi Dezhuang all the way through his cultivation, from directly reaching the 7th order until today, when he was finally about to become a 9th order master. Yu Changdao immediately reported this matter to the Supreme Headquarters, and Mi Jingluan treated the news very seriously. Not only had he dispatched Yang Lai to stand guard for the event, he even told Yang Kai about this. With 2 9th order masters overseeing the situation here, it could be said that so long as Shi Dezhuang had accumulated enough heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through. Looking in that direction, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Thousands of years have passed just like that. It was as though the matter of Shi Dezhuang finding a master had only happened yesterday. It happened before Yang Kai headed to the Black Ink battlefield. Even though Yang Kai was now a 9th order master, he couldn't help but exclaim how time seemed to fly by. The higher his cultivation, the faster time seemed to pass for Yang Kai. Thinking back to the days he had just begun cultivating, he felt every day and year was filled with adventure and fulfillment, but now, even a simple retreat could take dozens of years without him knowing it. Even though an 8th order master had a long lifespan, Yu Changdao had obviously become older after several thousand years. As for Yang Kai, he still looked the same as he did on that day. This kid has a good foundation. Yang Lai was looking in Shi Dezhuang's direction with an approving expression. When mentioning that, the usually calm Yu Changdao had a proud expression as he chuckled. The biggest virtue my disciple possesses is that he's never been anxious about his cultivation, so his foundation is naturally more stable than the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was laughing on the side. You need solid ground to build a grand tower. With a more stable foundation, he will be able to ascend higher than others. There's a good chance that his breakthrough will be smooth sailing, so you have nothing to worry about, old Yu. With a bitter laugh, Yu Changdao replied, I know, but how could I not be worried at this moment? Wouldn't you worry if it were your disciple here? Yang Kai smiled faintly. My 3 disciples are all people who exceed the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. They will definitely become 9th order masters, so I have nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Yu Changdao glared at him. Palace master, if you say it like that, we have nothing to continue this conversation with. Rolling his eyes, Yang Lai quickly changed the subject. Now that you've mentioned your 3 disciples, are they still with the suppressing Black Ink army? Yang Kai nodded, a trace of worry on his face. Because the old tree had fallen into a coma, he couldn't head to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction to check on the situation there. They're probably not having it easy there either. Yang Lai sighed, counting the days. Your eldest disciple and second disciple began cultivating at almost the same time as Shi De Zhuang. Theoretically, they should have almost reached the point of breaking through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm too. Who knows? Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Changdao was a little frustrated. It's not that this old master wants to lecture you, Palace Master, but you care too little about your disciples. As he was a High Heaven Palace high-rank guest elder, he had a good relationship with the others from the sect. His and Shi De Zhuang's relationship resembled a father and son, whereby he would be with Shi De Zhuang all day and carefully teach and train him. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his few disciples were the exact opposite. Yu Changdao had rarely seen Yang Kai interacting with his disciples. To describe it in one saying, it would be, the master teaches the trade, but the disciples' skills are self-made. However, even though Yang Kai didn't teach them much, his disciples all had excellent achievements. Before they joined the suppressing Black Ink army, all 3 disciples had reached the 8th Order with hopes of becoming 9th Order masters. I was busy, Yang Kai spread his hands hopelessly. I do want to be like old Yu and teach them personally, but I can't help it. Yu Changdao groaned and sighed. It's been hard on you. Without you, the human race might not have made it to this day. It's starting. Yang Lai suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, the 7th Order and 8th Order masters eavesdropping on the trio's conversation also instantly became solemn and looked in the direction of the void. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw Shi De Zhuang sitting down cross-legged. His small universe's illusory phantom had appeared behind him. Dao strengths flowed as world force pulsed rhythmically. An 8th Order master becoming a 9th Order master was the greatest achievement when cultivating the Open Heaven realm method. The path to the peak was treacherous, and one would fall with one slip and suffer a tragic ending. Since ancient times, there weren't a lot of cultivators who could directly advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but there weren't few either. However, there were only around 100 9th Order old ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises on the Black Ink battlefield. Not everyone who had the qualifications to become a 9th Order master would succeed because even the breakthrough process was very risky. If the cultivator failed at the last moment, the lightest consequence would be damaging their small universe, causing them to be unable to reach the 9th Order, similar to Xianxia's previous situation. The heavier consequence would be destroying the cultivator's small universe and instantly perishing. Many people had failed in this final step, so there hadn't been many 9th Order masters over the years. The crowd could clearly see the illusory phantom behind Shi De Zhuang increasing in size like a balloon being blown up. Meanwhile, the scene inside the small universe had become blurry because it was getting more bloated. A while later, it was restored to its original condition. After that, it happened again. The movement made it seem like the small universe had its own life force and was slowly breathing. Following every cycle, the small universe would slowly break through its limitations. It's extremely dangerous for an 8th Order master to become a 9th Order master. The cave heavens and paradises have naturally studied this matter for hundreds of thousands of years and come up with all kinds of methods to assist in this process. The current technique Shi De Zhuang is using is the most common and ordinary bridging method. Although all of you come from different backgrounds, many of you have reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so I believe your masters and elders have spoken about this to you. The bridging method might seem ordinary, but it is also the safest method. Its only flaw is that it takes a long time. All of you will experience this day too, so I hope you can take away something from today, Yang Lai said aloud. The Open Heaven Realm Masters observing nodded and agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was instantly intrigued. Do the cave heavens and paradises have many secret techniques related to this breakthrough? Yu Changdao nodded and replied, of course. The heritage accumulated by the cave heavens and paradises are something other great forces find hard to reach. Hearing that, Yang Kai agreed, the accumulation gathered throughout several millions of years is no joke. I'll inquire about it later. There's no need for that. Head manager Hua has already asked the cave heavens and paradises about such matters. Also, these things aren't confidential anymore and can be exchanged for military merits. Martial Peak, Chapter 5863, Relying upon external forces to cultivate. The immense external pressure had forced the human race to be united in good faith. In the past, all the cave heavens and paradises had hoarded their secret techniques from the public. These breakthrough secret techniques were naturally not taught to outsiders and difficult for ordinary people to access. The current reality was a huge contrast from back then. Not only were these highly revered and precious secret techniques available to the general public now, but they could also easily be obtained in exchange for a certain number of military merits. In terms of heritage, High Heaven Palace was naturally inferior compared to the extensive accumulation of the established top great forces. It was fortunate that High Heaven Palace had Huaqing Sea. While Yang Kai was wandering the vast universe all this time, she had taken care of High Heaven Palace in an orderly manner. Even the secret techniques and the breakthrough secret techniques that needed to be exchanged with military merits had been collected from various sources in advance. In this way, High Heaven Palace disciples would not need to spend too much effort and resources to obtain these secret techniques when the need arose. Shi Zhuang's breakthrough was very different from Ouyang Lai and Yang Kai's breakthrough. The limits of Ouyang Lai and Yang Kai were the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, they were limited by the innate shackles of the Open Heaven method at the time. When their cultivation reached their respective limits, a world barrier had formed around their small universe. Unfortunately, the boundary wall surrounding their small universe could not be broken with their strength alone. They had to borrow the help of an external force to break through the boundary wall. Ouyang Lai had made use of a supreme-grade open heaven pill while Yang Kai had relied upon the three-self source reconstitution art. On the other hand, Shi Zhuang's breakthrough was not as troublesome. He had advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, so he had the qualifications to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm in the first place. At present, he only needed to overcome his bottleneck to succeed. It was just as Ouyang Lai had said, the breakthrough secret technique that Shi Zhuang had chosen was one of the simplest. Compared to other breakthrough secret techniques, no additional requirements or cultivation resources were needed. In fact, it could be said that most Eighth Order masters aiming to advance to the Ninth Order could choose this secret technique. Nevertheless, the disadvantage of this secret technique was obvious: it took a long time. The longer one spent during the advancement process, the greater the number of unknown variables that would appear. That was why the old ancestors who previously advanced to the Ninth Order would rarely choose this method. They were more likely to choose a breakthrough secret technique that required additional cultivation resources or secret techniques during their advancement to increase their success rate and decrease the time required. Only those like Shi Zhuang, who not only had a solid foundation and confidence in their strength, but would also not be afraid of such variables. The illusory phantom of Shi Zhuang's small universe continuously expanded and contracted. These movements closely resembled the breathing of a living creature, and every movement was stronger than the one from before. His breakthrough process was quite slow. With the continuous expansion and contraction of his small universe, his aura finally accumulated to a critical limit after half a month of effort. At a certain point, his small universe expanded but did not shrink back to its original size as before and simply continued instead. His small universe quickly expanded until the extreme. Despite the great distance, the group of people standing far away could clearly sense the burgeoning world force coming from that direction. Yu Changdao's expression instantly became tense. Likewise, the expressions of the Seventh Order and Eighth Order masters observing the advancement process became serious. Everyone could tell that the final moment had arrived. The success or failure of the accumulated progress throughout the past half-month hinged upon this moment. Similarly, both Yang Kai and Yang Lai were focused on the situation in front of them. The main reason for their presence was to stand guard for Shi Zhuang. To put it simply, their role as so-called protectors was to take action to save Shi Zhuang if he failed in his advancement. Such an act would be tough even for two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could only do their best if necessary. However, Yang Kai's expression soon relaxed and he smiled lightly. "Congratulations, old you." He had made the same statement when he came here half a month ago, nevertheless, the meaning was completely different when he repeated it now. Upon hearing those words, Yu Changdao hurriedly looked over. His tensed expression finally relaxed when he saw Yang Kai nodding at him. Almost at the same time, an astonishing amount of aura erupted from Shi Zhuang's direction. It was followed by an intense wave of world force that swept outward into the surroundings. In front of everybody's eyes, his small universe, which should have already expanded to its limit, abruptly expanded even more. The greatest characteristic displayed during the advancement of an Open Heaven Realm Master was the expansion of their small universe. It was only when the territory of their small universe expanded exponentially that their strength would experience earth-shaking changes. Both Yang Lai and Yang Kai deeply understood this principle, but more importantly, Shi Zhuang had undoubtedly achieved the desired results at this moment. Countless Open Heaven Realm Masters began to cheer at the sight. Meanwhile, Yu Changdao reached up to stroke his beard. His heart was filled with a sense of relief, but he smiled brilliantly in the face of the congratulatory cheers from the people around him. On this day, the first of the new generation of Ninth Order Masters was born to the human race outside the star boundary. It was later recorded in history books that the birth of this Ninth Order Master heralded the arrival of a new era. Yang Kai did not stay for long. Although Shi Zhuang had successfully advanced to the Ninth Order, he would need time to consolidate his new strength. Therefore, Yang Kai left Yang Lai to watch over Shi Zhuang and returned to the star boundary. Without alerting anyone, he came to a certain spot on the World Tree Clone where a tree cave was located. The interior was spacious and resembled a secluded home. This tree cave secluded home was where he had hidden himself to recuperate from his wounds in the past. To cultivate the three-self source reconstitution art back then, Yang Kai had paid a huge price to create his human self and monster self. Each time he created one of his selves, he would severely damage his foundation by splitting his soul in half, hence, he had hidden himself here to recuperate from his wounds. On this occasion, his return was not for recuperation but for cultivation. Several hundred years had passed since he advanced to the Ninth Order and his heritage had clearly increased during this period, but strictly speaking, he was still just a newly advanced Ninth Order Master with a lot of room for growth. If he cultivated steadily, he would probably need to spend thousands of years to improve his cultivation to the limits in his current order. Unfortunately, the human race's second crusade was fast approaching. There was not much time left for him to cultivate, so he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. If it were anybody else, they might not have a good method to increase their cultivation quickly, but fortunately for Yang Kai, he was one of the great emperors of the star boundary, so he could borrow the power of the star boundary to increase his strength. That was precisely the reason why the great emperors of the star boundary and even Thunder Shadow were able to increase their cultivation to their limits far faster than ordinary people. It was because they cultivated with support from the power of the universe world. That was especially true for the star boundary. The accumulation of feedback from the World Tree Clone over several thousands of years had greatly enhanced the star boundary's heritage. At present, not only was the star boundary's world energy indescribably rich, but the world's grand Tao and principles were also extremely stable. It could be said that there had never been another universe world like the star boundary throughout history, and this unprecedented phenomenon was all thanks to the uninterrupted feedback from the World Tree Clone. If somebody had the ability to absorb all the power in the star boundary, it would be enough for them to become a Ninth Order Master out of thin air. Furthermore, that person would be an extremely mighty Ninth Order Master. Yang Kai planned to borrow the power of the star boundary to cultivate. To put it simply, he would be utilizing the world energy of the star boundary to enhance the heritage of his small universe directly. He had done something similar before. At the time, he had borrowed the power of the star boundary to temporarily raise his cultivation from the 6th order to the 7th order in order to confront a powerful enemy. Although he later returned most of the power to the star boundary, a small portion had remained in his small universe. This small portion of power had saved him hundreds of years of secluded cultivation, and it was precisely because of this incident that he discovered the benefits of being a great emperor of such a universe world. Extracting the world energy from the star boundary would naturally cause damage to the star boundary, but the star boundary's heritage was unprecedentedly rich. As long as he was measured in his usage and avoided causing damage to the foundation of the star boundary, there would not be any problems. Furthermore, the power he absorbed would eventually be replenished again as long as the world tree clone remained in the star boundary. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged inside the tree cave and focused his mind. With a single thought, the entire star boundary came under his control. "Please assist me," he murmured softly and opened the portal to his small universe. In the next moment, an invisible and intangible force slowly began to gather from various parts of the star boundary. The force subsequently flooded into his small universe only to be refined and absorbed by him. Despite the drain on the star boundary's world energy, the change was minimal. Even if a 9th order master were standing here, they would have trouble detecting the changes unless they were paying very close attention. Nevertheless, the great emperors of the star boundary noticed the changes immediately. Having been recognized as great emperors by the world's will, they shared the fate of the star boundary. It was only natural for them to notice the slightest changes and abnormalities in the star boundary. For a moment, the great emperors looked startled and immediately tracked the source of the phenomenon to investigate the situation. Once they learned the disturbance was caused by Yang Kai's actions, they immediately felt relieved and did not bother to interrupt his cultivation. This couldn't be helped. Every one of them had done something similar in the past, including the 2 youngest great emperors. The 2 newly advanced great emperors had advanced from the 7th order to the 8th order in several hundred years. That was not a cultivation speed that an ordinary person could hope to achieve. If they had not used the power of the star boundary to strengthen themselves, it would have been impossible for them to advance to the 8th order so quickly. Conversely, Yang Kai had never done this in the past because he had always been traveling extensively throughout the years. That was why the great emperors immediately understood his intentions once they realized that the incident was caused by Yang Kai. It was evident that he wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible so that he would have an easier time in the upcoming war. Yang Kai was the strongest 9th order master alive, hence, it would be greatly beneficial for the human race if he could increase his strength at a rapid pace. The star boundary's world energy flowed continuously into Yang Kai's small universe like an invisible stream of water and vanished into thin air. At the same time, the heritage of the void world in his small universe strengthened at an astonishing speed. Using this method to enhance his cultivation with the power of the star boundary was orders of magnitude more efficient than refining cultivation materials or open heaven pills. The power of a universe world itself contained various types of grand Tao, so if someone like Zhan Wuhen were to cultivate with this method, he would have to spare some time and energy to remove the Tao strengths that he did not cultivate. Such measures were necessary to prevent his small universe from being polluted. However, Yang Kai had no such need. He was currently proficient in 10,000 grand Daos, so he basically dabbled in every kind of Tao strength that existed. Therefore, he would not be troubled by the different kinds of Tao strengths pouring into his small universe from the star boundary. On the contrary, these Tao strengths would enhance his attainments in their corresponding grand Daos instead. It could be said that he was completely accepting of all the power that flowed into him from the star boundary. Everything could become his capital to become stronger. As the days passed and turned into years, the power of the star boundary constantly flowed into the void world without pause. Nevertheless, Yang Kai ensured that his actions created minimal effects by scrupulously following the principle of making gradual and orderly progress. That was why ordinary cultivators could barely sense any changes to the star boundary. Only the open heaven realm masters with high enough cultivation gradually began to notice that the star boundary was different from before. Martial Peak, Chapter 5864, ready to set off. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes inside the tree cave located in the World Tree Clone. Closing the portal to his small universe, he severed his connection with the star boundary and breathed out deeply. Although he had only cultivated in retreat for 10 short years, his overall strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. When he looked inside himself, he discovered that the heritage of his small universe had more than doubled in depth compared to 10 years ago. That was not all. Even the various Dao strengths in his small universe had gotten more potent during this period. If the ninth order was divided into early, middle, and late stages, then Yang Kai had undoubtedly belonged in the early stage 10 years ago. In contrast, he was now well into the middle stage. The past 10 years of cultivation had been almost as effective as cultivating for 2,000 years with normal methods. It was the benefit of using the power of a universe world to cultivate, as well as the exclusive right of a great emperor. Furthermore, this outcome was the product of Yang Kai's intentional restraint. If he had disregarded the consequences and opened his small universe wide to devour the world energy to his heart's content, he would have completely devoured the power of the star boundary in just a few short years. Just like how his heritage had improved by leaps and bounds, the star boundary's heritage had suffered a corresponding amount of damage as a result. Fortunately, the star boundary's heritage was rich enough that there was not much impact on it even though a substantial amount of world energy had been lost. At the very least, the cultivation and advancement of the cultivators in the star boundary would not be disrupted by this incident. Besides, the lost heritage would eventually be replenished by the World Tree Clone's continuous feedback. Yang Kai had carefully planned everything in advance before he borrowed the power of the star boundary to boost his cultivation. After all, he could not disregard the future of all the living creatures in the star boundary just for his own selfish interests, otherwise, he would have done so a long time ago. Even though this was the fastest growth in his cultivation he had ever experienced since he advanced to the open heaven realm, Yang Kai could not shake the feeling that he had not grown enough. Back in the barren territory, he and several other Ninth Order masters had worked together with Da and Air to fight the two black ink giant spirit gods, hence, he was very familiar with the strength of the giant spirit gods. According to Yang Kai's estimations, he would need to reach the peak of the Ninth Order just to fight a black ink giant spirit god on even ground. Even then, it was nothing more than a possibility. Seeing as he was only in the mid-stage of the Ninth Order open heaven realm, it was obvious that he did not fulfill the basic requirements at the moment. Big brother, go to the Myriad monster's world. Seeming to sense his intentions, Thunder Shadow's voice appeared in his mind. Have you forgotten? I am a great emperor of the Myriad monster's world. Yang Kai chuckled at those words. I did not forget. Yang Kai had been planning to take a trip to the Myriad monster's world, but he had not been certain whether such a trip would be useful. After all, it would be more accurate to say that Thunder Shadow was dead. All that remained was Thunder Shadow's consciousness. There was no saying whether Yang Kai would be recognized by the Myriad monster's world's will. Nevertheless, it was something he had to try to find out. With that in mind, Yang Kai left the tree cave and transformed into a stream of light, soaring into the sky. It did not take long for him to arrive in Myriad monster's territory by traveling through the territory gate. Then, he flew straight in the direction of the Myriad monster's world. Many years had passed since Yang Kai first planted the World Tree Clone in the Myriad monster's world. Compared to back then, the barbaric universe world where only ancient beasts existed now contained many traces of activity from the human race. In fact, the entire Myriad monster's world could be said to be ruled by both the human race and monster race. The Myriad monster's world had consecutively given birth to many other great emperors since the birth of its first, Thunder Shadow. Most of them were from the monster race, but there were also a few from the human race. That was only natural since the Grand Dao in the Myriad monster's world was more inclined towards the Grand Dao of the monster race. Under the feedback from the World Tree Clone, the Myriad monster's world's heritage was no longer comparable to the past. While it was not equal to the star boundary, it was certainly extremely abundant. As soon as Yang Kai arrived in the Myriad monsters world, he allowed Thunder Shadow to take over his physical body. They found an isolated place with nobody around, and then Thunder Shadow sat down cross-legged and opened both his mind and small universe to connect with the Myriad monsters world. In the next moment, the same phenomenon that occurred in the star boundary repeated itself. The world energy of the Myriad monsters world poured into Yang Kai's small universe without pause and became part of the Void world's heritage. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai knew that Thunder Shadow's status as a great emperor was still recognized by the Myriad monsters world's will, otherwise, the connection would not have been formed so easily. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the great emperors in the Myriad monsters world, and when they learned that Yang Kai was behind the phenomenon, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. As far as they knew, only the great emperors of the Myriad monsters world had the qualifications to perform such actions. Yang Kai was not a great emperor of the Myriad monsters world, so how was he able to achieve such a feat? In any case, the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm was not something any of them had ever achieved before. Combined with the fact that Yang Kai was often performing extraordinary stunts, they did not bother to question the situation even though they were puzzled. 5 years later, a general order was issued by the Supreme Headquarters and relayed throughout the lands where the human race inhabited. When the news spread to the public, everybody knew, the war was about to resume. Be that as it may, this war was different from the previous wars. In this war, the human race was taking the initiative to attack the no-return pass and launch an offensive against the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. If everything went smoothly, they might even succeed at eliminating the Black Ink clan once and for all. The human race army that had been resting for the past 20 years assembled once more and set off for Black territory. At every location where the human race inhabited, every single person came forward to send off the soldiers who were bravely heading to war. They did not seem overly worried or anxious. On the contrary, they were filled with determination and faith that they would not give up until they broke through the enemy's defenses. When the belief rooted itself in their very being, they firmly believed that the human race army would be invincible and indomitable. For a time, all the places that the human race's various outposts and bases became deserted as all those with the ability to participate in the war had set off to join the fight. In just 3 months, the 12 armies had gathered in Black territory. The entire Black territory instantly became overcrowded. As warship after warship continuously arrived, they eventually formed an enormous fleet. At this moment, Mi Jingluan stood with his hands behind his back on a universe fragment where the Supreme Headquarters was located, outside of Pure Yang Pass. He stared fixedly at the territory gate in the direction of High Heaven territory. He knew that many of the soldiers who embarked on this mission might never return home. There was a high possibility that many of them would lose their lives on the battlefield. Nevertheless, it was a decision that had to be made. It was also a painful tragedy that the human race was bound to face one day. They could never coexist with the Black Ink clan, and this war would either see their ultimate rise or eternal fall. They would either destroy their enemy or perish in the attempt. A stream of light suddenly came from afar. When the light came closer, Yang Lai's figure was revealed and Mi Jingluan inquired, "How is it?" Yang Lai shook his head. He is still cultivating in retreat at the moment, but he should be done soon. The world energy of the Myriad monsters world has almost been drawn to the limit before it will severely affect the universe world. That brat will never drain the lake just to catch the fish, after all. Mi Jingluan nodded and suddenly seemed fascinated. I wonder how much his strength has grown by now. Yang Lai had a nonchalant attitude towards the question. In any case, he is bound to be much stronger than you or I. Then, he couldn't help clicking his tongue in mock annoyance. If I had known earlier, would have found a universe world and become the great emperor there. Mi Jinglu burst out laughing. It's useless even if you become a great emperor. The feedback from the World Tree clone is the only reason the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world have such rich heritage. The great emperors of ordinary universe worlds would not be able to emulate him. That's true. Yang Lai nodded. as the saying goes, heroes are born during troubled times. While it is different for the Myriad monsters world, I'm sure that Brat never expected the star boundary to become one of the last hopes of the human race when he first planted the world tree clone there. If not for the star boundary, it would have been impossible for the human race to possess such powerful heritage in the present circumstances. Be that as it may, Xianxia had only planted the world tree clone in the star boundary to save his dying homeland at the time. Needless to say, his small universe and the Myriad monsters world also played a huge role in the grand scheme of things. It was precisely because of these three open heaven realm cradles that countless talented individuals were perpetually being produced among the human race. How is the situation with the Void Guard? Xianxia asked. The space arrays connecting the star boundary to the no-return pass are already being installed, so it should be completed soon, Jianghu replied. At the moment, their rear was practically deserted. All the cultivators with the slightest ability to participate in the war had been recruited into the human race army, therefore, only a small number of the old and weak had been left behind. The reason the old and weak had remained behind was not to protect the rear though. To put it bluntly, the human race would go extinct if they failed to obtain victory in this war, so there was no point in leaving behind the old and infirm when they could not protect anything either. On the contrary, the main reason they stayed behind was to guide the cultivation of the younger generations. Doing so would ensure that the human race had a steady stream of fresh blood being produced in the future, which was extremely crucial for them to gain the capital required to support the front lines during the war. Originally, it would have taken even an 8th Order or 9th Order master quite some time to travel from the star boundary to Black Territory. However, the presence of the teleportation road laid by the Void Guard would greatly shorten the travel time required. Besides, this was simply the early stages of their preparations. Once the human race army conquered the no-return pass, they would further proceed with the space arrays that would eventually connect directly to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. After exchanging some pleasantries, Xianxia said, "Since everything is going smoothly, I will head to Black Territory first." "Go ahead. Relay the order for the troops to wait at ease," Jianghu instructed. Xianxia nodded and left in a flash. A few days later, Jianghu's wait finally ended. He suddenly raised his head to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be a figure rapidly approaching him from that direction. A short while later, a figure stepped out from the ripples in the void. It was none other than Xianxia, who was late. "Long time no see," Xianxia nodded lightly at Jianghu. Jianghu studied Xianxia for a moment. Although he could not determine the depth of Xianxia's strength, the aura that was inadvertently emanating gave him a heavy sense of oppression. It had to be said that Jianghu was also in the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that Xianxia gave him a sense of oppression meant that the latter's strength had grown tremendously during this period. After all, he did not experience this feeling from Xianxia 20 years ago. He couldn't help feeling taken aback. "What do you estimate your current strength is like?" Xianxia did not know how to answer Jianghu's abrupt question. According to his personal breakdown of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had entered the late middle stage of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm after devouring and refining the heritage of the Myriad monsters world. After pondering in silence for a moment, he answered the question, "The me right now can defeat 3 of me from 20 years ago." The explanation was so novel and unique that the corners of Jianghu's mouth twitched in response. However, he soon became shocked. The Xianxia from 20 years ago had already been very strong, but the current Xianxia could defeat 3 of himself from that past. In just 20 years, his strength had improved significantly. It was difficult to imagine just how much he had grown after devouring and refining the power of 2 open heaven realm cradles. Nevertheless, this was a good thing for the human race. There were not many 9th Order masters at the moment, so the greater Xianxia's strength, the greater the suppression he could exert against the Black Ink clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5865, Passing on the Torch. Has everything been prepared? Xianxia glanced at the universe fragment where the Supreme Headquarters was located. This place had always been bustling with people whenever he came here. Not only was the crowd generally packed shoulder to shoulder, but there would also be numerous cultivators constantly flying around performing various tasks. In comparison, the entire universe fragment was vacant and silent at this moment. There was not a single person to be seen anywhere. In fact, the vast Pure Yang Pass contained only Mi Jingluan. It was obvious that Mi Jingluan had been waiting for him alone. The human race had drained their entire heritage in order to prepare for the upcoming war. Just looking at the Myriad Dao sealed world built by Yang Kai more than 20 years ago could provide a clear example. The Myriad Dao sealed world no longer existed in anything but name. While the sealed world remained in existence, there was no Dao strength left inside. Even if a cultivator were to enter the sealed world for training, they would no longer obtain any benefits. Such a huge sealed world had been hollowed out by the human race army in just 20 years, and a large number of 8th Order Masters had been produced as a result. Many veteran 8th Order Masters also benefited from the sealed world as their attainments in their Grand Daos had improved significantly, which in turn boosted their strength. After so many years of preparation, the human race had exhausted all their possible options. At this moment, they could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the human race. Everything is ready. Mi Jingluan replied. Yang Kai grinned, in that case, let's begin. When the words left his mouth, he summoned the space-time river. The meandering river wound itself around the majestic Pure Yang Pass and encircled it like a dragon. As Yang Kai continuously urged the Dao strengths, the void containing the Pure Yang Pass was stripped away and then gradually compressed. The main reason why Mi Jingluan had waited for Yang Kai at this spot was that he had no means to bring Pure Yang Pass away with him. Apart from Yang Kai, the human race had no other means to transport or move the huge Great Pass. Even Yang Kai had to rely on his space-time river and a certain secret technique to refine the void containing the Pure Yang Pass into an existence that resembled a world bead. Needless to say, Yang Kai could probably take the entire Pure Yang Pass into his small universe with the current heritage. It was just that Pure Yang Pass was so gigantic that taking in Pure Yang Pass would place an enormous burden on him, which would inconvenience his future plans. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to follow the original plan and summoned the space-time river instead. The Dao strengths kept vibrating strongly. Meanwhile, the space-time river wrapped around Pure Yang Pass shrank at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After an hour, Pure Yang Pass finally transformed into a fist-sized world bead. Yang Kai put the world bead away and called out to Mi Jingluan, "Let's go." Mi Jingluan took one last look at the universe fragment where the supreme headquarters had been located, then, he quickly retracted his gaze and left with Yang Kai. After several transfers through various territory gates, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan arrived at Black Territory a few days later. The huge void was densely packed with an overwhelming number of warships everywhere Yang Kai looked. Most of these warships were standard squad-class warships, but there were also quite a few purifying Black Ink battleships in the mix. The purifying Black Ink battleships which were surrounded by squad-class warships looked very conspicuous among the fleet. Even Yang Kai, who had experienced countless large-scale battles, could not help feeling amazed at his first glance at the scene in Black Territory. Back when the human army launched their first crusade against the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, the size of the fleet had not been small either. Nonetheless, that was merely the gathering of forces from 100 or so great passes. Comparatively, the current force contained all the existing heritage of the human race. The human race army from back then could not compare with the current human army in terms of the number of open heaven realm masters or the size of the fleet. The only lacking aspect was the number of 9th Order masters. In that regard, the current human race army could not compare to the human army from back then. There used to be more than 100 9th Order masters in the past, but there were no more than 10 of them now. Huh! There's an additional 9th Order master. Yang Kai glanced in a certain direction in surprise. As soon as he stepped foot in the Black Territory, he instantly detected an unfamiliar aura belonging to a 9th Order master. It was not Shi De Zhuang who advanced to the 9th Order 20 years ago, but somebody he did not recognize. Tang Tao of Golden Antelope Paradise. I'm not sure if you've heard of her before, Mi Jingluan explained casually. She advanced to the 9th order 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Yang Kai did a quick calculation. That was around the time he entered the Myriad monsters world and borrowed its power to boost his cultivation. A woman? He sounded even more stunned. Listening to Yang Kai's tone, Mi Jingluan wondered in astonishment, "Are you prejudiced against women?" "No, I'm just surprised." "That would be for the best," he smiled. "Junior sister Tang is slightly prejudiced against men. I hope you won't take her words to heart if she says something unpleasant to you when you meet each other, junior brother." Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course, I won't take offense from a junior." Mi Jingluan sighed in amazement. The new era is here. If the human race had just another 1,000 years. No, even 200 years would be enough. At that time, we would be able to conquer the no-return pass with ease. It's such a pity that the time we have is so short. Shi Dezhuang's advancement symbolized the arrival of a new era. He represented the emergence of the rising stars who had received feedback from the first world tree clone. They were the hope and future of the human race and the light illuminating the coming dawn. As part of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the previous generation, Mi Jingluan and the others were sincerely pleased by the situation. Born as part of the human race in this chaotic era, they did not fear death or pain. On the contrary, what they feared most were the lack of successors and the inability of their descendants to take over the burdens of their ancestors. In just 2 decades, the human race welcomed the birth of 2 new Ninth Order Masters. Moreover, it was believed that more and more Ninth Order Masters would rise soon. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan walked forward without hiding their auras. As they passed the warships, countless soldiers stationed aboard them turned to stare at them with expressions of great admiration in their eyes. It did not take long for them to arrive in the middle of black territory where the secret passage was located. Many higher-ups from the cave heavens and paradises knew about this place. After all, it was at this spot that Yang Kai had traveled to the Black Ink battlefield alone. Thousands of years ago, the Black Ink clan had enthusiastically searched for the entrance to this secret passage, but their efforts had proven futile. After all, Yang Kai would make sure to seal the entrance completely whenever he entered or exited the secret passage. Only those with great proficiency in the Tao of space could find traces of his handiwork if they investigated this place carefully. Many Ninth Order Masters were waiting here on the deck of a purifying Black Ink battleship. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan flew over, landed in front of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and cupped their fists in greeting. "Many thanks for your patience, everyone." The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly bowed in return with Yang Lai explaining, "We didn't wait very long. Big Head Me considered your cultivation time when he issued the assembly order, so our timing is just right." Yang Kai nodded lightly and swept his gaze across the gathered Ninth Order Masters. In the end, he fixed his gaze on an unfamiliar-looking woman and smiled warmly. "You must be junior sister Tang." Tang Tao immediately took 2 steps forward and her face flushed as she bowed in greeting. "Tang Tao greets senior brother Yang." He reached out his hand and gestured for her to skip the formalities, then he showered her with praises. "Great talents are born in every generation indeed. The fact that both you and junior brother Shi managed to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm at such a critical moment proves that the fate of the human race is not in decline. The future of the human race will depend on you now." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he involuntarily froze for a moment. What an elderly-sounding speech. I've truly gotten old. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai was indeed an old man in terms of both age and seniority. He was probably looking at Tang Tao and Shi Dezhuang in the same way that the Ninth Order old ancestors had looked at him back then. It would seem that the torch of the human race was being passed down from generation to generation in an everlasting cycle. Tang Tao hurriedly waved her hands in embarrassment. "You are praising me too much, senior brother. It has not been long since senior brother Shi and I advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Please take care of us in the future, senior brothers, senior sisters." After saying that, she turned her eyes to Shi Dezhuang, who was standing next to her, and secretly kicked him in the shin. Shi de Zhuang came to his senses and nodded repeatedly, Junior sister Tang is right. Tang Tao added, Senior brother, both Senior brother Shi and I are from the star boundary too. In fact, I came from the southern territory. Oh. Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. The southern territory is said to have produced countless talented individuals throughout history. I guess it's true. Don't forget to take good care of yourself when the war breaks out. Only by staying alive can you slaughter more Black Ink clansmen in the future and witness our final victory. Yes. Tang Tao nodded so hard that she resembled a chicken pecking rice. Afterwards, Yang Kai turned around without wasting more time and his expression grew stern. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's begin. When the words left his mouth, he stepped forward and stood in the void. He then shouted, Where are the Void Guard? In the next moment, the Void Guard under the leadership of Li Wuyi responded from one of the nearby purifying Black Ink battleships. There were only 140 of them as not all of them were gathered here. Some of them had been dispatched to prepare the space arrays connecting to the no-return pass. Greetings, Sir Yang. They cupped their fists in greeting. Void Guard, heed my command. We now open a passage to the Black Ink battlefield. Yes. After the order was relayed, the Void Guard disciples sped off in a certain direction under Yang Kai's leadership and soon came to stand at a certain spot. Then, space principles flared as they began to unseal the previously sealed passage. Most of the people on the purifying Black Ink battleships were watching Yang Kai, however, Yang Lai was looking at Tang Tao with an amused expression. Sensing his gaze, Tang Tao glanced at him with a faint blush on her face. What are you looking at, Senior brother Yang? He shook his head. Junior sister Tang, you can't treat Yang Kai differently just because that brat is handsome. You should show proper respect and treat everybody equally. She snorted, I don't know what you're talking about, Senior brother. Then, she turned away and continued to watch Yang Kai. Nevertheless, the tips of her ears were pink with embarrassment. Yang Lai sighed and shook his head. Glancing at Mi Jingluan, he exchanged a wry smile with the other party. It should be said that he understood the situation perfectly and knew that Tang Tao's feelings were not of love for Yang Kai. In any case, he was a ninth-order master, so how could he be bothered by the romantic relationships between the younger generation, especially at such a critical moment when the survival of the human race was at stake? The truth was that the rising stars simply had an inherent sense of awe and admiration for Yang Kai, regardless of their cultivation or aptitude. This situation was related to the history of the human race, including the tragic events that transpired in the past and Yang Kai's contribution during that difficult time. More than that, it was related to the ones who taught and raised these rising stars. During the darkest days of the human race, there was a person who showed up to turn the tide when the situation seemed helpless. With his strength alone, he had obtained some breathing space for the human race and even saved the human race from the brink of extinction. It was also because of him that the human race gained the capital to resist the Black Ink clan. That was why even Tang Tao, who was prejudiced against men and constantly criticized an old man like Yang Lai with sharp words, couldn't help showing the attitude of an awestruck fangirl when she encountered Yang Kai in person. It could be said that the rising stars who were born in the darkest age of the human race could never escape the name Yang Kai during their growth process, and that was especially true for those with great aptitude.